In a world where trust was once unbreakable, Don's life shatters as he uncovers the hidden betrayals of the woman he vowed to love forever. Years of deception, affairs with colleagues, and secrets kept from him by those closest. It all comes crashing down. As Don battles the storm of his emotions, his world spirals out of control. The once quiet, dependable man is forced into a fight for his dignity, his children, and his very soul. Betrayed by family, abandoned by friends, Don must decide. Will he seek revenge or find a path to redemption? In this tale of love, lies, and redemption, nothing is as it seems, and no one is who they appear to be. I love my girls. We just finished belting out AC/DC's Dirty Deeds, and now it's time to choose the next song. Queen, Meatloaf, or the Beatles? I ask. Dad, when are you getting some new music? Megan groans. Old songs and movies have style, I reply. Yeah, we know your favorite movie is The African Queen, she teases, while Robin jumps in, confusing actors. We end up laughing about Teletubbies and chipmunks, and I playfully threaten to leave them out of my will. Despite the chaos, I love these moments with them, even when life feels overwhelming, like when I discovered my 12-year marriage was built on lies. 2.5 years ago, I found out my wife had been cheating on me for at least 3 years. When I confronted her, she showed no remorse. I filed for divorce, determined to assert my dignity. We had $8 million in investments that I carefully managed, but the court froze our assets after Barbara's lawyer intervened. Despite my efforts, the judge sided with their expert, who happened to work at the same bank as my wife. We lost $3 million within months, and when it came time to split the remaining assets, I was shortchanged by another $1 million, accused of hiding money without any evidence. In the end, Barbara walked away with more, but I still had the most important thing, my girls. After my ex-wife took another $500,000 from my share, my lawyer advised me not to fight it. He said, "You've been wronged, but instead of wasting years in anger, focus on building your future." So I let it go. But Barb's lawyer didn't stop there. He challenged our divorce, claiming I must have known about her affairs since everyone else did, including my co-workers and even my sisters. They painted me as a weak man, and even my young daughters were dragged into court. It was infuriating. Despite all that, I gained something invaluable, shared custody of my girls. I live close to their school, and though I can't stand Barb for her lies, I keep in touch for the girls' sake. I know I'd do anything for Megan and Robin, and though the divorce isolated me from old friends and family, I found solace in focusing on what truly mattered. After the divorce, I quit my job without warning when I discovered my boss and co-workers were involved with my wife. They tried to take the software I had developed on my own time, but I refused. They offered to buy it, but only under conditions I found unacceptable. Fire those who wronged me or pay me $2 million. They chose neither, and their business suffered for it. I left behind an $80,000 a year job and a $2 million payday, cutting ties with my past. But I had my daughters, and that made me feel like a winner. I made them promise not to discuss my personal life with anyone, especially their mother. After everything, I was determined to keep my life my own. I told the girls I didn't want to hear anything about their mother. I tried to be gentle, but it still came off harsh, especially for kids. I was just so upset that everyone had kept Barb's secrets from me. It felt like they all expected me to know, which was frustrating. The CD started playing I'm Just a Singer in a rock and roll band, a favorite for the girls. I get them every weekend, which is nice. Barb takes them on lavish trips, and I worry about how quickly she's burning through her money. She's not saving anything, and her spending is out of control. We're heading to a small cabin in the mountains, hoping to beat the incoming storm. As I drive carefully through the worsening weather, Robin suddenly shouts, "Dad, there's a car in the ditch back there!" I hadn't seen it, but she was sure, so I pulled over. The ditches were deep, and I knew someone could be hurt. With the bad cell signal and worsening conditions, I decided to check it out. I parked, turned on the hazards, and geared up with my rain suit and flashlight. Robin handed me the bag with jumper cables and road flares, tools I'd carried for years and finally had a use for. I set up the light on the roof, told the girls to honk if they needed me, and headed out into the storm. Walking down the road, I shone my light into the ditch and found the car, its lights off and stuck deep in the mud. I pointed my flashlight at the driver's side window, wondering who might be inside. Maria and her husband had bought their house together long ago, and she had made it her own. After their amicable divorce, Maria kept the house while Richard, her ex-husband, managed the fortune he had built with her initial support. Though they remained friends, the love between them had faded. At 32, Maria still attracted attention and had received a few marriage proposals since her divorce. One seemed promising until she discovered the man's true intentions. Robert, a lawyer, appeared charming and sincere, and they even discussed marriage. However, when his parents visited, his mother, Caroline, immediately disliked Maria. Despite Maria's efforts to impress them, nothing worked. During a dinner, Maria overheard a conversation between Robert and his mother that revealed their true feelings. Robert saw her wealth as a financial opportunity rather than a genuine partnership, and his mother was concerned about their future grandchildren's background. Robert's father, John, was appalled by their prejudice and lack of morals. He apologized to Maria, admitting his shame for how Robert turned out, and left the dinner, disowning them both. Shocked and hurt, Maria slapped Robert and walked away, determined to leave the painful experience behind. She packed her car and headed to her mountain home, reflecting on the narrow escape and the emotional pain it caused. Maria questioned if she would always be alone, attracting shallow people. She longed for a loyal, supportive partner to grow old with, but her thoughts were interrupted by a flash of lightning and a deer jumping in front of her car. Swerving to avoid it, she lost control and crashed into a ditch. Dazed and scared, she realized the car was trapped with no signal on her phone. Panic set in as the car began to fill with water. Suddenly, Maria noticed a light shining down from the road above. A man in a yellow rainsuit carefully made his way down the muddy slope, carrying tools. It was Don, who had stopped to help after his daughters spotted her car. Despite the cold and rising water, Don worked quickly, using a shovel and crowbar to clear the mud blocking the car door. As the situation grew more urgent, Maria's feet got soaked and she cried out in panic. Don reassured her, telling her to stay calm as he continued clearing the debris. Realizing she wasn't dressed for the cold, he handed her a tarp to wrap around herself. Despite the freezing water soaking his boots, Don focused on freeing her, knowing the danger they were both in. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Don was ready to open the door and get Maria to safety. "Always needing help from a guy," Don muttered. "Did you say something?" Maria asked, startled. "I've got a tarp. It's wet, but it'll help. I'll carry you," Don replied, noticing her high heels and the rising water. He handed her the tarp, which she quickly wrapped around herself. With ease, Don lifted Maria and carefully climbed up the slippery slope. She was relieved when they finally reached the road and saw his car nearby. As he placed her gently in the back seat, his daughters asked if she was okay. Don reassured them, but his thoughts wandered as he looked at Maria. She was beautiful, like a movie star. His mind drifted into a daydream, imagining himself protecting her on a mountaintop. But his daughters' voices snapped him back to reality. Introducing himself and his girls, Don asked if she needed anything from her car before it was submerged. Maria, grateful for his help, asked only for her purse. Don insisted on retrieving more, knowing it was better to save what he could now. As he made several trips to collect her belongings, including chocolate cakes and DVDs, Maria watched him, touched by his kindness. While Don worked, Megan and Robin chatted with Maria, explaining how their dad had been through tough times and was lonely. Megan assured Maria that her dad was just surprised by how lovely she was and that he was the most honest and loyal man she knew. Maria, moved by their sincerity, promised she wasn't upset. Robin, tearful, shared their hopes for their dad's happiness. Megan comforted her, reminding her that their dad always said he was a winner because he had them. Maria took a deep breath, realizing Don and his daughters had been through tough times. She thought about the way he had looked at her, like a hungry wolf, but brushed it off, deciding to remain friendly unless it happened again. Don made 3 trips down to the ditch to retrieve Maria's belongings, including her purse, cooler, baked goods, DVDs, and his tools. He tied the cooler to the SUV's roof, as there was no space left inside. Exhausted and shivering from the cold, Don climbed into the driver's seat, barely able to control the pedals due to his numb feet. Megan noticed his discomfort, and he reassured her with a shaky smile. Maria guided Don to her driveway, 5 miles from the ski lodge, where they stopped at a high-tech gate. After she entered the code, the gates opened, revealing a well-maintained paved road leading to her large, luxurious house made of stone and logs. Don, noticing her thin dress, offered to enter the code for the garage so she wouldn't have to step out into the cold. She agreed, and as he glanced at her in the rearview mirror, he was struck again by her beauty. Distracted by his thoughts, Don struggled to keep his emotions in check, battling the memories of betrayal and the anger that simmered beneath the surface. He reminded himself to stay focused, knowing that he needed to keep it together for the sake of his daughters and the situation at hand. He was everything I needed to feel safe, my anchor, my home. But I took him for granted, maybe because I earned more or because he was always so calm and kind. He never let anger take over, no matter how difficult I was. I loved him, but our marriage was struggling. Seeking advice, I turned to his sisters, Diane and Michelle, who I met in college and quickly became close friends with. Don was their younger brother, who took on the role of man of the house after their father died when he was just 12. He worked out, learned to fix things, and even got jobs to support his family. I first noticed Don's quiet strength when I visited Diane and Michelle one summer. He was capable, always there to help his mom. One night, when my date canceled last minute, Diane suggested Don join us at a club. I wasn't sure it was right for him, but he came along. Later, when some men I'd met tried to force me into their car, Don showed up like a hero, single-handedly pulling them off me and slamming one onto the car's roof. That night changed how I saw him. It took me 4 years to win his heart, but I ruined it 8 years later. Don wanted to rekindle our connection with new ideas, but I wasn't open to them. I rejected romantic dates, counseling, and therapy. Feeling like a bad wife, I confided in his sisters. They revealed that when their marriages got dull, they had short affairs to appreciate their husbands more. Foolishly, I followed their advice. I began an affair with Felipe, a French colleague. His accent and charm made me feel different. After 2 dates, I let things get serious, convincing myself it would somehow help my troubled marriage. I read the books Don bought for us, but they were really for Felipe. I did things for Felipe that I had long stopped doing for Don, and some things I never did for Don at all. When it ended with Felipe, I didn't return to Don. I craved excitement, which I found in one affair after another, including a brief fling with Don's company president, which caused even more trouble. For nearly 4 years, I led a double life. My sisters-in-law, who had encouraged me, grew angry, but they were complicit too. They enjoyed hearing about my adventures, and we even deceived our friends by pretending Don was okay with it. The lies spiraled until Don's company's vice president, suspicious of the president's behavior, hired a private investigator. He threatened me, making me feel trapped and powerless, especially after Don overheard his co-workers talking about me. Don, not one to suspect easily, eventually hired his own investigator, who uncovered almost everything. I had a secret place where I would disappear for days, pretending to be on work trips while living out my own romance stories. The guilt was there, but I couldn't stop. Then Don found out. After returning from one of my secret trips, he confronted me, asking me to sit down and talk. I tried to deflect, but he shocked me by shouting, something he never did, telling me he knew about Sergey. I was so stunned that I fainted. When I came to, Don was throwing ice-cold water on me, something completely out of character for him. He then showed me the detective's report detailing my affairs. Don gave me 15 minutes to speak up and save our marriage, but I remained silent, counting down the minutes in my head. When the time was up, he left. The next phase was the divorce. My lawyer was ruthless, focused on winning rather than fairness, and I was too shocked to resist. I had already humiliated Don publicly, and now the court battles exposed even more of his pain. When our friends discovered that the rumors about Don were lies I concocted with his sisters, they were shocked. My lawyer even suggested that Don must have known about my affairs because they were so obvious, presenting photos of me in the local newspaper as evidence, pictures Don would never have seen since he never read the society pages. I had completely shattered Don's trust. Then our assets were frozen without cause, and instead of trusting Don, I relied on my foolish lawyer, an inept financial expert at my bank, and the judge. We lost $3 million, and the judge awarded me $1 million more than Don. Initially, I thought I deserved it, but then the financial advisor, who happened to be the judge's cousin, revealed he had convinced her that Don was hiding money. Ironically, I had hidden money in the Cayman Islands from bonuses and gifts I received, which could easily be seen as bribes. When the divorce was finalized, an obnoxious colleague of Don's, who had used me to sabotage Don's chances for a promotion, taunted me. He revealed that he had overheard the CEO planning to promote Don, but his schemes ruined Don's reputation, reducing him from earning $80,000 a year to just $36,000. I later heard that Don worked as a maintenance man to get free housing. I felt I deserved to be punished for the mess I created. After the divorce, I was forced to leave my job because of poor investment decisions I had made while being manipulated by charming men who saw my weaknesses. As I looked at myself in the mirror, disgusted, I scrawled "stupid cheater" on my face with lipstick. Don's image haunted me, his once eager eyes now filled with sadness and fatigue. When Don helped me enter my garage code, I noticed how exhausted he seemed. He wobbled as he walked back to the car, and I realized how much he had exerted himself carrying me earlier. Inside, I turned up the heat to warm the house quickly, ignoring the cost, and rushed back to help him. Don was struggling with the cooler chest, covered in mud and shivering from the cold. I finally noticed how badly his hands were cut and swollen from clearing debris around my car. Feeling a pang of guilt, I told him to stay inside and not worry about the mess. He looked lost, and I realized how thoughtless I had been. Determined to help, I grabbed towels and blankets from my room and hurried back. The girls were already helping their father out of his rain suit, and I laid down towels on the floor for him to stand on. In that moment, I knew I owed him so much more than just a thank you. "Come over here, Don. Sit on the cooler and let's get your boots off," I said. He was too tired to argue and stumbled over. His boots were caked in mud, so it took me a while to untie them and peel off his socks. His feet were pale, wrinkled, and starting to swell. "Stand on these towels," I instructed, noticing his puffy, stiff hands. Without meeting his eyes, I unbuttoned his shirt and reached for his belt. He began to protest, but I insisted, "Your hands are swollen. Let me help with the belt and top button, and you can do the rest." I pointed him to the bathroom. "Take a hot shower and wrap yourself in a blanket. Megan and Robin will find some dry clothes." He nodded, too exhausted to refuse. As I helped him undress, I noticed we were nearly the same height, something I always found attractive. But I pushed that thought aside, focusing on the fact that he needed to warm up. Once Don was inside, I turned back to the garage to grab the last of the items. Megan joked about his obsession with tools, and Robin took a picture of him wrapped in a blanket. I knew I should have laughed, but I was just too tired. As he trudged to the bathroom, Robin giggled about sharing the photos online to find him a girlfriend. I felt a pang of jealousy, but brushed it off. When I saw the pictures, I realized this wasn't appropriate. "Girls, I know you mean well, but your dad's really tired and didn't notice. It's my job to be the grown-up right now," I said, taking the camera. They didn't argue. Back in the bathroom, Don finally let the hot water wash over him, trying to forget the past and focus on the present. He realized how swollen his feet were and that it would be tough to put his shoes back on. Driving to the lodge in bad weather and checking in felt exhausting. He just wanted to lie down. When he stepped out of the bathroom, dressed and warmer, the smell of sausage and spaghetti sauce filled the air. It was comforting, making him feel at home. I followed the delicious aroma into the kitchen. Maria suggested that if we unpacked everything and put it away, Don would be less likely to complain. I asked the girls to take their bags to a guest room while I left Don's things in the bathroom. Megan and I carried their heavy cooler to the kitchen, with Robin following behind, holding a grocery bag. Opening the cooler, my mouth watered at the sight of eggs, milk, bacon, and other tasty treats. I thought about my own cooler, filled only with ice cream and chocolate cakes. Well, just one cake now, since I promised one to the girls. I did have a freezer with some food, but it was mostly frozen dinners. Normally, Carl's wife, Lucille, kept my pantry stocked, but she was in the hospital after a car accident, and Carl was staying with her. The girls were hungry, and Megan asked if they could use the kitchen to cook dinner. Their dad had packed plenty of food, including spaghetti, sausage, and garlic bread, and they wanted to share it with me. Though they admitted they weren't great cooks, I offered to help, and together we started preparing the meal. As Megan unpacked the food, she talked about Don's homemade spaghetti sauce, his hand-cut Italian sausage, and the garlic bread he made from scratch. There was even a pecan pie, all made by hand. I was impressed by Don's cooking skills and began to see him in a new light, not just as a tough guy, but as someone who cares. Don entered the kitchen, looking tired but pleased. He was surprised to see us cooking together. Robin playfully scolded him for nearly making her spill the sauce. He apologized and asked what was going on. We told him about the dinner we were preparing, and he was delighted. When Maria offered to let us stay the night, the girls eagerly pleaded with Don to agree. As the wind howled outside, shaking the windows, Don checked his phone for a signal to call the lodge but found none. With the weather worsening, the cozy warmth of Maria's house was too inviting to leave. The girls, with hopeful eyes, asked if they could stay just one night. Don hesitated, but the comfort of the situation was hard to resist. I couldn't tell if Robin was mimicking a character from * Mary Poppins * or * Oliver Twist *, but she was definitely trying to charm me. "You two think you can charm me, don't you?" I asked. "Yep," Robin answered, and Megan nodded with a grin. "Just wanted to be sure," I said, turning to Maria. "Are you okay with us staying?" Maria smiled warmly. "Don, I'd be happy for you to stay. Your girls are great fun, and I enjoy having them around. Plus, with this storm, I could use the company." Relieved, I thanked her. I didn't want to head back out in this storm either. "Can I use your phone to call the lodge and update them on our plans?" "Of course, it's on the wall by the refrigerators." After making the call, I asked Megan to grab the small cooler and my rubber boots from the car. She agreed, finishing up with the noodles first. As we prepped for dinner, Robin proudly told Maria about the root beer I made. Maria seemed impressed, saying, "Of course, your dad can do anything." When Megan returned with the cooler, we set the table and dug into the meal. The food was fantastic, especially Don's homemade Italian sausage. As we ate, the girls chatted about horses, and I mentioned the 4 I kept at the lodge, though I let someone else care for them. Even the root beer got a positive reaction from Maria, who admitted she wasn't usually a fan. The evening was warm and cozy, a stark contrast to the storm outside. I was grateful for the comfort and company, feeling more at ease as the night went on. This time felt completely different, like comparing a fine wine to a cheap beer. While we enjoyed dinner, Don remained quiet, smiling at our fun, but with a hint of sadness in his eyes. He laughed aloud when I competed with Robin in a root beer burping contest. Despite the rough start to the evening, I was having one of the best nights of my life. It felt like being with family, though it also made me a bit sad. I thought about Don, but reminded myself to be careful, especially after what happened with Robert. There was no instant attraction, but maybe that was a good thing. Perhaps Don would grow on me. After dinner, Don insisted on cleaning up, even though his hands still looked sore. He reassured me that the warm water and movement would help, and he sent us off to relax while he finished up. Maybe he really was starting to grow on me. When he was done, he joined us in the movie room, looking exhausted. I showed him to his bedroom, which was next to the girls' room. The girls and I enjoyed a slice of pecan pie and watched a movie before calling it a night. As I got ready for bed, I reflected on the evening. It had been one of the best nights of my life, but also tinged with sadness. Don, after finishing in the kitchen, found us in the entertainment room. He admired the large TV and the cozy setup, but was clearly tired. The girls proudly showed off their pecan pie and chatted happily. Don, feeling worn out, asked Maria to show him a place to rest. She led him to his room, and as they walked, Don marveled at the size of the house with its 12 bedrooms. Maria explained how Carl and Lucille, her part-time help, managed the house, along with a cleaning team that came 3 times a week. She liked her privacy and the freedom to enjoy her home without feeling watched. As they reached his room, Maria pointed it out and mentioned the girls' room down the hall. Don thanked her and stepped inside, but couldn't resist peeking out to watch her walk away. Once alone, Don noticed the room had its own bathroom. He hoped for some lotion to help him relax. Seeing someone as beautiful as Maria and knowing he couldn't act on his feelings was frustrating, but he knew now wasn't the time. Maria had been kind to welcome them, and he didn't want to make her uncomfortable, especially when they were far from anywhere. I had to manage my feelings because Megan and Robin were having a great time, and I didn't want to ruin Maria's peace. But the truth was, I really liked her. I found myself imagining things I shouldn't, like covering her in whipped cream and chocolate syrup. I hoped there was some hand lotion in the bathroom to help me calm down. I told the girls good night and went to my room, thankful Robin didn't ask about her camera. In my room, I put the memory card into my computer and looked through the photos. Robin had taken more pictures than I expected, and Dawn hadn't been careful with that blanket. I felt a little mischievous as I examined the photos, thinking maybe there was more to Dawn than I initially thought. After moving all the pictures to my computer, I deleted any that might be inappropriate to protect the girls' innocence. As I got ready for bed, I was still thinking about Dawn. Perhaps with a little polish, he could be something special. I went to sleep with mixed emotions, a bit excited by the possibilities, but also aware of the storm raging outside. In the middle of the night, I was jolted awake by a loud crash that shook the entire house. A cold, wet gust of air hit me, and I screamed as a dark shape loomed in front of me. I was terrified and disoriented, unable to make sense of what was happening. Then my bedroom door swung open, and Don rushed in, turning on the light. "Maria, are you okay?" he asked, concerned. I looked around and saw a large tree branch sticking through my window. I was still too scared to respond. Don quickly wrapped me in blankets and gently picked me up. "I'm going to take you to my daughter's room. You'll be safe there," he reassured me. As he carried me through the hallway, I began to calm down, feeling safe in his arms. When we reached the girls' room, Megan asked what was happening. "A tree branch crashed through Maria's window," Don explained. "She was scared, so I brought her here. I think you should have a sleepover tonight." Megan and Robin agreed, and Don settled me into one of the beds. I found it hard to let go of his neck, but he spoke to me softly until I relaxed and released my hold. I thanked him, feeling a bit silly for being so scared. "There's no reason to feel silly," Don said gently. "It's been a tough day with your accident and now this storm. Anyone would be scared." He assured me that he would clean up the mess in my room and then head back to bed. Before leaving, he knelt beside me and added, almost as an afterthought, "Tonight I've carried the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. Now I'll get to work. Good night." His words surprised me, but I could tell he was focused on the task at hand rather than the compliment. Still, it left me with a warm feeling as he walked away to deal with the damage. He left the room, leaving me stunned. Megan and Robin exchanged wide-eyed glances, clearly unsure of what to say. Megan quickly changed the subject, suggesting, "It's a creepy, stormy night. Let's tell ghost stories." It was a smart move to shift the mood, and I joined them in sharing spooky tales. Spending time with them made me realize how much I wanted children of my own. As we settled into our ghost stories, Robin mentioned she was hungry and hinted at having some chocolate cake. We all agreed it was a great idea, so I went down to the kitchen in my pajamas. On my way, I peeked into my bedroom, expecting to see Don still working. But it seemed like he had given up. The tree branch sticking through the window was enormous. I couldn't blame him. It was a daunting task, especially with the storm raging outside. I shrugged it off, reminding myself that's what insurance is for. In the kitchen, I gathered the cake, plates, utensils, and glasses of milk on a tray, then hurried back to the room. The girls and I enjoyed the cake and continued our ghost stories, momentarily forgetting about the chaos outside. Meanwhile, after dropping me off, Don returned to his room to get dressed properly. He knew he should have left the tree for the professionals, but he couldn't resist the urge to fix things himself. It was like an itch he had to scratch. Once ready, he checked my bedroom and saw just how bad the situation was. A huge oak tree had fallen against the house, with its top crashing through the window. Despite the overwhelming task, Don couldn't ignore the problem. He headed to the garage to gather the necessary tools: chains, ropes, straps, and a sturdy chainsaw. He realized that while he had the tools and materials to secure the broken window, it was going to be a challenging job. The tree needed to be removed first, and that meant opening my room to the full force of the storm. Determined, Don spent nearly 45 minutes just securing a chain around the tree inside the house. It was a tough job, and by the end he felt foolish for leaving so much sawdust and debris in my bedroom. But he pressed on, taking the tools outside and preparing to cut down the tree. Don used the chainsaw to create a wedge at the tree's base, ensuring it would fall in the right direction when pulled. He attached the chains to 2 sturdy trees on a nearby slope and connected them to a come-along tool. As he waited for the wind to calm, he sang, "I'm a lumberjack and I'm okay" at the top of his lungs, laughing at the absurdity of the situation. He imagined how embarrassed the girls would be if they saw or heard him, and how Maria might even call for help. Finally, the wind eased, and Don began pulling the tree with the come-along. Slowly but surely, the tree started to move. Just as he was getting it upright, he hit the limit of his tool, and the tree refused to budge any further. Now I needed to attach the second tool to finish pulling the tree over. Time was of the essence because I didn't want the tree to fall sideways and damage the house. Fortunately, everything went smoothly. The tree fell as planned, and I didn't even have to run far when it started to come down. Extracting the chain and tools from the branches was tough, but I managed. I joked to myself, * Paul Bunyan, watch out. Back inside, I measured the bedroom window, a perfect 6-foot square, which made things easier. I prepped the frame in the garage, attached a tarp, and carried the whole setup upstairs. After securing the frame to the window, I felt a sense of pride in my work, until the lights went out. I waited for the house generator to kick in, but nothing happened. Figuring the generator might have a dead battery, I put together a simple 12-volt tester and confirmed my suspicion. Switching the battery from the old tractor, I got the generator running in less than 20 minutes. Once the power was back, I cleaned up the tools and tidied Maria's room. It took about 5 hours, but it felt satisfying to get everything in order. Before leaving, I hugged one of her pillows, savoring its scent, a little reward for a job well done. Meanwhile, we ate too much cake and swapped ghost stories until we all fell asleep. Robin knew the scariest tales, which kept us up for hours. When I woke up the next morning, I noticed the clock blinking, indicating the power had gone out during the night. The generator was running, but I knew I'd have to check the propane tanks, usually Carl's job. I carefully got out of bed without waking Robin, who was sprawled across me, and adjusted Megan, who was on the verge of falling off the bed. I felt a deep sense of happiness as I looked around the room, thinking about how special this night had been. When I returned to my room, I was shocked to see the tree was gone, and the room was neat. A large, silver tarp covered the window, fluttering slightly in the breeze but holding strong. As I walked across the carpet, my bare feet felt a bit damp, but all the broken glass had been cleaned up. How long had Don been working? I peeked out the window and saw that the entire tree had been taken down. Carl had warned me about that old oak, but it had looked healthy, so I hadn't let him cut it down. Clearly, Don had taken matters into his own hands. I had heard some noise during the night but dismissed it, not realizing Don was out there with a chainsaw. Curious, I went to Don's room to check on him. I knocked, but there was no answer, so I quietly peeked inside. He was lying on the bed, exhausted, his hands and feet looking puffy again. I left him to rest, feeling a mix of emotions. Back in my room, I got dressed and headed to the kitchen for coffee. As I sipped my second cup, I reflected on the situation. 2 unfamiliar girls were sleeping in my house, and one tired man had gone above and beyond to help me. I had fun with Megan and Robin, but I still didn't know them well. I realized I wanted to express my caring side, but I wasn't sure how I felt about Don. Did I like him? Could I like him? It felt a bit intrusive that he had done so much without asking, but I also understood he might have been protecting my home. I needed time to sort out my feelings. It's great to have the cleanup done, but he really should have asked me before taking on such a big task. I decided to set aside my thoughts about the repairs until I had more information. Megan and Robin were eager to go horseback riding, and I felt I owed them for their help. I knew Don would probably be exhausted and sore all day. I had 4 horses at the lodge, and it was time to see if the girls were awake. I found Robin snoring softly with her feet resting on Megan's chest. It was an adorable sight. "Megan, Robin, it's time to get up if you want to go riding." No response. "Good morning, you two." I might have been a bit too loud. Robin did a funny flip off the bed and landed on her feet before plopping down. Megan rolled off the bed, barely missing the nightstand, and hit the floor with a loud thud. I even heard a startled shout from Dawn's room. Groans filled the room, and I think I heard some from next door, too. Megan sat up, rubbing her eyes, while Robin ran over to give me a morning hug. "Morning, Maria," she said with a smile, though her breath reminded me that I should have made them brush their teeth after all that chocolate cake last night. "Good morning, Maria," Megan mumbled as she stood up slowly, clearly not a morning person. I offered to make breakfast using some of their dad's food. "We always have pancakes with sausage or French toast with sausage on Saturdays with Daddy," Robin said. "Okay, pancakes and sausage it is. And don't forget to use Daddy's special syrup," she added. "Let me guess, it's homemade?" I asked. "No, Daddy just mixes regular syrup with real maple syrup. It makes it taste really good." As Megan shuffled off to the bathroom, I heard some groans from Dawn's room. "Robin, your daddy is making some strange noises. Let's go see if he's all right." "Okay," Robin said as she led the way into Dawn's room without knocking. "Daddy, are you okay?" He was lying flat on his back, covered up before Robin entered, and his groaning stopped when we walked in. "Good morning, sweetheart. I'm feeling a bit sore," he said, glancing at me. "Good morning, Maria." "Good morning, Dawn. I'm sorry for barging in, but I heard you last night. You worked really hard. You must be feeling sore." He seemed a bit shy about my words. "Robin, can you grab me a couple of pain relievers and a glass of water from the bathroom, please? After that, I'll show you how to apologize when you make a mistake." "Did you make a mistake, Daddy?" Robin asked. "You can count on it, dear Maria," he said, turning to me. "I'm sorry I didn't explain how much work I was going to do. This is your home, and I should never have taken such big steps without checking with you. I really regret it. Things could have ended badly. I shouldn't have acted without your full agreement." I was surprised. I expected him to act tough, but instead, he was genuinely apologetic. "I have a problem, Maria. When something is broken, I feel like I have to fix it. It's just how I am," he said, looking at me with sad eyes. "I always carry tools with me just in case. I couldn't sleep last night because I kept thinking about that huge tree leaning against your house." "Huge tree? Was it really that big?" I started to feel uneasy. The wind was making it move by your window. I worried it might cause damage or that the tree could fall and break your wall. "I'm really sorry. I should have shared my worries with you. I didn't want to bother you last night, but anyone who doesn't wake the homeowner for a job like that is just silly." He really knew how to apologize. "Dad always has to fix things, and he's good at it too," Robin said, looking at me with a sad face. I thought about Don's apology and his need to fix things. Maybe it's what made him check the drainage ditch on a dark, stormy night, and maybe it even saved my life. "Don, thank you for your help and your apology. You didn't wait for me to bring it up, which means it's sincere. If you do any more work here, please check with me first. Okay?" He looked embarrassed. "Oh no, well, I'm sorry, Maria, but last night when I was almost finished, the electricity went out." I gave him a sharp look. "Yeah, and I have a backup generator that turns on by itself." "Well, it didn't start. I took a quick look and found that the battery was dead. It was easy to fix. I just changed the battery from your tractor and it worked right away." "I'm sorry," he said quickly. I thought about the lights, the heat, and the water pump. They wouldn't have worked if he hadn't fixed it. There are times to stick to your principles and times when it's better to accept help. I didn't like admitting it, but it felt good to be cared for. "Well, Robin, what do you think we should do about him?" I asked. She thought for a moment. "I would say no breakfast, but he looks really hungry. How about this? I won't give him any hugs for 2 days. Is that enough?" "That sounds fair." "Okay, Don, you're forgiven this time. Just don't do it again." "Yes, ma'am, I promise I won't do it again." "Why don't I believe that? You really can't stop fixing things, can you?" "Yes, ma'am." "I'm sorry, ma'am. You need to talk to someone about your feelings, but we can do that after breakfast. The girls want pancakes and sausage. I'll have it ready in about 40 minutes. Just get out of bed and come down, okay?" "Okay, and thanks for accepting my apology," I replied. "You're welcome, Don, and thank you for fixing my house," Maria said as she left the room. As I lay there, I heard Robin say, "No hugs for 2 days. 2 whole days. You're a tough woman, Robin." I realized I had forgotten to mention taking the girls horseback riding. I'll bring it up at breakfast. I was relieved that Maria accepted my apology and wasn't too upset with me. Maybe I should have said it in private so she could really express how she felt, but I wanted my kids to see how I handle my mistakes. They could learn from it too. Robin helped me out of bed and urged me toward the bathroom, reminding me I smelled and needed a shower. After that, she went back to her room to get ready. Once I was showered and dressed, I walked downstairs, enticed by the smell of cooking sausage. I stepped into the kitchen and asked, "It smells great. Is there any coffee?" "It should smell good since it's your homemade breakfast sausage," Maria replied with emphasis on homemade. "Yep, I raised the pigs myself. That meat comes from Emily. She even won me a prize at the county fair," I said with a grin. Megan and Robin burst into laughter, and Maria looked at me shocked. "Are you serious?" she asked. I nodded, still smiling. "Yes. Robin, remember this. No kisses for your daddy for 3 days, okay?" "Okay, Maria, Daddy, you're in trouble," Robin teased. I feigned sadness and poured myself a cup of coffee, then sat down at the table next to Megan, who was nursing her own cup of coffee. Megan wasn't a morning person at all, so much so that when she was 12, my ex-wife and I started giving her a cup of hot chocolate or coffee loaded with cream and sugar to help her wake up. "Good morning, sunshine," I teased. Megan groaned into her coffee cup. "Good morning, Megan." She looked up, gave me a weak smile, mumbled, "Morning," and then went back to staring into her cup. "Were you out late again? How many times have I told you?" "Daddy?" "Yes, dear?" "Please stop talking or I won't give you any kisses." Okay, I said, turning to Maria, who was watching us with a big smile. "Don," I was thinking, "I have 4 horses at the lodge. The girls told me you don't ride. How about I take the girls riding today? You look a bit stiff and sore, that way you can stay here and relax. Does that sound good?" "That sounds great, Maria, but we've already stayed one night. Don't you want us to leave?" "Oh no, I'm having a lot of fun. I really enjoy your company. Please stay another night. My car is stuck in a ditch and might be under some water, so I can't go anywhere. If it's okay with you, could you give me a ride back to town when you leave tomorrow?" "Sure, I can give you a ride," Megan said with a smile. Robin was smiling too, and even Miss Grouchy looked happy. "Since Megan and Robin are on board, I'd gladly accept your kind offer for one more night. If I stay here during the day, I can cut the tree into pieces for your fireplace." "Don," Maria interrupted. "What is it, Maria?" "No. But, Maria, no, and please don't make me say it again. I appreciate your offer, but I have a handyman I pay to handle these things. He'll take care of it when he comes back. You're still sore, so no working." "Okay, I promise. No building an extra room on your house or digging a pool. Got it." "Got it." "Maria, can I use your kitchen when you're not here?" "Sure, but why do you need it?" "I promised the girls I'd make chocolate chip cookies for this weekend. I can bake them and have dinner ready when you get back." "Don, not many women would say no to fresh-baked cookies, and I'm definitely not one of them. How do you make yours?" "Nothing special, just double chocolate chips and maybe a little extra vanilla." We finished breakfast, and I cleaned up while the girls got ready to go horseback riding. Of course, I had to lend Maria my SUV, and then they headed out for the day. I had planned to make sandwiches for them, but Maria said they'd just buy lunch at the lodge. After they left, I spent some time exploring Maria's huge house, rooms everywhere, a kitchen, family room, entertainment spaces, and even a basement gym with a pool. Afterward, I read for a while, and then started baking the cookies, setting up for dinner once they were done. At the stables, Maria chatted with Nancy, the head teacher and manager who co-owned the lodge. Nancy thought my horses were too lively for the girls, so they chose gentler ones. With the storm causing many people to cancel their plans, the girls got to pick their favorite available horses. They rode for 2 hours, took a lunch break, and then went on another ride with different horses. Most of their conversations that day revolved around me teaching the girls. I enjoyed showing the girls some special spots that weekend visitors usually miss. We returned home with tired legs and were greeted by the smell of fresh cookies. I could get used to this, I thought, as we indulged in a few cookies and milk before dinner. "What's for dinner, Dad?" Robin asked. "Turkey and dumplings with cornbread," Don replied. "I thought you were making hamburgers and fries," Megan said. "Maybe tomorrow for lunch before we head home. I want you to eat something a bit healthier tonight." "But your fries are so good." "Enough talking. You're making Maria's kitchen smell like the barn. Go shower, Don instructed. Don, can I invite your girls to a little movie party tonight? I asked. We've got pecan pie, chocolate cake, ice cream, and now your cookies. We can stay up late and be a little naughty. Then we can nap in the car while you drive us home. I gave him my most persuasive smile. He sighed but agreed. All right, but don't let them eat too many sweets or they'll feel sick. Feeling a little bad is part of the fun, I teased. The girls and I headed upstairs to freshen up. After our showers, I put on some perfume and shared a little with them just to tease Don. When we came back down, he pulled out my chair for me at the dinner table, taking a deep breath as he did. I felt a little flutter of happiness inside. Daddy, do we smell nice now? Robin asked. You all smell like lovely flowers, Don replied with a smile. Dinner was a cozy affair. We chatted about the movies we'd watch, and the girls helped me clean up since Don had cooked. They suggested homemade pizza for our movie night, but Don said he didn't have the ingredients. Was there anything this man couldn't do? Afterward, Don retreated to his room to relax while the girls and I settled in for our movie marathon. As we talked and ate, the girls opened up about their father's divorce, sharing things that surprised me. They told me they were ready to talk to him about what they knew, but he refused, saying he'd been hurt enough and didn't want to dwell on the past. Their story made me wonder if I should talk to Don about it. Later, as I tucked them in for the night, I couldn't help but think about how much I wanted kids of my own. I slept in a chair in the movie room, wrapped in a blanket, and woke up the next morning to the smell of coffee. Still in my pajamas and robe, I wandered into the kitchen where Don was making coffee. He offered me a cup, and I hesitated, knowing I needed to talk to him. Don, I know we don't know each other well, but I need to talk to you about your daughters, I began. He looked at me seriously as I told him about my breakup with Robert and what the girls had shared about his divorce. He listened quietly, his expression thoughtful. I'm sorry for bringing this up, but the girls needed to talk. They think their mother and your sisters were behind a lot of the troubles. Maybe it would be good for them to see a counselor, I suggested. Don's face darkened for a moment, and I worried I had overstepped. Then he sighed and covered his face with his hands, taking a few deep breaths. I've been a bad father, he finally said. I can't talk to my kids about the divorce. It just makes me so angry, and I don't want them to see that. But how did I not notice they needed help? The girls think you're a great dad, I reassured him. You give them all your love. You just didn't see what they needed. I can help you find a good therapist for them, someone your ex-wife doesn't know about. Don nodded, his eyes filled with tears. I never thought I'd be hiding something like this from their mother, but you're right. She wouldn't agree to it. Thank you for your advice and support. I could see how much he cared for his daughters, and it made me wonder why I was so cautious about relationships after Robert. I took a deep breath and asked, Don, have you thought about talking to a therapist yourself? He looked away, clearly uncomfortable. I've been seeing one, but it's hard. Every time I talk about what happened, I just get angry all over again. She says it's normal and that I need time to heal. I nodded, understanding his struggle. We sat in silence for a moment, both of us lost in thought about the past, the future, and the healing that still needed to happen. Since I still have to communicate with Barbara about the kids, I'm constantly reminded of the pain. Every month I visit my therapist to work through my feelings, trying to talk about what happened without getting too angry. She says I need new, positive experiences in my life to help heal the hurt. I tell her I find a lot of joy in my girls, but she insists that's not enough. She believes I've lost more than just my marriage. I've lost my role as a husband, loyal friends and family, and my career success. I'm still trying to get my finances back on track, but it seems like I'll never get a good programming job again since my old boss is out to ruin my chances. Have you thought about dating? She asks. It's the last thing I want to hear. Maria, I'm a mess, I reply. I like being a good person, but there's so much anger inside me. I can't bring that into a relationship. It wouldn't be fair to anyone. And knowing my wife cheated on me while everyone seemed to support her makes me feel worse about myself. I appreciated Maria listening to me. She's helped a lot, but I don't want to burden her with my past. We don't know each other very well, I tell her, but I really like you. Still, I don't want to drag you into my problems, but I'd be very grateful if you could help Megan and Robin. His sincerity touched me. I knew from my conversation with the girls that Don was struggling, but hearing it from him made it real. My first instinct was to back away. I didn't need this kind of trouble in my life. But I liked Megan and Robin. They needed someone to talk to, someone who wasn't a therapist. This wasn't their fault, and it wasn't Don's either. I felt a strong pull to be there for them. Don, we should swap phone numbers so we can discuss the therapist, I suggested. Also, next weekend is the last chance to go riding at the lodge before they close the stables for the ski season. I'm not sure of my plans yet, but if I can make it work, how about you and the girls come back here? We could have another movie party. He looked relieved but cautious. I feel like I'm asking too much of you, but the girls would really enjoy it. Let's keep it a secret until you're sure. I don't want to let them down. Sounds good, but you know you'll have to bake more cookies, I said with a smile. If you'd like, I can cook and bake all weekend and even help clean your house, he replied earnestly. In my mind, I saw Don as a knight, one whose armor was a bit rusty and in need of some care. Just then, I heard Megan and Robin coming down the hallway, with Robin playfully pushing a sleepy Megan. We need coffee with sugar and cream now, Robin called out with a big smile. Megan just groaned. Should I make French toast and bacon for breakfast? Don asked. Robin covered her mouth with her hand, saying what I was thinking. No more sweets. We ate a whole cake, a gallon of ice cream, and so many cookies. I don't want any more sweets for at least a week. How about an early lunch at 11? We could have hamburgers and French fries, Don offered. Your homemade fries, Daddy? Robin asked, her eyes lighting up. Of course, he replied. After the girls went upstairs to get ready, Don turned to me. Maria, I appreciate you accepting my apology. I want the girls to see how I handle mistakes. They can learn from it too. Don, I was thinking, I have 4 horses at the lodge. Since you don't ride, how about I take the girls out today? You look a bit stiff and sore. It'll give you a chance to relax. That sounds great, Maria. But we've already stayed one night. Don't you want us to leave? Oh no, I'm having too much fun. I'd love for you to stay another night. My car's stuck in a ditch anyway. If it's okay, could you give me a ride back to town tomorrow? Sure, I'd be happy to, I said, smiling. The day was filled with riding and laughter. When we returned, the house smelled of fresh cookies. We all felt a bit messy, but stopped in the kitchen for a few cookies and milk before dinner. The evening was perfect, filled with more shared moments and a growing connection. As I drifted off to sleep that night, I knew this was the beginning of something good for all of us. When we reached my car, I asked Don to stop so I could take a look. The water had receded, but the car had clearly been submerged, with a large log sticking through the front window. I hadn't been able to contact my insurance company yet due to downed phone lines from the storm, so I decided to wait until we were closer to town to try my cell phone again. During the drive, Don pulled out a travel-sized version of Yahtzee, and I managed to beat Megan and Robin in 3 games. Afterward, they taught me how to properly sing along to AC/DC's High Voltage. The trip was fun, but it felt too short. When Don dropped me off at my condo, I kissed both Megan and Robin on the cheek, and Don, with a grin, jokingly offered his cheek as well. I kissed him too, surprising him but making him happy. The next morning, I called my insurance company about the car and then contacted my ex-husband, Richard. I told him everything about the weekend, the trouble with Robert, the car accident, and my time with Don and his daughters. I mentioned what the girls had shared about their dad and asked Richard for the name of a private detective to verify their story. Richard set up a call with a detective he trusted who agreed to look into it and promised a quick report by early Wednesday, though she warned that too many questions could tip off Don. On Monday afternoon, I visited Carl and Lucille at the hospital. Lucille was still undergoing physical therapy, and Carl felt bad that he hadn't been able to check the damage to my house himself. He wasn't thrilled about someone else using his tools, but he understood the situation. Carl made some calls and arranged for people he trusted to come by on Tuesday to assess the damage and start repairs. I told them I wanted the work done quickly and offered a bonus if it could be finished by Friday morning. On Tuesday, I reached out to a few close friends I trusted and who owed me favors. As a former model, I had friends who had married wealthy men, but not all of them were as fortunate as I had been with Richard. Some had ended up in bad marriages or with men who squandered their money. Since I was doing well financially, I had helped some of them go back to school or start businesses. Now it was time to ask for their advice about Don and his daughters. I told Vanessa, Kathy, and Freddie about the weekend and my plans to invite Don and his daughters to my mountain home if their story checked out. They teased me, joking that I had a new boyfriend, but they still offered their support. On Wednesday morning, I received the detective's first report. She hadn't yet confirmed everything, but nothing contradicted what Megan and Robin had told me. In fact, it seemed Don had been treated even worse than they had mentioned. This news made me feel deeply for Don, and I decided to invite them for the weekend. When I called Don, I also recommended a therapist I thought he might like. He said he needed to check with Megan and Robin and would call me back soon. 20 minutes later, he called back to say the girls were excited. I reminded him there would be other guests, so he should be ready to cook. He laughed and agreed. Later that day, I heard from my insurance company that my beloved Mercedes SL 600 was a total loss. I decided to buy a Lexus RX 470, an SUV better suited for my mountain trips, though I would miss my convertible. My friends teased me again, saying the SUV made it look like I was preparing for a family. I convinced Vanessa, Kathy, and Freddie to leave early on Friday so we could get the house ready and start cooking dinner before Don, Megan, and Robin arrived. I wanted to show that I could plan and prepare a nice meal too, but my friends continued to tease me, proving they weren't going to let me off easy. When we arrived at my house, I quickly spoke with someone from the construction company that had completed the repairs. They explained that there had been significant damage to the roof and wall around the window, requiring a stonemason's expertise. He had everything documented for my insurance. I asked for his thoughts on Don's quick fix after the tree fell. He said it was hard to say for certain, but he wouldn't have left a tree that size leaning against his house for long, especially during a storm. He also noted that Don's patch was impressively done, considering it was completed from inside the house. This made me realize I had less reason to be upset with Don, but my friends, Kathy, Vanessa, and Freddie, were teasing me relentlessly. I had to stay near the house's security panel to let Don in, and they kept making jokes, pretending they couldn't hear the gate buzzer or suggesting I should wait by the gate. Finally, Don, Megan, and Robin arrived a little earlier than expected. I went out to let them into the garage and help unload their things. Megan and Robin ran to me, shouting, "Maria!" Maybe I ran to them too. We all hugged, and it felt wonderful to be together again. Don approached with bags in hand, thanking me for the invitation and sharing how excited Megan and Robin had been to return. I smiled, still hugging the girls, and told Don I was glad to see him too, joking that he'd better be ready to make more of his famous French fries. Don chuckled, saying he had brought plenty of food and was ready to cook. I reassured him that I had dinner covered with shrimp scampi and suggested we eat first. We introduced Don and the girls to my friends, Vanessa, Kathy, and Freddie, who wasted no time teasing Don, asking if he needed riding lessons or a better horse. Their comments made Don blush, and I could see he felt a bit overwhelmed. I sent Megan and Robin to help their dad with the bags, giving me a moment to talk to my friends. "What are you all thinking?" I asked. He hasn't been with anyone in over 2 years, and even when he was married, his wife wasn't exactly attentive. Vanessa reassured me, "Relax, Maria. We're just boosting his confidence. He seems like a great guy, and it doesn't hurt that he's easy on the eyes. After everything he's been through, he deserves a little fun." I knew they meant well, but their playful attitude made me worry if Don was ready for this kind of attention. Still, I couldn't deny that he seemed to enjoy their company, even if it made him a bit uncomfortable. Soon after, Don and the girls came back downstairs, and we all gathered around the kitchen table for dinner. Megan and Robin were thrilled to share that Don had made 2 of his special chocolate cappuccino pies, which Robin hyped up with dramatic flair. Vanessa, intrigued, asked what was so special about them, and Robin responded with exaggerated excitement that they were the best pies in the world, guaranteed to keep you up all night if you ate too much. Don, smiling at his daughter's enthusiasm, cautioned that I should decide how much pie Megan and Robin could have, as he usually limited them to 2 or 3 pieces. I assured him I would keep an eye on things. After dinner, Don offered to make pizza later, as Megan and Robin had requested it last time. I playfully suggested that the ladies would spend the evening watching movies and playing video games, with Don tasked to take care of us until he got too tired. "Thank you, Your Highness," Don replied with a playful bow, making everyone laugh. The warmth and laughter in the room made me feel that despite the teasing, this weekend could be just what we all needed. "I will do my best to serve you and your friends," Don replied with a grin. "Did he just call us crones?" Kathy said with a mock-angry face. "Well, I was going to give you a goodnight kiss, but now you've lost that chance." Megan quickly jumped in. No, let's not upset him before we get the pie. I did that once and he only gave me one piece. I still have bad dreams about it." Don chuckled. "You weren't very good that day. But if it makes you feel better, I'm also making the cake tomorrow." Megan and Robin's eyes widened, and Megan whispered, "The pie and the cake in one weekend? This has never happened before. Is the world ending?" I found their dramatics amusing, though a bit overwhelming. It's just a triple-layer chocolate buttercream cake, but to them, it seemed like a divine event. Don shifted the conversation back to dinner. "I'm making pizzas tonight. Anyone vegetarian? I've got onions, banana peppers, sausage, pepperoni, green peppers, mushrooms, black olives, pineapple, and ham. What do you want?" We decided on one veggie pizza and one with everything except green peppers and olives. Just when I was about to bring out dessert, Don surprised us with a delicious cherry blueberry pie. The girls headed to the movie room while Don cleaned the kitchen. Later, Don brought the pie to us during the movie. The first piece I had was good, but I didn't understand the fuss. I mentioned this to Megan and Robin, who just laughed at me. But after my second piece, I was hooked, even licking the plate clean. Vanessa, who wasn't a big fan of chocolate, asked for a third piece, but Don hesitated, suggesting we wait. Vanessa whispered something in his ear, and he quickly agreed to bring more pie, though he kept his distance from her afterward. The pie seemed to energize us. We played games in the game room, then devoured pizzas that Don brought out. I started to wonder if Don liked women with hearty appetites, considering how much he was feeding us. Eventually, we returned to the movie room to finish our night. Don, looking tired, said goodnight and went to his room. During the third movie, I noticed Kathy and Freddie were missing. Vanessa and I found them on the stairs, quietly arguing. "I'm going to check on him," Kathy insisted. "No, you were really into that movie. I'll check on Don," Freddie countered. "You just want to see him because of the pizza," Kathy accused. Freddie replied, "It's not just about that. He's a good guy who's been through a lot. He deserves some kindness." "You heard Maria say he hasn't dated in over 2 years. Just keep Megan and Robin downstairs and I'll handle things with him," I interrupted, feeling a strange tension in the air. They froze when they saw me. Behind me, Vanessa must have been gesturing wildly because their eyes widened, but when I turned around, she stood innocently. We all returned to the movie room and fell asleep before the film ended. I woke up early the next morning, put on my bathrobe, and headed to the kitchen. While getting a dish, I noticed 2 pie plates in the sink. 2 more? There was supposed to be half of 1 pie left. I searched the fridge. Nothing. Someone had eaten the pie during the night. I shouldn't have invited them, I grumbled to myself as I started making coffee. Just then, Don walked in, freshly showered and dressed, while I stood there in my robe and slippers with my hair a mess. "Good morning, Maria," he said cheerfully. I mumbled something incoherent, focusing on the coffee. "Is everything okay?" he asked, concerned. I looked at him with teary eyes. "The pie is all gone. Someone ate it last night." He laughed. Not just a little chuckle, but a full, hearty laugh that echoed through the kitchen. Every time he looked at me, he'd burst into laughter again. If he hadn't also enjoyed the pie, I might have lost my cool right then. Finally, he managed to stop laughing by looking away. "I'm really glad you liked the pie, but today I'll be making cookies and a cake. I hope you like those, too. Should I make breakfast?" "No, I'm going back to my room to sleep for a few more hours," I mumbled, feeling annoyed at my friends for eating all the good food and at the guys who didn't understand how much women love chocolate. As I walked up the stairs, I called back to Don. "Could I have the coffee?" I wasn't sure if he noticed, still laughing, but I had secretly added 3 big spoonfuls of black pepper and 1 of cayenne to the coffee maker before starting it. That would teach him to laugh at me. Nearly 3 hours later, I headed back down to the kitchen, hearing voices as I approached. When I entered, I was surprised to find my 3 friends who had been in warm flannel pajamas and thick bathrobes the night before, now dressed in nice nightgowns and light robes, their hair tidy and even wearing a bit of makeup. They looked great. I expected this from Kathy and maybe Freddie, but seeing Vanessa join in too was unexpected. When I walked in, everyone looked up at me. I was already in jeans, ready for a day of horseback riding. They were all sitting at the table, and I took my usual seat. Dawn looked slightly embarrassed, and Megan was hiding her face in her coffee cup. I really hoped Dawn had brewed a fresh pot, but if not, maybe the spiced coffee would help Megan wake up. Robin, full of energy, leaned over to give me a cheerful morning hug, which felt nice. I returned the gesture and kissed the top of her head. "Good morning, Maria." "Good morning, Pumpkin," I replied, greeting everyone else in the room as well. Dawn looked at me with a bit of concern, likely thinking about the coffee prank. "Dawn, you're still planning to make hamburgers and fries for lunch, right?" I asked. "Yes, just like last weekend." "Why don't we eat outside again? It was fun, and it's warmer today than last Sunday." I could see him glance at my friends' outfits, probably wondering if they'd be up for it. "Oh, they won't mind changing," I added. "They have to anyway, since we're all going riding today." Don's face relaxed as he heard this. "Okay, Maria, it's getting late. How about lunch in 40 minutes? That will give everyone time to change, especially Megan." Megan just groaned and everyone laughed. "That sounds good, Don," I agreed, encouraging everyone to get up. Vanessa helped Megan out of her chair while Kathy and Freddie lightly touched Don's shoulders as they passed, making him blush even more. As they headed out, I noticed the strong scent of their perfume. It was clear they had just put it on. "Oh, Freddie," Don suddenly said. Freddie turned around looking both surprised and excited. "Yes, Don. Since you don't eat meat, I was thinking of making you a grilled cheese sandwich or maybe some shrimp on the grill. Which would you like? Or maybe both?" "A grilled cheese sandwich would be amazing," she said, clearly delighted by the offer. "Perfect. I have some homemade sourdough bread, Swiss cheese, and maybe a little onion. And I can make a cup of tomato soup to go with it. Does that sound good?" "That sounds great, Don. Thank you for thinking of me," Freddie replied, clearly touched by his thoughtfulness. As my friends headed back to the big room, I followed to ensure they wouldn't return to surprise Don until they were fully dressed. Vanessa struggled to help Megan up the stairs and finally asked Kathy to hold Megan's feet as they carried her. I swear that girl fell asleep as soon as they picked her up. Feeling a bit flustered by my earlier thoughts, I headed back to Don to help with lunch and have a conversation. We discussed the therapist I found for the girls, who agreed to meet with Megan and Robin on Wednesday nights. Don thanked me for my help and seemed a bit shy when he asked for another favor. "Maria, the girls really like you, even though they've only known you for a short time. I was wondering if you could come with us to see the therapist for the first meeting. You could talk to the girls afterward and help them feel better about it. Could you please help me?" I felt a surge of happiness when he asked, but I tried to keep my excitement out of my voice. "Don, I'd be glad to help. I really like your girls too. If you give me your address later, I can meet you an hour before the session." "Thanks, Maria, that means a lot to me." For some reason, our conversation felt a bit awkward and we struggled to find words for a moment. Finally, Don spoke up, probably to ease the silence. "I have some good news from this week. It might not be big, but it could be something nice," he said, sounding a bit unsure. "Oh? What's the news?" I asked, trying to sound very interested. After my last job, I felt out of the loop in the programming field around here. I've never gotten a reply to any of my resumes for programming jobs. But last week, I received a call from a recruiter who works in the field. He told me he had a couple of job options for me. Both job offers are confidential, one involving financial software and the other working with the Department of Defense. I had to sign a release for a background check. "Like I said, probably nothing will come of it, but it would be nice," Don said with a hint of hope. I felt a mix of emotions. Part of me wanted to encourage him, but I also didn't want to raise his hopes too much. "Oh, I hope you get it. You deserve some good luck, Don," I said, trying to keep my tone light. As he prepared lunch, I overheard him mutter to himself, "I think I've had a lot of good luck since your accident and since I met you." My cheeks warmed, and I quickly left the kitchen to take some plates outside, grateful he hadn't seen my reaction. Lunch was a hit, as usual, with everyone enjoying it a bit too much. My friends seemed particularly focused on Dawn, and their attention made me a little uneasy. After we finished eating, Robin suggested, "I think there's still some pie left. We could each have a piece to give us energy for the ride." She looked around hopefully, but I noticed my friends suddenly avoiding eye contact. Those pie-stealing troublemakers. "Robin, I'm really sorry, but I checked this morning and it's all gone," I said. "All gone?" Megan and Robin cried out, jumping up from their chairs. I hurried over to comfort them, feeling a bit dramatic myself. "Yes, some pie-stealing troublemakers have taken away your sweet dreams. I'm so sorry, my dear ones." My girlfriends turned away, pretending to find something else to focus on. Don chimed in, "Don't worry, I'm making an amazing cake. You can all have a really big piece." His tone was a bit flat, as if my acting was a bit much. "Critics, see my sweet ones, your father has saved the day. I think it's only fair that just the three of us get to enjoy the cake," I teased. Robin, ever the diplomat, said, "No, Maria, that would be too nice. We should give them one small piece of cake, just so they know what they're missing." She used her pretend English accent, which made everyone laugh. Dawn, ever practical, urged us to stop joking around. "You're wasting time. I'll clean up here. You should head out if you want to enjoy a ride this afternoon." I stuck my tongue out at him playfully. While Dawn stayed home to bake, the rest of us piled into my new SUV to drive to the lodge. Kathy kept teasing me about buying a big family car, but I shrugged it off. The afternoon ride was lovely, though bittersweet as I said goodbye to my horses for the winter. Megan and Robin shared that they could ski a little, but Don couldn't ski at all. I knew I had to change that. I couldn't let him miss out on winter fun. Plus, I started thinking about getting the girls their own ski gear and maybe even their own saddles next year. Safety first, even if Don might grumble about the cost. When we returned home, the house was filled with the delicious smell of baking. On the table sat a huge chocolate cake. "Dad, you've never made one this big before," Megan exclaimed. "I usually make a smaller round cake, but since you all love chocolate so much, I decided to make a big rectangular one," Don explained, reminding us it was for after dinner. True to form, he only let us have 3 cookies each before sending us off to shower. I grabbed a handful on my way out, sharing them with everyone as we left the kitchen. Dinner was another feast. Shrimp cocktail, pasta with garlic and olive oil, fresh bread, sautéed mushrooms, and Italian sausage. We all felt stuffed and happy as we headed to the movie room, where we quickly dozed off. Vanessa joked about getting fat, and Kathy and Freddie teased about wanting to have Don's baby. Their comments, made while Megan and Robin were out of the room, were half joking but still made me think about how much we were all enjoying his company and his cooking. The next morning, we woke to a thick layer of snow. None of us had been following the weather reports, so it was a surprise. Don found a snowblower in the garage, and though the broken tractor was in the way, he managed to lift it out of the way with ease. Vanessa, impressed by his strength, whispered to me that the snowblower must weigh at least 300 pounds. In just over an hour, Don had cleared the entire driveway and came back inside with a big smile. It was clear he loved using power tools, especially the powerful ones. We all admired his work and couldn't help but feel a little more warmth toward the man who had been so kind and capable. After finishing his work, Don prepared a late brunch for us. French toast, sausage, bacon, and scrambled eggs with onions and Swiss cheese for Freddie. The way Freddie looked at him made me think she was genuinely starting to like him, and it seemed less like a joke. That made me a bit uneasy. As we packed up, we shared hugs and goodbyes. Freddie and Kathy surprised Don with quick kisses on the lips, with Kathy even getting a little too close for comfort. A rush of irritation hit me, but I kept it to myself. I told Don's daughters that I'd invite them back for the ski season, which brought smiles to their faces. We got into our cars and started the drive home. Megan and Robin waved at me now and then from Don's car in front. I muttered that I wished I could ride with them, and Kathy and Freddie suggested calling Don to swap passengers for a bit. They claimed they would enjoy spending time with him, but I wasn't sure I trusted them alone with him. Finally, our paths split on the highway, and I waved goodbye to Megan and Robin. As we drove, I reflected on the weekend. It had been wonderful, and the girls couldn't stop talking about how much fun they had. I started thinking about the therapy sessions we had planned. I wanted to wait for the right moment to bring it up, knowing that Maria's presence would make it easier for everyone. When we got back to my apartment, I made dinner for the girls. A dish I'd created like lasagna, but with big slices of Italian sausage and lots of cheese. The girls loved anything cheesy. During dinner, I talked to them about the idea of seeing a therapist. I explained that Maria had suggested it and that she would be joining us for the sessions. The girls looked worried at first, but when they heard Maria would be there, their faces lit up. They bombarded me with questions. "Is Maria going to stay for dinner?" they asked eagerly. I promised them she would, even though I wasn't sure, but I was determined to make it happen. "Can we have a movie night?" they asked next. I told them we could, but only if they finished their homework first. Their faces fell when I reminded them of their unfinished homework, something they had promised was done before we left for the weekend. Realizing they hadn't been entirely truthful, I set them to work, promising them no desserts or video games for a week if they didn't finish their assignments. They grumbled, but I knew it was for their own good. Being the tough parent wasn't always fun, but it was necessary. The next morning, I got them to school on time. They were going to their moms after school, and I wouldn't see them again until Wednesday. I called my therapist, Dr. Huff, to set up an appointment. She was thrilled that I wanted to work on my anger issues and scheduled a session for that evening. With some time on my hands before my next appointment, I decided to call Maria. "Hi, Maria, it's Dawn. Do you have a moment to chat?" I asked. "Sure, just give me a second," she replied. "Okay, I'm ready. What's going on?" "I talked to Megan and Robin about the therapist you recommended. They were really worried at first, but when I told them you were coming too, they seemed to relax. The thing is, last night I overheard them talking in their room." I hesitated, unsure of how much to reveal and what it might mean for all of us. But I knew that with Maria's support, I could face whatever came next. I know I shouldn't have eavesdropped, but I felt it was necessary. The kids were really worried about seeing the therapist. They were afraid you might think they were strange and wouldn't want to be their friend anymore. "They care about you a lot, Maria." Oh no, those poor kids. Why would they think that? I really like them too. "I already miss them," I replied, feeling concerned. "I have a small favor to ask. The girls would love for you to join us for dinner after the therapy session. I'll prepare a little snack beforehand so we don't get too hungry. You're still coming with us, right? You haven't changed your mind?" "No, I'm still coming. Don't worry," I assured him. "Great. Maybe you could hang out with them a bit afterward. We could even have a little movie night. And I was thinking it might be too late for you to drive all the way home afterward. I have a spare room, and I know the girls would be thrilled if you stayed the night. It would make them so happy. Please, Maria, I'll even make your favorite dinner," he said, almost pleading. I could sense how much it meant to him. "I can spend the evening with Megan and Robin, but I'm not sure about staying over. I'll let you know soon." "It's not a no, just that I might have other plans," I replied, trying to keep things open. "Thank you, Maria. That really means a lot. And think about what you'd like for dinner. Bye, and thanks again," Dawn said, sounding genuinely grateful. Later that day, I received an email about a stock update, which reminded me of the financial challenges I faced after my divorce. During that difficult time, it was hard to find work. I was burned out on programming and didn't feel confident starting my own freelance business. My reputation had taken a hit, and I wasn't sure if I could find any clients. I needed a stable place to live, so I looked into purchasing an apartment building. I found a struggling condo project in the same school district as my kids. The first phase of the project wasn't finished, and the developers had gone bankrupt. After talking with local leaders, I learned they'd be okay with me turning the condos into apartments. I placed a bid on the unfinished phase and won. Initially, I had to cover the costs myself, nearly $1 million, including the purchase, building expenses, and my own pay. Eventually, I secured a loan to reimburse half of what I'd spent. I hired help for some of the work, but did a lot myself, saving a significant amount of money. After a year and a half, the building was completed, fully rented, and looked high-end. Around that time, I got a job offer for a tech support role, which was much easier than my previous work. It paid half of what I used to make, but the hours were short and stress-free. My old company, Megrob Inc., I covered my apartment costs, and I earned just under $50,000 a year, along with bonuses and health benefits. I also had access to company cars, including my SUV and an old pickup truck. I was selective about my tenants, choosing people who could handle minor repairs themselves. I set up a website for them to report emergencies and provided a trusted handyman's contact for anything urgent. I started trading stocks again, with up to $1 million invested at times. I wasn't a day trader. I focused on long-term gains. Recently, I received an alert about a stock I was tracking. The price had dropped below $3.50 per share, even though the company had always performed well and had a solid management team. Their new products were promising, and they had substantial savings to weather any financial storms. It seemed like the low price was driven by fear, not fundamentals. I decided to take a risk and invested $200,000 of my savings in the stock. I believed that within a few years, the stock price would climb to around $28 to $32 per share, potentially giving me a tenfold return on my investment. If the stock investment didn't pan out, it wouldn't be a financial disaster for me. That evening, I visited Dr. Huff to discuss my anger issues. The root of my anger was the deep hurt caused by my ex-wife and sister's betrayal. For the first time in 2.5 years, I allowed myself to express everything I'd been holding inside. I didn't feel strong or tough during those almost 3 hours, but it was a necessary release. Dr. Huff assured me our conversation would remain confidential. I confessed that I felt guilty about seeking help for my anger because of 4 lovely women rather than my daughters. She gently corrected me, saying that Megan and Robin had been my motivation to keep going for nearly 3 years. These women weren't the reason I sought help. They were simply the extra push I needed to start the process. On Tuesday evening, Maria called to say she could stay over for the night. She asked me to surprise her with dinner, which gave me a chance to do something special for her. The next day, Megan and Robin were already working on their homework when I got home. They were such good kids. With Maria arriving in about 30 minutes, I had just enough time to prepare a snack before we headed to the therapist. I made coconut fried chicken wings and cut up some vegetables. When the girls caught the smell, they wanted to start eating, but I insisted we wait for Maria. Maria arrived 10 minutes early, looking beautiful as always. Megan and Robin ran to her, and she hugged them like they were her own children she hadn't seen in ages. It was so touching that I had to look away to hide the tears in my eyes. It was hard to face the reality that she wasn't their mother, and that one day she might leave, breaking all our hearts. I forced myself to focus on the present and enjoy the moment. I kept busy in the kitchen, trying to compose myself. Eventually, I brought the food to the dining room. The girls rushed to the table, devouring the chicken wings, while I nibbled on the carrot and celery sticks. Seeing my kids happy made it all worth it. On the drive to the counselor, the girls were chatty and full of energy. The counselor seemed kind and capable, and Maria assured me she was good. The kids went in first, then Maria joined them. I was relieved to stay outside, dealing with my own thoughts. When they came out an hour later, they were in high spirits, and the car ride home was filled with Beatles songs and laughter. Watching Maria and the girls dance in their seats made me realize how much I enjoyed these moments. Once home, I started making dinner, an easy version of a Korean dish I loved. The kitchen filled with the aroma of pork, garlic, and onions, though it became a greasy mess. The girls helped Maria learn how to eat the meal the right way, wrapping the pork and side dishes in lettuce leaves. It was one of Megan and Robin's favorite meals, and it seemed Maria liked it too. They managed to eat nearly 3 pounds of pork, and though I joked about it, they didn't seem to find it funny. After dinner, Maria went outside to grab her overnight bag from her car, settling in for the evening. It felt like a warm, cozy end to a good day, even if it was tinged with the bittersweet realization of how deeply I cared for this new presence in our lives. When Megan and Robin realized Maria was staying the night, they were thrilled. They eagerly led her to the guest room, where I had put in a lot of effort to make it special for tonight. I couldn't help but feel proud of the space. The bedroom featured the first pieces of furniture I ever built, besides a few cabinets, a queen-size bed, a dresser, and a nightstand, all finished in oak just 4 weeks ago. The designs were simple, but I thought they looked pretty good. For the rest of the apartment, I had to buy ready-made furniture, but for the guest room, I decided to try my hand at building something myself, not expecting to ever have a guest. It was a rewarding project, and I enjoyed the process. After Maria called last Tuesday, I went out to buy new bedding for the room, aiming to replicate the cozy feel of her mountain bedroom. I ended up purchasing a comforter set that looked similar to hers, along with new curtains, pillows, and sheets. While shopping, I even found a picture by the artist Kincaid, who I knew Maria liked, so I bought that too. When Megan and Robin saw the room, they immediately noticed the new blankets and the TV. "Daddy, when did you get the new blankets and TV for the guest room?" Robin asked. I fibbed a little. "Oh, I got the TV a few weeks ago and the blankets and sheets were on sale a few days ago," I said, mixing truth with a small lie. They seemed to accept my answer, though Maria gave me a curious look. Maybe going all out with the Kincaid print and matching comforter set was a bit too much. We returned to the living room to watch a movie while I tidied up the kitchen. Once I finished, I brought everyone a slice of lemon meringue pie. They were all snuggled up in their pajamas, wrapped in blankets, looking like a scene straight out of a Norman Rockwell painting. The sight was so heartwarming it made my chest ache with the realization that this moment wouldn't last forever. I took a deep breath, dropped off the pie, and went to take a shower. Afterward, Maria came into the kitchen to chat. "Megan and Robin look really happy. You can decide what we do tonight, Maria. They haven't had many fun moments lately, so if you want to watch another movie with them or do something else, that's perfectly fine with me. If it helps, I can pretend to be sick tomorrow," I said. "Sure, Don," Maria replied with a smile. "I'm not sure about another movie. I think they're already tired, but if they want to have some fun tonight, I'm happy to join them." "That sounds great. I'm going to head to bed now. Good night, Maria." "Good night, Don," she said, adding with a small smile, "Maybe the girls and I will all sleep in my new room." I noticed the emphasis on "my," but I was too tired to dwell on it. As I passed by Megan and Robin, I said goodnight, reflecting on how our session with the therapist had turned into an unexpected group therapy session. The girls shared everything, even things that made me question if they were real. Dr. Ward and I encouraged them to open up, assuring them they had done nothing wrong. I couldn't help but feel like I had failed them by not noticing sooner how much they needed to talk. Later, as Maria settled into the guest bedroom, I was surprised by how much care I had put into preparing the room. The comforter, which was similar to Maria's, and the new TV made me wonder if I had gone too far. But when Robin mentioned that her dad had built all the furniture in the room, I felt a mix of pride and nervousness. Had I done too much? While I cleaned the kitchen, my mind wandered to the bedding, the picture, and the TV. It seemed unlikely that Don would buy such a nice TV just for a guest room. Maybe he wanted to make my stay as comfortable as possible, just as I had tried to do for him. That thought made me feel better. Perhaps he had simply walked into a store and bought the best set before realizing the cost. It made sense. He might be Mr. Perfect, but a guy who knows how to pick out a duvet set? I doubted it. As for the Kincaid print, it felt like a sweet gesture. Don had noticed my taste and tried to make me feel at home. After some thought, I decided to appreciate what Don had done for me. He was trying to make me feel special, and that meant a lot. He even brought me a slice of pie, and I realized that with a bit of guidance, Don could become someone truly special in my life. That night, Don let me hang out with his daughters, and we stayed up until 11 watching movies and chatting. Then we moved to my new bedroom. It felt like a slumber party. We enjoyed the pie and ice cream together, and I think we all fell asleep around 1 in the morning. I woke up briefly at 2, just long enough to turn off the TV and move Megan away from the edge of the bed. Don thought it would be fine to let the girls skip school the next day, but I disagreed. I believed that if you want to enjoy yourself, you need to face the consequences. I set the alarm for 6:30, and though it was tough, I finally got out of bed, sliding out from under Robin. Waking Robin was one thing, but getting Megan up was a challenge. In the end, Robin and I had to carry Megan to the bathroom and help her into the shower. Robin found the whole thing hilarious. When we turned on the cold water, Megan surprised us with some choice words that a girl her age really shouldn't know. Her outburst was loud enough that Don heard it from the kitchen. He came in, his voice booming, and I could see the shock on Megan's face as she stood pale in the shower. Even Robin looked worried. "Don, it's okay," I said, trying to calm him down with a small smile. "Sometimes things slip out. Why don't you make breakfast while we clean up?" He looked hesitant, but agreed. "Okay, but I don't like it. Can you please talk to her about her language? I'd feel too shy," he said, then hurried back to the kitchen. That was a close call. I turned to Megan and Robin, who were visibly relieved. "Megan, that language isn't appropriate for a young lady. I've heard worse, so don't worry too much, but you really need to stop using those words." Robin chimed in, explaining that their mom sometimes used those words when she thought they couldn't hear. "She gets loud sometimes," Robin said, "and we think she's upset about the divorce." That made sense, but it also meant Barbara might need to be spoken to as well. "Let's keep that a secret from your dad for now," I suggested. "We can talk about it with your therapist next week, okay?" Their eyes lit up. "You'll come with us again next week?" they asked, hopeful. "If it's okay with you and your dad, I'd love to," I replied. "But for now, let's get ready for school." Afterward, I stepped outside to talk with Don. "Everything is handled," I said. "I talked to them, and they'll discuss their language with Dr. Ward next week." Don let out a sigh of relief, and we all acted like everything was fine as we sat down to enjoy Don's delicious French toast and sausage for breakfast. Later, I took Megan and Robin to school. I'd never driven anyone to school before, and when we arrived, they waved goodbye with such enthusiasm that it made me feel a bit sad my car was so dirty. I wished I could pick them up after school, too. As we settled into a routine of Wednesday nights at Don's house, I started to think about their plans for Thanksgiving. 3 weeks before the holiday, I asked Megan and Robin what they usually did. They explained how the holidays had been mixed up since the divorce, with Thanksgiving spent with their dad and Christmas split between both parents. "That sounds wonderful," I said. "How about you all come to my house for Thanksgiving this year? The ski season is starting, and I have some special plans with the lodge." But they looked sad, and I immediately worried that I'd asked too late. "Maria," Megan said, "we were really hoping you could join us for Thanksgiving here. Dad's been talking about it, but he was worried he might be putting pressure on you." "Oh, well, we could just go to my house for Thanksgiving dinner then," I suggested, trying to stay upbeat, but they still seemed disappointed. "But Maria, if we did that, then we wouldn't get the turkey," Robin said, her voice filled with concern. I should have known it was about food with Don involved. "What's so special about the turkey?" I asked, genuinely curious. Megan's eyes lit up as she explained. "Dad takes a turkey and fills it with a blend of butter, maple syrup, and a special drink called drambuie. Then he cooks it slowly over smoke for hours." Robin, just as excited, jumped in to add more details. I realized then that this wasn't just any turkey. It was a culinary masterpiece that had become a cherished tradition for them. How could I say no to that? Don had an impressive Thanksgiving lineup: sweet potatoes, homemade cranberry sauce, sausage, bread rolls, stuffing, and an array of pies: pumpkin, cherry, and pecan. Robin's voice trailed off as she imagined the feast. "But why can't he make it all at my house?" I asked. "Because you don't have a smoker, and Dad's is too big to move," Megan replied. That made sense. "Show me this amazing cooker your dad has," I said, curious. They took me outside to a small, fenced-off area where Don kept his smoker. It didn't look like anything special, just a large, barrel-like grill with a small drum attached. "Can you use it for charcoal grilling too?" I asked. "All the time," Robin answered. It clicked. Don had been grumbling about my fancy gas grill, which cost a small fortune. I figured if I bought a smoker like his, he'd stop complaining, and we could all enjoy skiing over Thanksgiving weekend. "Don, I need to talk to you," I said, trying not to sound too stern. "Yes, Maria?" he replied, looking at me curiously. "We're having Thanksgiving at my house. Robin and Megan are excited about skiing, but they told me we need a smoker. Where can I find one?" "You can get that model at any big home store or online," he answered, "but let's use the computer." Megan helped me log in on Don's computer, and I quickly found the model he used. It was surprisingly affordable, and I started adding accessories to the cart. "Do you need a chimney?" I asked. "Yes, but I already have 2, he replied. I ordered 3. "What about a charcoal basket?" I asked. "Yes, but Maria—" I added 3 of those as well. I didn't even ask about tongs or gloves, I just picked the best ones. "How about a wireless thermometer?" I asked. But Don was staring at the ceiling, clearly overwhelmed. Don, I'm not buying this for you. It's for my home, I said firmly. Megan chimed in. Daddy really likes those thermometers. He says without them, he'd have to sit outside with the smoker all day. I ordered a couple of different types, along with some regular thermometers, and asked if they could assemble the smoker before delivery. Of course, I wanted it ready to use. I spent over $500, but it felt worth it to bring everyone together for Thanksgiving. I noticed Don looking a bit sad, and I realized he might have felt overwhelmed by all this. Maria, I need to prepare the smoker before Thanksgiving. It'll take a whole day, he started, but I cut him off. No worries. We'll go up the weekend before Thanksgiving, I said, feeling pleased when Megan and Robin cheered in excitement. That weekend, I took the girls shopping for ski gear. We had a blast, and I was thankful for my big car because we filled it up. When we got home, Don had prepared a delicious meal and even made a pie. That night, we had one of the best movie nights ever. Don kept pretending to be the grumpy dad, complaining about the noise, but we all knew he was just having fun. The weekend was perfect, but Monday brought a surprise. Richard called me into his office with the full report on Don. The company that worked with the DOD had even teamed up with the FBI to investigate him. I was shocked by the invasion of Don's privacy, but Richard assured me the company was very interested in hiring Don after reviewing his resume and background. I read the report twice, taking 2 full days to process it. The private investigators had talked to Don's old friends and family, and everyone had good things to say about him, even his ex-wife and sisters. It seemed like they wanted to make up for how they'd treated him in the past. The only person who spoke poorly about Don was his old boss. Even the CEO and former president of Don's last job had positive things to say. The FBI had questioned the judge who handled Don's divorce, challenging her decisions. She abruptly ended the interview and refused to meet again. I realized Don was an amazing person, almost like a saint. But with my past, starting a romantic relationship with him could be risky. I decided to reach out to Vanessa, Kathy, and Freddie again. Maybe the idea of polishing things up wasn't so silly after all. I really liked Don, and it felt like we were getting closer to something special. But after everything I'd learned, I realized that unless Don changed, we might not have a real chance at making it work. I called my friends to share my concerns and asked Richard to send them a copy of the report. I needed their advice before heading to the mountains with Don and the girls on Wednesday. I mentioned to Don and the girls that my friends might join us for both weekends. Robin and Megan seemed excited, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't enough to make the weekend fun. Don, however, just said that if I was happy, then he was happy too. That simple comment lifted my spirits, but I couldn't help wondering if he would still say those kind things if he knew about my past. On Thursday, I met with my friends at my condo. I was eager to see if they noticed the same things in the report that had bothered me. The details that stood out to me mostly came from interviews with Don's sisters and his ex-wife. Freddie was the first to speak. Can you believe it? Don's only ever been with his ex-wife and has never dated anyone else. Kathy and Vanessa were just as surprised as I was. They understood why I was worried. Before my divorce, I had enjoyed going out and having fun. And after the divorce, I went through a wild 2 months where I fell back into that lifestyle. My friends knew all about it, and if Don and I got closer, he'd eventually learn about my past. To be honest, I had a lot of experience in relationships, and that experience made me nervous about getting involved with Don. His lack of affection for a long time, as his sister mentioned, made me feel like it would be awkward for both of us if we became intimate. It was frustrating to think that his ex-wife, instead of sharing a loving life with him, chose to be with others, leaving him feeling lonely and rejected. From what I could see, his self-esteem was low, and he had little confidence in himself. If he learned about my past, it might create tension in our relationship. I couldn't pretend to be inexperienced, and my friends already knew my story. I liked Don a lot and could see a future with him, but our pasts created too many obstacles. Kathy, who was close to getting her doctorate in psychology, took charge. We can't change Maria's past, so let's focus on helping Don. If we can boost his confidence, it might improve everything else. She suggested starting with small steps, like improving his physical fitness. When he sees progress in the mirror and gets positive reactions from others, it will build his confidence. We all agreed that Don was in good shape, but Vanessa pointed out that with the right exercise plan, he could improve even more. I run my own gym so I can help him get in shape, she said. We might need to tweak his diet a bit too, and maybe give him a new hairstyle. Anything would be better than what he has now. Kathy continued, beyond fitness, what else should Don know to be more confident and smooth? We all knew that building his confidence wasn't just about physical appearance. It was about helping him feel good about himself in every aspect of his life. As we talked, I realized that while Don might need some polishing, I was willing to help him become the best version of himself. Maybe then we'd have a real shot at something special. We discussed Kathy's question about what skills and qualities Don should have, and we made a list. First on the list was being a good dancer. From talking to his sisters and ex-wife, we learned Don had wanted to take dance lessons, but his ex-wife always said no, so we figured he wasn't a great dancer. I took on the task of teaching him. Next, we laughed about the need for Don to learn how to fix a car, but given his ability to fix almost anything, we decided he probably didn't need help with that. Cooking a nice meal was also on the list, but we quickly agreed he already excelled at that. We then discussed lifting heavy things. Vanessa told us how Don had effortlessly lifted a heavy snowblower, so we scratched that off the list too. Another item was standing up for himself or others, but I mentioned that someone living in Don's house was already teaching him self-defense in exchange for using the gym. That covered it. We moved on to the next item, not being a bully. We all laughed. Don, a bully? Not likely. Then we considered the importance of being good with tools, but Don had that covered. When it came to financial stability, we knew Don was doing well, with an income around $80,000 a year and over $2 million in assets. He passed that test. As for being smart, Don had a college degree and could cook, so that was another check. The next point, being a good listener and speaker, led to some debate. Freddie and I thought Don was a good communicator, but Kathy disagreed. She felt that Don often missed the subtle things in conversations, especially with women. She suggested we help him by taking him on practice dates to improve his communication skills. Freddie got excited about the idea, but Kathy quickly clarified that this was about practicing romance, not anything beyond that. The plan was to take him to nice dinners, engage in sweet conversations, and maybe share a gentle kiss, but nothing more. We would then discuss what he understood and what he missed, helping him improve. We all agreed it was a good idea, though I wasn't thrilled about the idea of Don going on real dates. However, Kathy insisted it would help build his confidence. Next, we talked about Don being kind, which we all believed he already was. Then we discussed the idea of him learning how to ride a horse. Kathy thought it was silly, but the rest of us disagreed. How could a cowboy or knight be complete without a horse? I offered to teach him. Finally, we discussed his style. Don didn't dress badly, but Vanessa and I agreed he could use some improvement, so we decided to work on that together. Vanessa then asked why we were doing all this. Kathy summed it up perfectly. First, we liked Don and believed he had been treated unfairly. Second, we cared about Megan and Robin. Third, we liked me and saw how much I liked Don. And finally, because we had read the report, we were part of the situation and felt it was our duty to support Don if he was open to it. Plus, it would be fun, like My Fair Lady, but with a man this time. Kathy proposed we form the Polishing Don Association, PDA, with me as president, Vanessa in charge of physical education, Freddie responsible for keeping things fun, and Kathy running the planning department. She even suggested inviting Megan and Robin as junior members later on. We all agreed, though instead of saying yes, we tossed vegetables at Kathy, which really meant the same thing. Kathy caught some of the veggies and jokingly suggested Don should handle the food for our future PDA meetings, poking fun at my cooking. Everyone agreed, but I playfully shouted, "Hey, you can cut your own carrot sticks from now on." While I wasn't entirely sure how much of Kathy's plan I would go along with, I knew some parts made sense. However, the idea of Don going on real dates didn't sit well with me. He was a great guy, kind, and had strong values. He was just waiting to be noticed. But I worried that if the wrong woman charmed him, he might feel obligated to marry her, just like he might have with Barbara. She could have made him shine, but at what cost? I couldn't help but want Don, but a heavy sadness settled over me. I knew that if he found out who I really was and the things I had done before we met, he might never see me the same way. We all agreed that we couldn't keep our plans from Don. We decided to tell him about the report, too. Kathy, who knew him well, offered to explain it in a way that would calm him if he got upset. It felt wrong to act without telling Don, even if we thought it might help him. Still, we didn't plan to reveal every detail. Kathy believed her idea to help Don with his communication skills would work better if he didn't know what was happening. We decided to wait until Thanksgiving weekend to share everything with him. We gathered at Don's place for our weekend trip, and I let Vanessa drive my new SUV while I joined Don in his car. Initially, I felt a bit down because we couldn't find the Yahtzee game we'd planned to play. But soon the girls and I were having fun practicing our music skills. Don seemed to enjoy the trip, and it ended up being one of the best long car rides I'd ever had. When we arrived at Maria's house, Don had brought his usual treats: 2 pies, a cake, and a big batch of white chocolate macadamia nut cookies. Kathy and Freddie couldn't resist and shared 3 cookies right in front of me. I felt a mix of embarrassment and confusion, especially when Vanessa gave me a knowing smile. Maria eventually noticed what was happening and whispered for them to stop before Megan and Robin caught on. Later, Vanessa whispered something suggestive in my ear, and I decided to go to bed early to avoid any more awkward moments. I put on an old movie and tried to relax. Megan and Robin came up to check on me, worried that I had gone to bed so early. Their concern touched me, but I was glad they didn't catch me in a more embarrassing situation. The next morning, I woke up early and used the snowblower to clear the driveway. It felt good to be outside, taking control of something. I cooked a big lunch of hamburgers, grilled cheese sandwiches, and French fries for everyone before they went skiing. Then I started cleaning and preparing the smoker for Thanksgiving. After hours of work, I was tired but satisfied, just as everyone returned from skiing with bright red cheeks and happy smiles. I had hot chocolate and cookies waiting for them, and after they cleaned up, I began making dinner. I spent the day outside preparing the smoker, just as I had planned. Later, I cooked a Korean pork dish, nearly 7 pounds of it, and they devoured every bite. It was too bad that all that grease went to waste. If it had been earlier, I could have used it to add flavor to the smoker. For Freddie, I cooked some shrimp and small bits of squid, making sure to keep the pork separate. Freddie mixed her own spicy dipping sauce with cocktail sauce, hot sauce, and horseradish, enjoying every bite despite the heat that would have made me cough. That night, I went to bed early again, but this time I watched a John Wayne movie before drifting off. The next day, I made our usual Sunday breakfast. There was almost a hiccup when Maria considered going home with her friends because of time, but luckily, I found the missing Yahtzee game in the trunk just in time. We all shared a laugh, and the mood lightened. On Monday, I had my usual appointment with Dr. Huff, where I recounted the weekend's events, Kathy and Freddie's enjoyment of the cookies, and my kids' reaction to my movie choice. My doctor found it all hilarious, laughing heartily and making me question if my friends were all secretly imagining themselves with Don. The day before Thanksgiving, we all drove to my house. I had to take my own car because Don's was packed with food. Early on Thursday, Don got up to start cooking. I checked on him a few times and noticed he had a green canvas cover on the smoker. "Don, isn't that going to catch fire?" I asked. "No, it's a welding blanket I use on cold days to keep the heat in the smoker. It might singe a bit near the firebox, but it won't catch fire," he reassured me. Hours later, he brought in the cooked turkey, and the aroma was mouth-watering. We had to wait a bit for it to rest and soak up the flavors, but it was worth it. The turkey was even better than his daughters had described. Don had bought the biggest turkey I'd ever seen, and I was worried it wouldn't be enough. He also surprised us with 4 live lobsters, especially for Freddie, who, while enjoying her lobsters, watched us savor the turkey with a touch of envy. The rest of the meal was just as incredible, and it was hard to believe that Barbara had cheated on such a good man. Don had worked so hard, and even though we were stuffed, we couldn't resist picking at the leftovers. No one wanted to waste even a crumb of that delicious turkey. Eventually, we all retreated to the movie room, where we fell asleep in a contented heap. Don woke us up later, offering slices of pumpkin and pecan pie. Afterward, he headed to bed, exhausted from the day. I would have been worried about my friends sneaking off to his room, but we were all too full and sleepy for any mischief. The rest of the night was spent lazily switching out movies, until we finally dragged ourselves to our rooms at dawn. By noon the next day, I woke up feeling refreshed. After showering, I found that the girls had come downstairs at the same time. We had leftover turkey for lunch, and it tasted just as good as it had the day before. Unfortunately, there was only enough left for one more meal. Dawn offered to cook something different for dinner, but we all insisted on more turkey, except for Freddie, who hoped for another lobster. Dawn was pleased to find that his makeshift lobster cooler had kept the remaining 2 lobsters alive, so Freddie had one for lunch. That afternoon, it was time for the big conversation with Dawn. Vanessa and Freddie kept Megan and Robin busy while Kathy and I, feeling nervous, brought the report and our plan to Dawn. "Dawn, can you come with Kathy and me into my room?" I asked. "Sure. What's it about?" he replied, following us. "Dawn, do you remember when you cut down that tree without asking me first and then apologized a lot?" I began. "Yes, I remember." "Well, Dawn, this time I need to apologize, but I'm not very good at it. I'm really, really sorry," I said, my voice shaky. I looked to Kathy to help explain, hoping she could clarify things. I dreaded the possibility that he might get so angry he'd leave and take Megan and Robin with him. I didn't want to lose them. Kathy began. "Dawn, when you first met and helped Maria, which was a wonderful thing to do, your daughters shared a story about your divorce that sounded almost too dramatic to believe. Maria had just come out of a tough relationship, and hearing that story made her worried about getting close to you and your children. She felt she needed to look into things further. She reached out to her ex-husband, who still cares deeply for her. Maria shared her recent breakup, the accident, how you rescued her, and the story of your divorce. Concerned for her, he hired a private detective to verify the details. Though no longer married, he values Maria's friendship and was unhappy with what he found. He thought a deeper investigation was needed, which led to the recruiter who reached out to you. That was Richard's doing. It was an invasion of your privacy, and Maria knew about it, but didn't stop it. She already had enough information, but her curiosity got the better of her. She wanted to know everything, especially because she cared about you and your daughters. About 10 days ago, the final report came in, and Maria was deeply upset by the extent of the betrayal you suffered, which was even worse than she imagined. She asked us, Vanessa, Freddie, and me, to read the report. We should have said no, but we were curious. We broke your trust, and we're deeply sorry. It hurts even more because we knew it was wrong, yet we did it anyway. We sincerely apologize. As Kathy finished, I couldn't look up, feeling guilty and anxious. After a heavy silence, you sighed and spoke. "Kathy, Maria, it's okay. The investigation felt invasive, and the recruiter's trick was sneaky, but I didn't expect much good to come from it, so it doesn't bother me as much as you think. What hurts more is knowing it was you who did this, but I'm not angry. Ever since I met you, Maria, I've been having the best time of my life. I'm simple. I don't have any secrets or much to hide. I understand why Richard wanted to protect you. You've been through a lot, and it makes sense to be cautious, so I'm okay with it. As for the files, I don't want to keep them. They remind me of tough times. Please get rid of them. I don't want to dwell on the past or any mistakes in that report. I'm working on my anger, and I want to move forward, so please just burn them, and I accept your apology. Let's move on." You tried to smile, but your eyes betrayed your sadness. It hurt to see you like this, and Kathy seemed shaken too. I realized I had let you down and needed to make it right. "Oh, Dawn, I'm so relieved you can forgive us. We felt terrible and were so worried. It's such a relief," Kathy said, though her voice sounded strained to me. You then shifted the conversation. "I'm going to find Megan and Robin. The snow is perfect for a snowman, and I want to see if they want to join in. I wanted to go with you, but Kathy stopped me, pulling me back. "Wait," Kathy said. "You need to stay here. I'm going to get Vanessa and Freddie. We need to talk." She hurried out, and I sank down, feeling overwhelmed. Even though you had forgiven us, Kathy didn't seem convinced that everything was okay, and I felt it was my fault. When they returned, they found me with my head on my desk, dreading what Kathy would say next. "What happened?" "Don seemed okay when he left with his kids," Freddie asked. Kathy explained. "I told Don about the investigation. He's not overly upset about us looking into his life, but I think it's hurting him more to know that it was us who did it. We might be the first adults he's started to trust since his divorce, And now we've let him down too. Tears welled up in my eyes as I realized the depth of what we had done. "Don't worry," Kathy continued. "We can make this right. The good thing is, we didn't hide our mistake from him. In the end, that will mean a lot. We need to stop taking him for granted. We enjoy his food and his company, but we should show him that we value him for more than that. We need to include him in our plans, even if we have to encourage him a bit. We are 4 attractive women. Most men would feel good if we asked them to join us. How about instead of watching movies tonight, we go to the game room and bring Don with us? We could even start his dance lessons tonight. Megan and Robin could join too. Tomorrow, Don is going skiing with us, unless we all decide to stay home. If we need to, we can find a teacher for him. It's important that he doesn't feel alone. We need to show him that we genuinely care about spending time with him, not just when he's cooking for us. And while it's fine to joke around, we should also have serious conversations with him sometimes. Let's help him rebuild his confidence, not just with us, but in himself too. Vanessa, why don't you bring Don along to the gym next time and give him some pointers? Freddie, since you're an artist, why not chat with Don about the Kincaid art Maria loves? I've noticed him admiring it too. It's time to stop pretending and really help Don. He's kind-hearted and he deserves our support. We don't need to share our plans with him, it's just what friends do, help each other through tough times. Kathy's new idea got us all on board. As we left the room, Freddie rushed downstairs in her ski clothes, shouting about a snowball fight. We chased after her, easily getting Megan and Robin to join in, but Don looked exhausted. Vanessa tackled him and Freddie stuffed snow down his back, which finally brought a tired smile to his face. I stayed close to Don during the fight, unable to throw a snowball at him, and he never threw one at me or Kathy either. When Robin hit him in the face with a snowball, he tripped and fell. Without thinking, I dove on top of him, wrapping my arms around him tightly, trying to convey warmth and comfort. But our thick clothes made it hard for him to feel what I was trying to do. Robin rushed over, worried she had hurt her dad, but Don played along, pretending to snore loudly. I followed his lead, but that gave Robin the perfect opportunity to stuff snow down my coat. My loud scream had everyone, including Don, laughing. That moment of laughter helped lift his spirits, and I knew it was worth the cold. We spent the rest of the afternoon building snowmen and forts, having a great time together. Don's eyes weren't as bright as usual, but they were getting there. Freddie later brought out hot chocolate and some of Don's cookies, which warmed us up. It was nice to see someone else taking care of him for a change. At dinner, we finished the last of the turkey. Can you believe we ate a 22-pound turkey in just 3 meals? Before dinner, we told Megan and Robin about our plan to get Don to ski with us. They loved the idea and helped us convince him. "Don, tomorrow you're going skiing with us," I said. He protested, saying he'd never skied before and would probably hurt himself, but Megan and Robin leaned in, pleading with their big, hopeful eyes. "Are you coming with us, or are we all staying home?" I asked, giving him no choice. Finally, he agreed, joking about embarrassing himself. That night, we played ping pong, pool, and air hockey. Don was only good at pool. The evening really picked up when we headed to my dance studio. The only challenge was deciding who would pair up with whom. Vanessa, the second best dancer after me, partnered with Don. Kathy danced with Robin, Freddie with Megan, and I was left to be the dance teacher. As much as I wanted to join in, I focused on teaching them the basics. Robin was the best of the group, while Megan and Don struggled. I realized it would take a lot of time to teach Don how to dance properly. He was putting too much strength into every step, almost pulling his partner along instead of guiding her. At the end of the lesson, I decided to play some rock and roll music. Don tried to act shy, but I wouldn't let him. He just stood there, so I gave him a firm look and showed him some dance moves that fit the music. He seemed to enjoy dancing more with actual music, which I'll keep in mind for next time. After dancing, we were all exhausted, so Don headed to his room while the rest of us settled in for our usual movie night. I indulged in a big slice of pecan pie, forgiving Don for everything that had happened. The next morning, Don, always the early riser, surprised us by cooking breakfast. I had hoped to keep him in bed longer, but he was already up and active. I called the ski shop at the lodge to make some special arrangements. Ski gear at resorts tends to be overpriced, so I asked them to quote Don a lower price. I planned to cover the difference with my credit card, knowing that if Don saw the real cost, he'd be shocked. I refused to let him buy cheap boots or bindings, as safety on the slopes was too important to compromise. Don insisted on using his warm brown overalls for skiing, completely unfit for the slopes. I wanted to take him shopping for proper gear, but the others insisted on coming along to share their opinions. It was frustrating because I wanted Don to choose what I recommended. Thankfully, Freddie, who knew a lot about skiing, picked out the best gear for him, while my girls and I chose the colors. No one else was going to dress up my Don. I had arranged for a special ski instructor, Bill, a retired banker with a knack for teaching beginners. Bill worked with Don for 2 hours, and then Vanessa took over, as she was a better teacher than I was. After another break, Freddie stepped in to guide Don down some gentle slopes. By the end of the day, Don was doing well enough that I stopped worrying about him getting hurt. We stored our ski gear in my lodge locker, deciding to ski again the next day before heading back to the city. That night, after enjoying Don's delicious cookies, we all went to clean up, but Don took longer. Robin went upstairs to check on him and found him fast asleep in his ski clothes. She gently woke him and sent him to shower, looking pleased with herself. I went upstairs and found Don still in his ski pants, sound asleep. I tried to wake him, but he wouldn't budge. Frustrated, I pinched his nose, but he just opened his mouth to breathe. I even tickled his feet, but he pulled away. In a playful moment, I bit his big toe, and he jolted awake, shouting, "Whoa, my toe!" before rolling off the bed. Robin's speech about being in trouble for a month had us all laughing. While Don showered, Freddie and I started preparing dinner. Don had brought a cooler filled with Dungeness crab, and we served them with baked potatoes and asparagus. The meal was delicious, though Megan and Robin weren't fans of the asparagus, leaving more for the rest of us. After dinner, we relaxed, watching TV and playing video games. I was getting better and even managed to beat Robin a few times, though Kathy still won the most. That evening, our dance lessons resumed. This time, instead of just counting steps, I danced with Don to real music, playing Moon River. To my surprise, Don pulled me closer and shared that it was one of his parents' favorite songs. His voice was filled with a mix of happiness and sadness as he reminisced. I hugged him tightly, and our waltz turned into a gentle, intimate dance. But then, I started feeling overwhelmed. Why did Don have to be so kind and share something so personal with me? I switched partners, letting Vanessa dance with Don for the rest of the night. I needed some distance to clear my head. The next day, we skied for almost 4 hours. At first, it seemed like Don had forgotten everything he learned, but by the second hour, he was back on track. After a few more weekends of skiing, I knew I'd stop worrying about him getting hurt. As long as we kept Don away from the steep slopes, the weekend turned out to be a success. The turkey was perfectly cooked, which was a pleasant surprise since things don't always go as planned. However, I was still stung by the fact that Maria and Kathy had checked up on me, and it made me wonder if all women were that curious. I knew I needed to discuss it with Dr. Howe during my next session. Learning to dance and ski was enjoyable, and Maria was confident she could turn me into a decent ballroom dancer within 6 months. The thought of holding Maria in my arms for 6 months was tempting enough to keep me interested. When I got home, I received some good news. The stock I had invested in had risen from $3.42 a share to $5.60. It confirmed my belief that it was undervalued. Later, I attended my therapy session where Dr. Ho focused on the invasion of my privacy. While she agreed that the women had acted poorly, she also believed they did so out of genuine care for me. She even suggested that some of them might have special feelings for me, which I dismissed, thinking they were out of my league. Dr. Ho was disappointed that the reports had been destroyed, as she thought they could have been useful for my therapy. This left me with mixed feelings, but I trusted Maria's decision to get rid of them. When Maria visited on Wednesday, I decided to open up to her. "Maria, I've been going to therapy every Monday evening to manage my anger," I began, noticing her face pale when I mentioned the investigation. "My therapist thinks reading the report might help with my therapy. I know you got rid of the copies, but could you call her? It would really help me." Maria looked relieved. "Of course, Don. I'm happy to help. I think that report could really help your therapist understand what you've been through." She hesitated before adding, "Even though we burned our copies, there might still be a few out there with the job agency or potential employers. Now that some companies know the real story, you might start getting better offers. I can probably get a copy sent to your therapist." "That sounds good, Maria," I replied, grateful she was willing to help. The next month was busy. Megan, Robin, and I caught a cold in early December. I didn't want to risk getting Maria sick, so I told her not to come over for our therapy trip. But Maria didn't listen. When I got home on Wednesday, feeling awful, I found her already there, taking care of everything. She was making chicken soup, helping the girls with their homework, and even giving them baths. Maria stayed with us until Friday, making sure Megan and Robin were comfortable before heading back to her apartment. When Maria didn't answer my calls on Friday, I started to worry. I feared she might be sick and alone, so I left work early, picked up Megan and Robin, and drove to her condo, stopping by my place for some essentials. At the security desk, Megan and Robin quickly explained our concern to the guard. He tried buzzing her unit, but there was no response. Seeing her car still parked, he reluctantly agreed to check on her, with my daughters insisting on going with him. Holding a pot of chicken soup, I followed as he knocked on her door. When there was still no answer, he unlocked the door, ready to see if Maria was okay. As soon as he opened it slightly, Robin slipped past the guard and dashed inside, ignoring his calls to stop. "That's my girl." The guard hesitated, unsure if he should follow. I figured it was a good time to create a distraction, so I nudged the pot of hot chicken soup against his back. It worked. Now both my girls were in, and the plan, "Is Maria okay?" was in full swing. I apologized to the guard, then waited for Robin and Megan to report back. Robin returned quickly, her face serious. "Daddy, Maria's really sick, just like we were. She couldn't even get out of bed to answer the door." The moment I heard Maria's really sick, a surge of urgency rushed through me. Before I knew it, I was past the guard and halfway into Maria's home with Robin leading the way. The sound of her coughing guided me to her bedroom. I hesitated at the door, realizing I was entering uninvited, but this wasn't the time for formalities. "Maria, are you okay?" Maria and her friends looked surprised to see me kneeling by her bed, still wearing my big oven mitts and holding a pot of chicken soup. I could tell she was amused by the sight, even as she coughed. "Are you hungry?" I asked, trying to break the tension. "No," she replied, smiling weakly. Robin answered for her. "You took care of us, so now we're here to take care of you. We love you, Maria." Maria's eyes brightened at the sight of my girls, who ran to her for a warm hug. It was a sweet moment, even with the coughing. I quietly retreated to the kitchen to leave the soup behind, knowing my girls would take good care of her. They were like little nurses, with the determination of warriors. They even managed to convince Maria to eat some soup and crackers by using their irresistible puppy dog eyes. Over the next few days, Maria looked after Megan and Robin, but by Thursday night she was feeling worn out and decided to go back to her own place. By Friday afternoon, she felt terrible and lonely. Taking care of my girls had been fulfilling, but now, alone and sick, she was overwhelmed with sadness. When Maria didn't answer her phone, I started to worry. So I picked up Megan and Robin and drove to her condo, hoping she was okay. The security guard at her building was hesitant to let us in, but Megan and Robin insisted. When he didn't get a response from her door, he agreed to check on her, with my daughters following close behind. As soon as the door opened, Robin burst in. "Maria, are you okay? We were so worried." She found Maria in bed, looking pale and weak. Megan quickly joined her, and I followed, still holding the pot of chicken soup. "Maria, are you feeling all right?" I asked, feeling a mix of worry and relief. Even though she looked tired and sick, Maria smiled faintly. "What are you doing here?" she asked. Robin answered before I could. "You took care of us, so now we're here to take care of you. We care about you, Maria." Maria's face softened, and she opened her arms to my girls, who hugged her tightly. I quietly slipped out to the kitchen, smiling to myself. They spent the weekend taking care of Maria, helping her with everything from baths to meals. By Sunday, she was feeling much better, and we even played Yahtzee together. This time, I joined in, and Maria won by a landslide. As a thank you, I gave Maria a key to my apartment. When she tried to return it on Thursday, I refused, insisting she might need it later. To show my appreciation, I decided to give something back. I contacted the security desk and arranged for Don to have a key card for the building and the parking lot, along with a key to my condo for emergencies. When he tried to politely decline, I pulled out my best sad, sick look with big puppy eyes. He couldn't resist and reluctantly accepted the keys. Over the weekend, I made sure Megan and Robin finished all their homework while they were with me. We watched a movie in my room on Saturday night, and on Sunday we watched 2 more. Don surprised us with a delicious blueberry cobbler and vanilla ice cream, which was a welcome change from the endless chicken soup. When Sunday night came, I suggested they head home to prepare for school, but Megan and Robin weren't ready to leave. They put on their best fake tears and sniffles, asking, "You want us to go? Don't you like us anymore, Maria?" I knew they were just playing, but it got to me. Those little tricksters. I assured them, "Of course, I care about you. I'm just worried you don't have your school clothes ready for tomorrow." Their faces lit up immediately. "Oh, don't worry about that," Megan said. "Dad already brought our school clothes and his work clothes. I promised to wake up extra early tomorrow." I doubted she'd manage to wake up early, but I decided to let it go. The next morning, I woke up to the sound of the alarm and stayed awake to watch the fun. Don took a shower first, then tried to wake Robin, but Megan didn't budge. I pictured him holding a coffee mug close to her nose, but when that didn't work, he grabbed a glass of ice cubes. As he passed my room, he noticed I was awake and smiled, showing me the glass. I nodded in understanding. A minute later, I heard Megan's loud shout, "Daddy, that's really cold!" I had been trying to help her use better words, so I was relieved she didn't say anything rude. Don cleverly used me as an excuse to keep things calm, reminding Megan that Maria is very sick and needs to sleep. I made a mental note to use that tactic later. Before leaving, Megan and Robin quietly came into my room and kissed me on the cheek. I pretended to stay asleep, but it was hard not to smile. I waved goodbye to Don, who pointed to his phone and mouthed, "Later." I nodded in agreement. After they left, I got up for a snack and found that Don had made cinnamon rolls. I enjoyed 2 with a cup of tea before heading back to bed. Later that day, Don called to check on me, saying he'd come over after his therapy session since his therapist's office was nearby. He insisted on bringing dinner, reminding me that he now had a key and could let himself in. When Don arrived at 7, I had made sure to shower and wear clean pajamas. It was then I realized that Don had done all my laundry while I was sick, including my underwear. He must not have minded, he's such a down-to-earth guy. I skipped the makeup, not wanting to seem too, eager. This was the first time I'd be alone with Don, and I felt a bit nervous. Even though I had eaten a bit earlier, I planned to get as much care from Don as I could. When he walked in, he asked, "Hi, Maria. Are you feeling any better?" "Yes, thank you, Don," I replied, adding a small cough for effect. "Did Megan and Robin make it to school on time?" "Yes, they did," he said, relieved. "They wanted to come back tonight, but I told them they needed to spend time with Barbara to avoid any custody issues." I nodded, glad he didn't refer to Barbara as their mother. I realized I was becoming fiercely protective of Megan, Robin, and even Don. Barbara had ruined her family's lives for her own fun, and while I'd never show how much I disliked her, I doubted I'd ever respect her. Don then asked, "Maria, when I'm feeling sick, there are 2 foods that usually sit well with me. I can make you something else if you prefer, but how about some French toast with lean ham? Or maybe a plain hamburger? Do you like either of those?" He looked so nervous, which was sweet. I couldn't help but play along, pulling the covers up around me and using my best little girl voice. "French toast and ham sound really good. Are you going to use your special sourdough bread? Do you have that maple syrup that Robin really likes?" Don took my request seriously. "Yes, I have both, and some really good ham too. Just stay right there and I'll bring it to you." About 30 minutes later, he returned with dinner on a tray. I propped myself up in bed as he placed the tray across my legs. I noticed the tray was new, meaning Don must have bought it just for me. Wow, he's so thoughtful. As I ate, I couldn't help but appreciate how much effort Don had put into taking care of me. He was truly one of a kind, and I was starting to realize just how much that meant to me. Everything looked delicious, and he even made hash browns with onions. Then Don brought in one of my folding tables so we could eat together. We had a great chat, covering everything from Megan and Robin to our homes, his house, dancing, skiing, and old movies. He even shared a bit about his therapy sessions but kept it light, mentioning he once made his therapist laugh a lot. He started to explain what was so funny, then stopped and said it was a secret for now. I was curious, but no matter how much I asked, he wouldn't share. Since it was Christmas time, we decided to watch A Christmas Carol *, the version with Alistair Sim. We originally planned to watch it in my room, but I wanted to get up, so we moved to the entertainment room. As I got out of bed, I almost tripped. Don, thinking I was unsteady from being sick, quickly wrapped his arms around me to support me. When I stayed quiet, he carefully lifted me and carried me to the couch in the other room. Vanessa was right. He was strong and carried me like I weighed nothing. As he set up the DVD, I knew he'd likely sit in the armchair instead of joining me on the couch. I needed to change that. As he neared the chair, I exaggerated a pained expression, putting my hand to my head and leaning back. Don rushed over, concerned. "Maria, are you okay?" he asked, his worry evident. I quickly took his hand and pulled him onto the couch next to me, acting like I needed comfort. "Oh, Don, I just had a really bad headache for a moment and felt dizzy. But the headache is gone now and I feel better. No need to worry. Let's just relax and enjoy the movie." My plan worked. Don couldn't leave my side now. It would be impolite to move, after all. We discovered we both loved Christmas movies. Don shared how every Christmas Eve, he and his family watched all the classic animated Christmas shows. Then on Christmas Day, after opening gifts, they'd watch all the classic Christmas films together. Since the divorce, his tradition was delayed a day, and he didn't truly celebrate Christmas until he was with Megan and Robin. "Maria, I'll have the kids back on Christmas night," he said shyly. "Would you want to join us on the 26th? It would really make them and me happy." "Score," I smiled and replied. "Oh, Don, I'd love to spend time with you three. If you all want, we could get together at my home in the mountains. Every year I put up a big Christmas tree. I'd love to show it to Megan and Robin." "That sounds wonderful, Maria. Thank you for offering. I know they really like your house. If I pick them up at 6, we should be there by 8:30, hopefully." We ended up missing parts of the movie because we were so caught up in conversation, but we quieted down for the best scenes. After helping me back to bed, Don returned to his own apartment. My place felt empty without him. The next day, I told Megan and Robin about spending Christmas with Maria. They were thrilled, but immediately started worrying. "We need to find Maria an amazing gift. What should we get her?" they asked, making me nervous. After buying all our ski gear, we definitely needed to get Maria something special. And what about Vanessa, Freddie, and Kathy? The girls became even more anxious. Then I remembered one of my tenants, Ken, who was learning to make jewelry. He'd been using my basement workshop since his apartment wasn't safe for his work. I decided to ask for his help. I called him over, and when he arrived, I explained our situation. "Ken, my friends and I have made 4 new friends who have helped us a lot. We want to give them gifts that will surprise them. I was hoping you could create some nice jewelry pieces." "Of course, Don. I've got some time, but 16 days and 4 pieces of jewelry is a bit challenging. What are you thinking?" "We'll tell you about the ladies, share a price range, and trust you to create something special." "No pressure," I replied with a smile. Ken grinned. "Thanks, Don. I'll definitely let my boyfriend know what a great guy you are," he said with a hint of sarcasm. I just shrugged. "Ken, it's really important to us to find the best gifts we can." At that moment, Robin chimed in. "Daddy, remember before we met Maria you were talking about Queen, Rock Hudson, and things like that?" Megan sensed something was coming and looked ready for whatever Robin had planned. I had no idea what my clever daughter was up to, but I knew it was going to be interesting. "Well, Dad, I was thinking about Ken." Robin paused, then continued. "Rock Hudson was not gay." "Don, what's happening here?" I realized my daughter was playing her mischievous games again, trying to stir the pot. But before I could react, she went on, "But Dad, Ken's not gay and neither is his friend. Do you understand?" Ken, trying to defuse the situation, joked, "Actually, Don, my friend might be. Your daughters might have picked up on something." Megan and Robin, meanwhile, were observing with keen interest as their dad asked a guy for advice on what to buy for women. Ken chuckled and said, Don't get me started, or I'll have to charge you extra for sharing your apartment with your friend all the time. After some effort, I managed to steer the conversation back to the topic at hand. My daughters already knew the birthdays and jewelry preferences of the women we were shopping for. Maria loved necklaces and earrings. Freddie and Vanessa had a special interest in bracelets, and Kathy adored old-fashioned brooches. When Ken heard this, he was excited. He didn't often get to design brooches. Ken and I retreated to my office to discuss prices. I told him I wanted to use only the best materials. I'd rather have something small but made with quality metals and gems than something large and cheap. For Maria, I suggested a budget of $10,000 to $15,000. For her friends, $3,000 to $5,000 each, leaning toward the higher end. Ken mentioned he'd need a check up front for supplies, charging $1,000 per piece for Maria's friends and $2,000 for Maria. It sounded fair, and I trusted Ken. He'd always been reliable. I handed him a check for $20,000 and gave him my credit card number for any quick purchases. I knew I was spending a significant chunk of my yearly income, but considering how much my life had changed recently, it felt worth it. After Ken left, I returned to chat with Megan and Robin. "Girls, I just had an idea," I began. "Oh no, Dad's thinking again," Megan teased, smiling. She and Robin exchanged a high five. "I'm really going to find a way to send you two off to work on a big fishing boat in Japan," I joked. "You'll eat fresh sushi for months and you won't get any more pie." That made them quiet down. "We're getting presents for our new friends," I continued. "They might not expect us to do this since we're still new in their lives. It's likely they won't give us gifts, and that's okay. I'm just glad to have them as friends, so if we don't get any gifts from them, please don't be upset." Megan and Robin shook their heads, looking at me with a mix of pity and amusement. "Dad, just spending time with them, especially Maria, is enough for us. We know not to act entitled." "Maybe Dad's just getting older," Robin quipped, shaking her head in mock sadness. I could only laugh at their antics. Maria showed up as usual on Wednesday, excited about the upcoming weekend. She talked about how she planned to decorate her house for Christmas, which got Megan and Robin all excited too. They started discussing different ideas for decorating Maria's house. Maria wanted us to go shopping with her on Thursday night for decorations, but we had to decline. We hadn't been spending enough time with our mom lately, and we really needed to be with her that night, especially since we'd be back with Maria on Friday night. Maria understood, but I noticed she seemed a bit upset when we mentioned our mom. Megan suggested that I go with Maria instead, and when Maria looked up at me with such hope, I agreed. I was happy to join her. Thursday night, I met Maria at her home to go shopping. We took her SUV, and to my surprise, she asked me to drive. The evening was a mix of humor and frustration. As we drove by a shop, Maria would suddenly say, "Oh, stop here, there's a parking spot." The spot she pointed to was just big enough for a motorcycle, not her large SUV, so I had to keep driving to find a better spot. When I suggested dropping her off at the entrance, she always kindly refused. After parking farther away, she would complain about missing the first spot, and when we walked past it, we'd see a huge vehicle parked there, somehow fitting perfectly. This didn't just happen once. It happened 3 times that night. After the 3rd time, I handed the keys back to Maria. We visited a few more stores, and when we found another tight parking spot, Maria insisted on driving in. We struggled to get in and out of the SUV, but I kept quiet, knowing she would have been really mad if I complained. In the end, we managed to get all the decorations we needed, and despite the parking mishaps, it was a fun night. I was reminded once again of how much I enjoyed spending time with Maria, even when things didn't go exactly as planned. Despite the tricky parking, I really enjoyed that night. We got decorations, shiny tinsel, colorful lights, and little village sets for Christmas. Maria even bought a special Christmas train that could move around her house without tracks. It had 3 open cars for gifts or snacks, and came with a tiny train station charger. When the battery was low, the train would drive up to the station to recharge itself. It wasn't cheap, but Maria knew Megan and Robin would love it, and I could tell she was excited about it too. It was a busy weekend, decorating, skiing, dancing, and eating way too much. Maria invited her 3 friends to join us for our late Christmas party. Freddie would already be with Maria from the 23rd, and when Vanessa and Kathy heard about our plans for the 26th, they decided to come early that morning for a second Christmas celebration. The whole group would gather at Maria's house, much to Megan and Robin's delight. Maria's usual Wednesday visit before Christmas was bittersweet for me. After this, my kids would be with their mom until the 25th. I knew I was luckier than some, seeing them as often as I did, but it didn't make the parting any easier. I hoped Maria might invite me to join her next week, but she didn't mention it. We had a fun night watching Miracle on 34th Street *, and I made a special cake just for the occasion. But when morning came and everyone left, the loneliness hit hard. Meanwhile, Barbara was struggling with the holiday season, reflecting on her life. The past few months had been tough. She'd barely seen Megan and Robin, but she couldn't complain. It was her own doing. Don wanted to be with his kids, and they wanted to be with him. But where did that leave her? She felt like the bad guy, the one who had hurt her family. It all began over 2 years ago. The custody arrangement had gradually shifted in Don's favor. He now had the kids almost every weekend and even some weekdays. Barbara found herself seeing them only 2 or 3 nights a week, and her social circle had shrunk since the divorce. Many friends distanced themselves after learning how she had betrayed Don. The only time she felt a semblance of happiness was on dates, but those brief moments of distraction only made the emptiness worse afterward. She knew she'd never find someone to fill the void Don had left. The next week, she'd have Megan and Robin with her for Christmas, but even that was bittersweet. Sometimes, the way her daughters looked at her hurt the most. Their eyes seemed to ask why she had hurt their family. Being alone with them was hard, and when her parents were around, she felt their disappointment too. Her mother, in particular, had made it clear that she was disappointed in Barbara's choices. A glance from her daughters, a memory of Don, a stare from her mother, all of these little moments added up, making her feel more isolated. Barbara sometimes wondered if anyone would care when she was gone. The thought of not wanting to go on living crossed her mind when her feelings became too overwhelming. Then, one day, as she watched her daughters walk up the street after school, she noticed they looked happy, probably talking about their time with their dad. But when they came inside, their expressions changed. She braced herself for the usual disinterest, but this time it was different. "Mom, we're home!" Megan shouted. "I'm in the kitchen," Barbara replied, busy making them an after-school snack. She knew how to cook well, even better than Don in some ways, but there was something special about Don's cooking that she could never replicate. She had long stopped trying to bake. Today, she made them toasted club sandwiches, wondering if they would actually eat them this time or claim they weren't hungry again. But as they came closer, something felt different. Their footsteps were lively, not the slow, reluctant steps she had grown accustomed to since the divorce. Barbara looked up with hope. "Hi, Mom. We missed you," Robin said as Megan ran over to give her a hug. Barbara was stunned. What was going on? She loved it, but it confused her. She held Megan close, savoring the warmth of the embrace, and Megan didn't pull away until Barbara eased her grip. Then Robin came over for a hug too, and it felt just as wonderful. "Oh, I missed both of you so much," Barbara said, her heart swelling. "How was school? And how was your time with your dad?" she asked, trying to keep things safe and light. For a moment, the past didn't matter. All that mattered was the love she felt for her daughters and the glimmer of hope that maybe, just maybe, she hadn't lost everything. The girls shared plenty about school, but only mentioned Don briefly. I understood why. They were trying to protect my feelings. As Robin leaned in, I kissed her cheek and asked, "Are you hungry? I made sandwiches and chips." "I'm starving, Mom," Robin replied, pulling out a chair. Megan joined her and asked, "Do we have any bread and butter pickles?" "I'm sure we do," I said, hurrying to the fridge, praying we had pickles. Thankfully we did, and I let out a quiet sigh of relief. I sat down with them, and for the first time in a long while, we had a real conversation. I was so happy that I made myself a sandwich, too. Lately, I hadn't felt like eating, but their company was lifting my spirits. Megan and Robin stayed at the table even after finishing their snack, talking with me until it grew dark outside. When they finally got up to do their homework, I started preparing dinner. Once they left the room, I laid my head on the table, praying that this newfound closeness would last. Friday after school was just as wonderful. It was the first time in ages that we felt like a family again. We packed the car to visit my parents, who lived about 45 minutes away. The drive was filled with singing along to a Christmas CD, something we used to do with Don. I drove slower than usual, savoring every moment. When we arrived, the girls jumped out of the car to hug their grandparents. My mom noticed my smile, and her eyes filled with tears of joy. We had a fantastic 6 days together, playing games, watching movies, and baking family recipes. On Christmas Eve, the girls insisted we watch all the classic holiday cartoons: Charlie Brown Asterisk, Asterisk Rudolph Asterisk, and Asterisk Frosty Asterisk. We spent 4 hours on the couch, cuddled up and happy. Christmas morning was special. After breakfast, we went to church, then came home to open gifts. The girls gave me a small box. Inside was a beautiful gold heart-shaped locket with a picture of them together and the message, "Asterisk Merry Christmas, Mom. We love you, Megan and Robin." I couldn't hold back the tears. It was the best Christmas gift I'd ever received. At 6 o'clock that evening, Don arrived to take the girls. My mom went outside to help while I stayed in, respecting Don's wish not to see me. My dad and Don never got along well. Dad was a successful banker and former football player, and he used to belittle Don. But one day, after a long walk together, Dad came back with a bruise, holding his stomach, while Don looked fine. Dad claimed he had fallen, but I knew better. Since then, they kept their distance, with Dad showing Don a newfound respect. Despite the sadness of seeing the girls leave, this Christmas had been wonderful. Maybe it was time to get my life back on track. The locket felt like a symbol of hope, giving me the strength to try. Megan and Robin were proud of themselves. Their therapist had helped them realize how unfair they'd been to their mother, especially in comparison to how they treated Maria. Yes, their mom had made mistakes, but she was still their mom. It was time to forgive her. With Ken's advice, they found a locket online and engraved it with a message. Their love for Maria was strong, but their hearts were big enough to hold love for both women. When we arrived at Maria's house, singing Christmas songs the whole way, it felt right. Maria had given me a key card for the gate, making it easy to get in. Megan and Robin rushed to Maria and Freddie, giving them warm hugs. After unpacking the car, the girls led us to the movie room to watch Christmas shows. They insisted we all wear pajamas, though I opted for a robe instead. Megan and Robin made sure we all sat together on the same couch, wrapped in a blanket. Freddie sat on one end, then Robin, and the evening unfolded with warmth and laughter, just as Christmas should. Then it was my turn to sit in the middle, with Megan on one side and Maria on the other. Maria and Freddie were enjoying the cozy setup between watching Asterisk Charlie Brown Asterisk and Asterisk Frosty the Snowman Asterisk. I took a quick trip to the kitchen to grab a big slice of cake for everyone. When I returned, I noticed Megan and Robin had switched places, making sure we were all snug and comfortable. It felt a bit cramped with me in the middle under the blanket, but seeing how happy they were, I decided to just enjoy it. The next morning, we all slept in. Once we were up, the grown-ups and Megan had coffee while we waited for Vanessa and Kathy to arrive. They got there around 9, and the girls insisted everyone stay in their pajamas. Vanessa and Kathy happily obliged, understanding the importance of sticking to the theme. There were so many gifts under the tree, mostly for Megan and Robin. I started wondering how I'd get everything home. The girls received all the usual things: clothes, shoes, video games, books, and some beautiful jewelry. Maria even surprised them with high-end laptops for school, which made me a little jealous since mine wasn't as good as theirs. Then it was my turn. Vanessa gave me a gift card to Sears with a note suggesting I check out the tools section. Freddie gave me one for Lowe's, and Kathy's was for Home Depot. They clearly knew what I liked. Maria's gift was a card with a picture of an Aeron office chair, a very cool-looking chair. She told me to call the number on the card to arrange delivery. Next, it was time to give out the gifts we had for them. Robin and Megan carefully handed them out. Ken had created some stunning jewelry pieces at a great price. I wasn't sure if he made everything from scratch or ordered parts, but he worked tirelessly to get everything done on time. Freddie received a beautiful set of 18-karat rose gold bracelet and earrings. The bracelet had small dragons and flowers intertwined, with her birthstone at the center of each flower. The earrings were shaped like pink flowers with a sparkling diamond in the middle. Vanessa's set was similar but made of shiny white gold, with tigers and flowers linked together, her birthstone set in each flower. Kathy's jewelry was in bright yellow gold, featuring a brooch with dahlias that had hidden lion faces with diamonds as the eyes. Her earrings matched the brooch with diamond-studded dahlias. Maria's gift was the most extravagant. Ken had used platinum to create a heavy necklace with roses linked together, each with small diamonds at the center. The pendant was a cluster of roses with diamonds, matching the earrings perfectly. All four women were stunned, their mouths wide open in surprise. My friends and I exchanged high fives, pleased with how well everything had turned out. Ken had gone above and beyond for Maria's gift, and I didn't mind at all. I decided to give him an extra month of free rent for his hard work. Last night, sitting together watching cartoons, was the best Christmas I'd had in years. Megan and Robin snuggled up beside me, and Freddie and I exchanged smiles throughout the night. The next morning, Vanessa and Kathy arrived a bit late, but the girls quickly urged them to change into pajamas like the rest of us. We gathered around the tree and watched the girls open their gifts first. I might have spent too much, and Don might not be thrilled about it, but seeing their excitement, especially over the laptops, made it all worth it. Don chuckled when he received gift cards to different tool shops. He seemed confused by my present at first, but when he realized what it was, he looked genuinely happy. I was relieved that the girls remembered to give gifts to all of us. Freddie was the first to open hers, and I was prepared to pretend to be impressed, but I didn't have to. The jewelry was stunning, worth at least $10,000. Vanessa's gift was just as beautiful, in white gold instead of rose. We all shared the same shock and surprise as the girls handed out the gifts. Kathy's set in yellow gold was equally lovely, with the brooch's clever lion design catching my eye. Finally, it was my turn. I had worried that they might think I'd spent too much on them, but seeing the joy on everyone's faces made me realize it was worth every penny. Megan and Robin handed me the biggest, heaviest gift I'd ever received. When I opened it, I couldn't believe my eyes. It was a set of platinum jewelry, all encrusted with diamonds. The value of the pieces was likely more than my new SUV. I was stunned, but when I saw the engraving on the back of the pendant, "Merry Christmas, love, Megan, Robin, and Dawn," my emotions became complicated. It was a thoughtful gesture, but also overwhelming. The women gathered to admire their jewelry, and in unison they exclaimed, "You shouldn't have!" But they sounded serious, and I realized I might be in trouble. Like any man caught in a bind, I decided to blame my kids. Pointing at them, I said, "They made me do it." Megan and Robin, sensing the tension, quickly backed me up. "Daddy almost messed up big time," Robin said, trying to sound grown up. I was focused on Robin, so I didn't see Maria's reaction until it was too late. Suddenly, my ear was being tugged painfully. Maria, with a serious expression, had me in her grip. "Oh no," I thought, realizing I had messed up. "I just need to talk to Don for a minute," Maria said sweetly to the others, still holding onto my ear as she dragged me to her office. "Donald, what were you thinking?" Maria began, her grip on my ear tightening. "You spent at least $50,000 on my jewelry and another $30,000 on my friends. Why did you do this? Are you trying to buy our friendship?" She finally let go of my ear, tears welling up in her eyes. I knew I had to explain myself, so I quickly stepped back and put a chair between us. "Maria, please just listen. Let me explain," I pleaded. "If you still want to pull my ear after, I'll hand you a knife. Just hear me out." Maria placed her hands on her chest and nodded for me to continue. "The last few months with you and your friends have been incredible for my kids and me. Our lives have changed so much, and my daughters are getting the support they need. I've found the courage to start my own journey, too. We wanted to get you something special for Christmas, to show our appreciation." Maria's expression softened, but I could see she was still unsure. "I know it seems like I spent a lot of money, but I didn't," I continued. "A tenant of mine is a jewelry designer, and he made these pieces. They cost me less than $30,000, and he used my workshop to create them. I'm not saying you're not worth more, but it didn't cost as much as you think. I just wanted to see you smile." Maria's tension melted away, and she took hold of my ear again, but this time gently. She pulled me close and kissed me on the lips. My legs went weak, and I had to remind myself to stay calm. Her arms wrapped around my neck, and I realized I wasn't going to pull away from this kiss. I had been so angry at Don for spending so much when he didn't have as much as I did. But as he explained, I felt my anger fading. He wasn't trying to show off, he was trying to thank me. And when he stepped out from behind that chair, I knew what I had to do. I gently took his ear, brought his face close to mine, and kissed him. It started as a simple kiss, but it quickly deepened. I could feel the strong emotion in him, restrained but powerful, as his hands firmly held me. This moment was more than just an apology. It was the start of something new. I felt a rush of warmth, my heart racing as I hoped Don could finally see how much I cared, despite my complicated past. But just as the moment deepened, the door burst open with a clatter, and 5 people tumbled into the room. Don and I jumped apart, hastily straightening our clothes. "What are you all doing?" I shouted, embarrassed and flustered. Megan and Robin quickly hid behind Vanessa and Kathy, who pushed Freddie forward. "It was her idea," they said, trying to shift the blame. Freddie stammered, "I just came to check on you," but then everyone followed and we accidentally leaned on the door and... I let out a sigh of relief. They hadn't seen anything, but I realized I'd almost rushed things with Don too soon. He made a quick exit, saying he'd start breakfast with Megan and Robin eagerly following him. My friends looked at me with concerned expressions, but I simply picked up the beautiful jewelry Don had given me and put it on. Their smiles returned as they admired their own pieces. During breakfast, we complimented each other's jewelry, which made Megan and Robin beam with pride. Kathy looked a bit funny with a pin on her pajamas, but we all agreed it was going to be a cozy pajama day. Breakfast was so late we decided it was lunch and spent the afternoon watching movies and indulging in cake. Don insisted on making his special Christmas dinner, and though I hesitated at first, seeing my daughter's hopeful faces made me relent. He prepared a meal that included a spinach salad, steamed mussels, king crab legs, and a massive garlic-covered prime rib with Yorkshire pudding. It was delicious, and by the time we finished, we were too full to move. Don, ever the kind host, shooed us out of the kitchen and cleaned up alone. We lounged in the living room talking about the wonderful meal, and I couldn't help but feel like the happiest person in the world. But as I sat there, I also realized how close I'd come to rushing things with Don. I needed to stick to my plan, take it slow and steady, no matter how tempting it was to let things progress faster. Meanwhile, Don was in the kitchen, cleaning and thinking about what had just happened. "Maria kissed me," he kept repeating in his mind, trying to understand what it meant. He knew Maria liked him, but he wondered if she truly cared. As he finished cleaning, he returned to the living room and saw everyone asleep. He noticed Maria, and a strong desire to hold her close washed over him. But with Megan and Robin around, he couldn't risk their friendship with Maria. Instead, he sat in a nearby chair watching her sleep peacefully. After a while, Kathy woke up and after a quick glance around the room, gently shook Freddie and Vanessa awake. They quietly left, smiling at Don as they passed, leaving Maria undisturbed. As they left, they whispered among themselves. "Why did you open the door?" Vanessa asked Freddie. "I wasn't trying to open it. I was closing it when you all bumped into me," Freddie replied. Kathy asked, "Did you see anything interesting?" "Oh, yes," Freddie said with a grin. "They were really getting into it, sharing kisses and being very close." Vanessa sighed. "Do you really think we need to go through with this plan to change Don and let him date other girls?" Kathy nodded sadly. "I think we do. Maria sees herself as irresistible, but Don sees himself as a bit of a loser. He's probably already trying to come up with excuses for why Maria kissed him, anything but accepting that she might actually care about him. It's so obvious how Don feels about Maria, but she just doesn't see it, and it's almost painful to watch. Helping Don gain some confidence isn't a bad idea if it stops him from seeing himself as a loser. Honestly, if Maria just made a bold move, this could all be over sooner. But the most important thing is that Don understands Maria's past. If Maria messes this up, I'm stepping in, Vanessa declared firmly. "Same here," Freddie agreed. "I can't believe you two," Kathy interjected. "Maria deserves the first chance, even if it takes time. Don's a nice guy, but he's not the kind of excitement I'm looking for." "Are we still going to show him some affection tomorrow?" Freddie asked. "Yes," Kathy confirmed. "Maria wants to talk to the kids tonight after Don heads to bed." We'll watch one more Christmas movie, then pick something romantic to nudge him out of the room. Later, after the kiss with Dawn, my emotions were all over the place. We could barely look at each other. When the second movie started, Don finally went up to his room. After about 20 minutes, I paused the movie and gathered Megan and Robin for a talk. Girls, my friends and I really care about you and your dad. We've learned some things about him that make us want to help, I began. Megan's face filled with worry. Is something wrong with Daddy? No, nothing serious, I reassured her. But your dad's had a different kind of life. He's only ever been with your mom, and that makes him a bit unsure of himself when it comes to dating. Megan and Robin looked confused, so I continued. When I first met your dad, he was like a brave knight. But recently it seems like he's lost some of that confidence. We want to help him get it back, help him feel good about himself, meet new people, maybe even go on dates. Robin looked puzzled. But he talks normally to you, Freddie, Kathy, and Vanessa. What else does he need to learn? Right now your dad is our friend, but being a partner is different, I explained. Megan frowned. Are you saying our dad is silly? Freddie and Kathy laughed, and I quickly added, No, he's wonderful, just a bit unsure of himself. The girls seemed to relax as the laughter spread. We really like him, and we want to help him learn some new things, like dancing. We believe that if we help him become more confident, he'll start to see what a great guy he really is. But Maria, we thought you liked Daddy. We were hoping... Robin trailed off. I pulled them close for a hug. I do like your father, maybe more than you know. But that's our little secret. He needs to feel more confident in himself first. I'm the first woman he's been close to since the divorce, and I want to make sure we're right for each other. We want to help him feel better about himself so he can be the best version of himself. We just want what's best for him. Why are you telling us this? Megan asked. Because we want you to be part of our plan, I said with a smile. We've formed a little group to help your dad. We're going to teach him to dance, how to talk to women, and even get him into a good exercise routine. We just want him to be happy, and we thought you should know. Right. Dress nicely, groom his hair, and even learn to ride a horse. These are things we believe a true gentleman should know. We're not hiding this from Don because we want his support, and we thought it would be great to have your help too. We can't always be around, so he'll need a couple of helpers at home to keep an eye on things. Freddie quickly returned, and Kathy spoke up. How would you both feel about being junior members of the Polishing Don Association? Or you could call it the Polishing Dad Association. We even got cool hats, and joining is free. Kathy placed a cap on her head. It was dark gray with a picture of a knight, half of his armor sparkling and the other half worn and old. Kathy's hat had the letters PDA in fancy script with planning depth and her name. Freddie's hat read Comic Relief, and Vanessa's said Physical Education Depth. Mine, of course, said President. Robin quickly grabbed her hat and put it on, proudly displaying Junior Member. Megan took hers, put it on, and shook her head. This is the silliest thing I've ever seen. I'll join just to make sure you all behave. But I'm the one who will tell Daddy about this club, not you. Adults always make things too complicated, she said, grabbing the TV remote, pressing play, and settling back in her chair. When the movie ended, Megan and Robin went upstairs to sleep, and the rest of us followed suit, cutting our movie night short. The next morning, we gathered at the kitchen table while Dawn made French toast. Megan, sipping her coffee, turned to Robin. You tell him I'm too tired. Robin smiled. Sure, Daddy, she called out. Yes, sweetheart, Dawn responded, flipping the French toast. Maria, Vanessa, Kathy, and Freddie all think you're silly. That's true, my dear, but I'm a nice silly, Dawn replied without missing a beat. Well, we started a club to help you be cooler so you can meet lots of nice people. Is that okay? Robin continued. That sounds good. I could use some help with that. Do we need to pay for anything? Dawn asked. Robin glanced at me and I quickly shook my head. No, Daddy, UN dorking is free, she said, causing the rest of us to stifle our laughter. What's the name of this group? Dawn inquired. The Perfecting Dad Club, Robin answered. Megan, still sipping her coffee, barely looked up. That's a nice name. Do we get t-shirts? Dawn asked. No, just ball caps, Megan replied nonchalantly. Well, I guess that's better than nothing. Dawn shrugged. With that, we were officially starting our new adventure. As I watched, I began to think that maybe I needed a little change, too. Just as I thought I was healing, the simple act of starting this club stirred emotions I wasn't ready to face. Later, as Don made breakfast, he softly sang to himself, "I'm a dork, I'm a dork, dork, dork," to the tune of The Lone Ranger. When Robin mentioned our plan to help him, I saw a mix of emotions on his face, some hurt, some acceptance. It reminded him of past pain, but he knew we were doing this because we cared. Despite the effort it would take, he seemed to appreciate our intentions. On the bright side, he thought, I get to learn from 4 former models. That sounds just fine to me. As he finished cooking and joined us at the table, he casually asked, "So when do we start these lessons and what will they be like?" Timing it perfectly, he caught us all mid-bite or sip. Food and coffee went flying, and Dawn happily high-fived Robin. Megan, still sipping her coffee, didn't spill a drop. Kathy, recovering from her surprise, said, "We were thinking of going skiing today, and later Maria will teach us some dance moves." "Sounds great," I replied, eager for the day's lessons. Skiing was enjoyable, though only my daughters and Freddie stuck close to me. The others seemed a bit too shy to speak up. That night, I found out that I didn't get a baseball cap since I was the one being teased. What a ripoff. But maybe it was for the best. It probably would have said official dork on it, and I definitely didn't need that. After the skiing lessons, Kathy took over. "Dawn, we all think you're a wonderful person, but your confidence has taken a hit since the divorce. We're here to help you regain that confidence and make you more appealing. With a few new skills and some small changes in your appearance, you'll really shine. Once we've made those changes, you'll attract a lot of attention. Then we'll take you out on practice dates to help you get comfortable. When we feel you're ready, we'll set you up with someone special for a real date. Just trust us to handle it." It felt a lot like the plot of Pygmalion *, and what stung the most was the thought that they were trying to set me up with someone else. I was really hoping the kiss with Maria meant something more, that maybe she had feelings for me too. But Maria was a wealthy, stunning former model, and I felt like just a foolish guy who couldn't stand up for himself. My sisters had turned against me. My friends thought I liked being humiliated. My co-workers didn't respect me enough to tell me my wife was unfaithful. They just got involved with her themselves. Even the court made sure I found out about my wife's betrayal in the worst way possible. For a while, even my own daughters thought I was a joke. Cuckolded dork seemed like a fitting label for me. If I showed my feelings of disappointment and sadness, they'd probably just say nice things to make me feel better, maybe even offer me a kind gesture. Freddie and Kathy often talk about their interest in romance. They might even feel like they could help me out, even if they wouldn't really want to. And as for Maria, I just couldn't believe she would ever like me back. But I couldn't help it. I was really in love with her. I felt like a fool. I knew I needed to move on from feelings I never should have had, but I had no idea how to do that. A line from an old song popped into my head. "Unchain my heart because you don't care about me." Feeling sad with that tune playing over and over, I told everyone I was tired and planned to go to bed early. But first, I wanted a nice hot shower. Only weak people cry into their pillows, but when you're in the shower, no one can see. I finally fell asleep around 4 in the morning after spending most of the night in the bathroom. Having daughters means there's one place a guy can be alone for sure. Ouch. I was hurting, but it was my own fault. I had let my imagination run wild with silly dreams that felt too real. This morning felt terrible. I woke up around 6:30. All I wanted to do was stay in my room or go back to my apartment just to be alone, but I couldn't do that. First, I had my daughters to think about. Second, my friends didn't deserve me shutting them out. They cared about me, but none of them really loved me. I shouldn't have been foolish enough to think otherwise. I kept staring at my face in the mirror. My eyes looked awful, and there was no way to cover that up. I needed to get moving and push myself to feel better. I glanced at the clock again, but it was still too early. Instead of staying in my room until I had to go out, maybe I should quietly go to Maria's gym and get a good workout. So that's what I decided to do. Usually, I like to exercise for 2 hours. Sometimes my schedule only lets me fit in an hour. But today, I managed to work out for 3.5 hours. I lifted weights, did some crunches, and spent a long time on the treadmill. It felt great. Eventually, Vanessa found me. I think everyone else had been searching the whole house for me, but she was the only one who thought to check the gym in the basement. "Don, we've been looking all over for you," she said. "How long have you been down here?" I slowed the treadmill and lowered the incline so I could talk. "Oh, hi, Vanessa. I woke up a bit early. I've been missing my workouts, so I thought I'd come to the gym. I wasn't trying to hide or anything, but really, I was. Well, we have breakfast ready. Come upstairs soon, okay? Vanessa, you run a gym, you understand? I need to cool down on the treadmill and then take a shower. It will take at least 20 to 30 minutes, even if I hurry." She smiled. "All right, do your best. I'll let everyone know where you are and we'll keep breakfast warm for you." A few minutes later, my kids came down to see how I was doing. They looked happy to find me, and I felt bad for making them anxious. They waited until I finished cooling down, then hurried me upstairs for a quick shower. When I reached the kitchen, I saw everyone eating slowly so I wouldn't have to eat alone. They were very kind, and even though it hurt sometimes, they were truly nice people. After they helped me freshen up, I knew I had to get serious about dating. I needed to stop clinging to the past and my little daydreams. It was time to focus and really try my best. I didn't want to grow old alone. That day, we went skiing again. Vanessa and Freddie stayed nearby, but Kathy and Maria were a bit further away. Later that evening, we had more dance lessons. Vanessa told me that I would start physical training in the morning. By 7 o'clock, Vanessa and I were busy in the gym. She began by teaching me some new exercises for my stomach and chest. They were tough, but not too bad. "Don, you're one of the strongest people I know," Vanessa began. "But to get you in peak shape, we need to put you on a special eating plan." "A special eating plan?" I asked, feeling a bit shocked. "Yes, Don. I know it's tough because you're not out of shape at all, but if we want you looking fit soon, we need to make some changes. First, we'll cut your bread, pasta, and sweets in half, and I want you to pay attention to your fat intake." "For how long?" I asked, already dreading the answer. Vanessa hesitated before saying, "Let's just say for quite a while. But don't worry, we won't start until January 1st, so you can enjoy the holidays." I was relieved. At least I could indulge in my favorite New Year's Eve feast, a spread of rich appetizers that I love to prepare. It's a tradition where I make small amounts of different dishes, keeping them hot and fresh until the party ends around 1 a.m. On New Year's Eve, I drove out early to pick up fresh seafood and returned to Maria's by the afternoon. I shooed everyone out of the kitchen, eager to surprise them with the treats I was preparing. First, I set up Maria's Christmas train to deliver the appetizers around the house. The train was a hit. It carried plates of food from the kitchen to the movie room and then to the big room before returning to its charging station. I got busy in the kitchen, turning it into a glorious mess as I fried up coconut chicken wings, coconut shrimp, pizzas, Italian sausage, kielbasa, and stuffed mushrooms. I had 6 ovens going at once, and I was loving every minute of it. Maria popped into the kitchen and asked, "How much food are you making?" "You haven't seen anything yet, I'm just getting started," I replied with a grin. "Can I invite a few friends over? We have so much food we won't be able to finish it all." "Of course. It's your home, and I don't mind at all." Soon, Carl and his wife, Lucille, arrived. Lucille was still using her cane after an accident, but she greeted me warmly before joining the others in the movie room. Carl, meanwhile, brought along some delicious homemade amber lager, and before I knew it, we were best friends. He became my helper in the kitchen, handling the trays and cleaning dishes, while also keeping my beer topped off. As we cooked, we chatted about tools, fishing, family, poker, sports, and hunting, a passion I never got to explore because my father passed away when I was too young. The evening was filled with music from the swing era. Carl found a CD with classics like Chattanooga Choo Choo, In the Mood, and Boogie Woogie Bugle Boy. We even sang along, though neither of us knew all the words. The seafood feast was the highlight of the night, with Dungeness crab, mussels, clams, oysters, and shrimp making their way to the guests. As more people arrived, including Nancy and other friends from the lodge, the party grew livelier. Despite getting a bit tipsy, Carl and I were having a great time, making sure everyone was well-fed and happy. I think our singing might have driven most people away, but occasionally someone would stay and watch us, either in surprise or shock at the noise we were making. Carl left earlier to fetch some rich, dark beer and more CDs. and Maria's beautiful kitchen quickly turned into a mess. I may have spilled a few things, but at least I didn't spill my beer. At 11:45, we sent a big tray of champagne to the movie room. At midnight, my kids gave me sweet kisses, and then they kissed Maria. To my surprise, Maria gave me a quick kiss on the lips, too. It's really nice to get kisses from friends. Carl and I began our final cooking project, and once we finished, we sat down with his last six-pack and played gin at the kitchen table. By the time we finished the drinks, I was pretty tipsy, and I think I owed Carl a huge sum because we were playing for $100 per point. Did you know homemade beer has more alcohol than store-bought? Daddy, you should go to bed, Megan said, looking worried. But the kitchen is messy. I need to clean it up, I replied. Don, don't worry about the kitchen. My cleaning team comes tomorrow. They'll take care of it, Maria reassured me, her concern mirrored by Vanessa's nodding. Carl had already left, though I couldn't recall when. It had been a while since I felt this tipsy. Okay, sounds good, I said, wobbling up the stairs. Megan, Robin, Maria, and Vanessa stood ready to help me if I stumbled, but I surprised them. I didn't trip until I reached the hallway upstairs. As Megan chatted with Maria, I began to sing, "I'm feeling so dry and I'll be so uncomfortable if I can't find the bathroom key." It wasn't the right tune, so I switched, trying to sing Free My Heart. My singing was more like mumbling, but I didn't care. Vanessa seemed worried, though. Maybe she's a music critic. The next morning, I woke up with a terrible headache. Megan was looking down at me, worried. In one hand, she held a mug of coffee, and in the other, a glass full of ice cubes. She helped me sit up, and I groaned the whole time. "Here, Dad, drink this," she said, handing me the coffee. Then she went to the bathroom and returned with a towel filled with ice cubes, placing it on my head. What a sweet kid. It felt great on my aching head. Vanessa and Freddie rushed in, with Maria following slowly behind. I apologized for my silly behavior, and they kindly told me it was okay, even praising all the delicious food I'd cooked. I only make such a big meal once a year. No one could eat like that more often. Instead of teasing me about my headache, Vanessa and Freddie acted like I had a good reason to drink too much. Maria didn't say much, just gave me strange looks, which made me hope I hadn't ruined our friendship. A few hours later, Megan came back to check on me. I was feeling better, but still wanted to rest. Before she left, I asked her to put on a movie. She picked up my case of DVDs and CDs, flipping through them. "Daddy, do you want me to put on Houseboat *?" "No, sweetheart, I'm tired of that one. How about an Abbott and Costello movie instead?" She gave me a strange look, but did as I asked, kissed me, and left the room. I spent the day resting and feeling better. That night, my friends and I watched movies, skipping dance lessons. The next morning, I woke up early to hit the gym. Vanessa joined me about an hour later. I was proud that I could lift 360 pounds, but Vanessa seemed eager to push me even further. I felt a bit nervous about having her as my trainer for the next 4 days. I worked out in the morning, skied all day, cooked dinner, and took dance lessons. It kept me busy, though the low-carb diet Vanessa put me on was tough. My daughters made sure I stuck to it, which wasn't easy. Maria came back with us on Sunday, and she and my friends played Yahtzee most of the way home. Don took the public display of affection better than I expected. He seemed a little off for a few days, but wasn't angry. I can't believe all the food he made for New Year's Eve. He and Carl had a little too much to drink, but I think guys need that sometimes. Don was very nice for the rest of our time in the mountains. To keep him guessing, I stayed calm around him, hoping that next time he won't act silly. I think I'm getting pretty good at this. On Wednesday, I went to his apartment as usual. I arrived a bit early and let myself in. The girls were thrilled to see me, and we had a long talk about their mom. I felt genuinely happy about the progress they were making with her, but I couldn't shake a bit of envy. They were right, though. Improving their relationship with their mother was good for everyone. I realized I needed to adjust my expectations. They were still my girls, but they were also Barbara's, and I could never replace her as their mother. I had to accept that sharing them was the best choice for all of us. When I went to check out Don's new chair, it still hadn't arrived. I made a mental note to call the company and speed things up. Since I was early, the girls took me downstairs to meet Ken, the jewelry designer. He was working in Don's workshop on some new pieces. It quickly became clear that Don was right. Ken was struggling to find work. It seemed unfair that such a talented young man was having a hard time. He mentioned how much Don's support had helped him, including a free month's rent and a $5,000 check after we were all so pleased with our gifts. I thought about how I might help him too and exchanged phone numbers with him. I usually don't wear bracelets, but I loved the ones Ken made for Freddie and Vanessa. So I asked him to create a matching bracelet for me. It was a good deal, and he really needed the work. After chatting with Ken, the girls and I went back upstairs to wait for Don. When he arrived, he looked exhausted, clearly having had a tough day at work. On the way to the counselor, I shared my idea about helping Ken. Don liked it and said I always tried to help my friends, fully supporting my plan. Later, I gathered my friends, Freddie, Vanessa, and Kathy, in a hidden room that looked suspiciously like Freddie's studio, with art supplies scattered everywhere. We called ourselves the Secret Security Directorate, a group so secret even the president of the PDA didn't know about it. Our leader, Sister D-Day, shared some troubling news. Don had been listening to the same song repeatedly and had even gotten rid of his *Houseboat* DVD. Things were getting serious. Sister Flounder, our red-haired member, suggested we focus on cheering up Don and keeping other women away from him so Maria could sort out her feelings. Sister D-Day stood up and reminded us that our mission was to protect Don and Maria's potential relationship. If Don ended up with someone else, we might never enjoy the things we love about this group again. The meeting ended with Sister Flounder refusing to do our silly handshake, threatening to tell Megan and Robin if we kept it up. It was another weekend at Maria's house. Freddie and Kathy urgently called me, asking for pie. Being good friends, I brought 2. Even though I'd shared the recipe with them before and couldn't understand why they didn't make it themselves. The weekend followed our usual routine: dinner and movies on Friday night, morning workouts, skiing, dinner, dancing, and more movies on Saturday. On Sunday, we started with exercise and breakfast. Suddenly, Vanessa approached me with an idea. "Don, you work near my gym. If you're free on Tuesdays and Thursdays, you could come by after work to exercise. You'd see better results this way. I know you're working out at home, but at the gym, I can help adjust your exercises to make them more effective." I hesitated. "That sounds nice, but isn't your gym for women only? Won't it cause trouble with your clients?" Vanessa shook her head. "No, sometimes I have men there. If a client doesn't like it, they might leave, but that has never happened to me. Even though it's a women's club, they usually don't mind if a man shows up now and then." "All right then," I agreed. "I'll meet you on Tuesday after work. 7 p.m. sound good? That works for me, Don. See you then." On Tuesday after dinner, I followed Vanessa's directions to her day spa and gym. I was pleasantly surprised when I arrived. It was much larger than I had expected. Inside, I noticed a display of Ken's jewelry creations, with pictures of Vanessa, Freddie, Kathy, and Maria showcasing his designs. There were brochures, business cards, and his website listed, one I had helped create. I also updated Vanessa's business website and made one for Freddie's studio. I knew Freddie had a similar setup for Ken at her studio, which had been even more successful. Vanessa greeted me at the front desk. "Hi, Don. Did you find the place okay?" "Yes, everything was fine. I'm really impressed. Your club is much larger than I thought. That's because we have a big swimming pool, which attracts many of our clients. It was costly at first, but now it's one of our biggest draws. I felt a bit silly. I thought your business was much smaller. To make it up to your clients, I thought I'd bake some cookies." Sounds silly, right? Vanessa's face lit up, as did her receptionists and a few nearby customers. "I wouldn't say that, Don. It's actually a great idea. And I think I smell cookies. How many did you bring?" 3 dozen chocolate chip and 3 dozen white chocolate macadamia nut cookies. I placed the box on the counter, and everyone leaned in with excitement. The receptionist asked if she could have one. They're Vanessa's, so it's her call. Vanessa nodded, and soon everyone was enjoying a cookie. "Don, I think you're about to become very popular here," Vanessa said with a smile. I used Vanessa's office to change, and then she led me through a tough workout. Throughout the evening, many of the ladies came by to thank me for the cookies. I realized I could use this as a way to meet new people. My silly daydreams had ended when I learned Maria and her friends didn't see me in a special way, so I decided to make the most of it. Maybe I could meet someone new through my baking. The workout was intense, and Vanessa kept pushing me to lift heavier weights. I spent an hour and a half on the treadmill. It's easier on my knees and feet, and it's nice to exercise in a comfortable building. Afterward, I decided to head home in my comfy sweats rather than shower at the gym. Later, Vanessa checked in with Freddie. "Sister D-Day, this is Sister Bluto. Don just left the gym and he brought cookies. I told a few clients about him and they welcomed him warmly. But you know Don, always the nice guy. Did you save any cookies for me?" I wanted to, but the box was empty when I got back. Nothing left, not even a crumb. Wow, no cookies for me. And it sounds like your clients are getting a little too fond of Don. Keep an eye on him. He's a handsome guy who can cook, and that's dangerous in a gym full of food lovers. If you notice anyone getting too interested, let me know. We might need to rethink our plan to help Don feel confident at the gym. It could have been worse. Imagine if he had brought a cake or pie. He might have left with 30 phone numbers, some even written on clothing. I can picture one of my clients who loves chocolate. She's wealthy, strong, and works out constantly to counter her sweet tooth. I wouldn't be surprised if she whisked Don away to Vegas on her father's private jet after just one taste of his pie. I've already talked to her trainer to make sure she uses the pool whenever Don's around. Yes, we might have made a mistake suggesting Don work out at your gym, but we didn't expect him to bring food. It almost seems like he's trying to meet women, but that would be a big change for him. We can't go back now. It would hurt his feelings. Just do your best, Vanessa. If you need help, let me know. Thanks, Freddie. I might need you and Kathy to adjust your workout times to help me keep an eye on Don. I'll let you know. This is Sister Bluto, signing off. Goodbye, Sister Bluto. And remember, next time Don brings food, save some for me and Sister Flounder. She loves food as much as she loves thinking. If she finds out you didn't save any cookies, she'll be upset for a long time. The next few months settled into a routine. Mondays were for therapy, Tuesdays and Thursdays for workouts at Vanessa's gym, and Wednesdays were reserved for other activities. It was a busy but fulfilling schedule. Maria came over and we took my daughters to their therapy session. From Friday to Sunday, we stayed at Maria's house, dancing, exercising, skiing, and enjoying delicious food. Sometimes on Wednesday nights, instead of our usual movie or game night, Maria would teach us to dance, though moving the furniture around was always a hassle. At the end of January, I had a private meeting with Ken to place a last-minute order. His business was booming, but he promised to complete my request on time. One Wednesday, Maria spent the entire afternoon at my apartment, tired of waiting for my Christmas gift to arrive, and decided to take care of the delivery herself. It was a wonderful surprise to find her there when I got home. Things didn't go as planned when some issues at work messed up our February 21st travel plans. I couldn't go with my kids to our mountain home, and to make matters worse, Vanessa, Freddie, and Kathy teased me relentlessly during the whole ride. The weekend took a turn for the worse when Don hurt his knee and couldn't ski. I wanted to stay and care for him, but everyone insisted we go skiing without him. When Megan and Robin looked at me with their big, pleading eyes, I couldn't say no. Though skiing helped ease my disappointment, I couldn't shake the feeling of guilt for leaving Don behind. When we returned, the house was filled with the aroma of a delicious meal, and Lucille greeted us at the kitchen door. Don was resting on the couch, his foot propped up. I hurried upstairs to freshen up for dinner, which Megan and Robin suggested we have in the dining room, a room we rarely used but felt special for the occasion. As I entered the dining room, Megan and Robin flanked me, opening the doors to reveal a surprise. "Happy birthday, Maria!" Everyone cheered. There were balloons, a big banner with my name, and friends from the lodge, even Richard, my ex-husband, clapping along with everyone else. Megan and Robin hugged me tightly, wishing me a happy birthday, while I noticed Don looking a bit down despite the celebration. The table was overflowing with food. Prime ribs, Yorkshire pudding, Dungeness crab, sautéed spinach, asparagus rolls, pasta, Italian sausage, shrimp scampi, and mashed potatoes. It was a feast, and the sideboard held a massive cake decorated with candles. It was the best birthday I'd had since my parents passed away, surrounded by family and friends. I was so overwhelmed with happiness that I couldn't stop crying. Megan and Robin sat beside me, encouraging me to eat, while Don seemed lost in thought, barely touching his food. After dinner, they brought out the cake with 35 candles, and we all blew them out together. I felt so loved, especially when I opened the small, heavy box from Don, Megan, and Robin. Inside was a beautiful platinum and diamond brooch, perfectly matching my other jewelry. The inscription on the back read, "To Maria, thank you for being a part of our lives with all our love, Megan, Robin, and Don." The gift was so touching that I almost lost control, but my friends gathered around, sharing in my joy. We spent the night dancing, playing games, and later cozying up in our pajamas to watch movies. Nancy and Lucille were having a blast, and we finally cut the cake, enjoying it with ice cream. Meanwhile, the men stayed in the kitchen playing cards until the early morning hours. It was a night filled with love, laughter, and the warmth of true friendship. Soon after, we all fell asleep in the movie room, sprawled across couches, chairs, and recliners. Robin and Freddie captured many moments on camera, and I knew I'd want copies to remember this wonderful night. I finally met Maria's ex-husband, Richard, and he seemed like a decent guy. The first thing he did was apologize for invading my privacy, explaining that Maria was like a sister to him, and he felt obligated to protect her. I accepted his apology and understood his concern. As I cooked, enjoying Carl's beer, I got to know Richard better. Richard shared that years ago, when Maria was still a model, he worked at the financial firm that managed her money. He was a junior employee back then, mostly passing messages between clients and the higher-ups. When new management took over, Richard disagreed with some of their risky decisions. Concerned for his clients, he quietly advised them on how to protect their assets. Eventually, the company ran into trouble, and Richard was scapegoated and fired, damaging his reputation. Maria and other clients who followed Richard's advice avoided the financial fallout. When Maria learned he had been fired, she withdrew her money, found him, and asked him to manage her finances. She also encouraged other clients to join her, helping Richard start his own company. Over time, they grew close but realized their relationship was more like that of siblings than spouses, leading to a mutual and amicable divorce. Richard told me to take good care of Maria, as she was his only family, and he felt responsible for her well-being. I assured him I had no intentions of hurting or marrying Maria. We spent the rest of the evening discussing investments and finances. Richard impressed me with his knowledge, and I shared some of my own strategies. By the end of the night, it felt like he was simply trying to help me relax and take my mind off things. He and Carl even beat David and me at cards, but David and I got our revenge by taking the last of Carl's beer. On Wednesday, Maria stopped by as usual, but we had forgotten to tell her we canceled the therapy session that night. My daughters and I had planned to celebrate Maria's birthday a day early. When she arrived, she was greeted with a big banner, balloons, and a cake. I had made a white cake with raspberry and lemon filling, thinking everyone might be tired of chocolate. Maria was touched and became a little emotional, asking Megan and Robin to sit beside her for dinner. I made a Korean pork dish that they all loved. After dinner, we lit the candles, and then it was time for gifts. Maria was thrilled when we surprised her with 4 Nerf guns, 2 big ones, and 2 small ones with holsters. Megan, Robin, and I then pulled out our own Nerf guns, hidden behind the couch, ready for battle. Megan wielded a big gun with a belt, while Robin, with a mischievous smile, pumped her gun and asked, "Do you feel lucky, punk?" The battle was on. We switched teams, ran around the apartment, and even took the game down to the basement. At one point, Don and I teamed up to protect the kitchen, but my girls outsmarted us, ambushing us with hidden toys and stealing the snack we had just prepared. We laughed as they loudly ate the food, and Don and I planned our next move, setting up an ambush in the hallway leading to the bathrooms and bedrooms. The fun and laughter made it a birthday celebration to remember. Finally, on the evening of February 25th, we called a truce, ending the epic Nerf battle in Don's apartment. It had been a long, intense fight, and I hoped we wouldn't have another until we could do it at my mountain home, with better toys that could hold more darts. That night, we settled down to watch movies, using only small Nerf guns for defense, as the new rules dictated. The next morning, on my actual birthday, everyone sang happy birthday to me at breakfast. I was showered with hugs and kisses from my little ones, and even got a sweet kiss on the cheek from Dawn. I secretly wished for a kiss on the lips, but it was still a wonderful birthday week. The big change in my life began during dinner at Maria's on Saturday night. I remember skiing that day, noticing Maria having intense conversations with her friends, which my daughter found quite amusing. At dinner, Vanessa brought up an unexpected topic. "Dawn, you've been doing really well in your dance lessons, so we think it's time for your first practice date," she announced. "Does that mean I'm not a dork anymore?" I joked. Freddie grinned. "You're still a bit of a dork, but we love you anyway." Vanessa then suggested a nice dinner and dance at a ballroom club instead of our usual gym session on Thursday night. I hesitated, preferring to cook for her instead of spending money on restaurant food. Vanessa's eyes lit up when I offered to cook, but before she could agree, Kathy jumped in with a serious tone. "Wait a minute. We agreed Vanessa could go first, but no one knew Dawn would be cooking. We need to talk about this." Sensing tension, I quickly reassured them. "I'm happy to cook for all my practice dates. Just let me know what you want and I'll make it. Please don't worry about anything else." This seemed to ease the tension, though Maria still looked a bit sad. On Thursday, Vanessa arrived at 6:30. I had prepared prime rib, Yorkshire pudding, and a pie. I considered making the evening playful since it was just practice, but Vanessa had insisted earlier that I take it seriously. We greeted each other with friendly kisses, and I gave her a quick tour of the apartment. She looked surprised when she saw the guest bedroom. "Vanessa, you look wonderful tonight," I complimented her, noting her bright red dress. She proudly showed off the jewelry I had given her, thanking me again for the thoughtful gift. "I can't take all the credit, Vanessa. Ken did the hard work. I'm just glad you, Maria, Freddie, and Kathy liked them. You've done so much for me and my family, and I want to find a way to thank you." "Making dinner and covering the club bill is thanks enough, Dawn," she said, then added with a serious tone, "I can take the leftover pie home, right?" I quickly assured her she could. After all, I had made too many pies for myself in the past and had grown tired of them. As we ate, any awkwardness faded, and Vanessa's true nature shone through, especially when she devoured 3 big slices of pie after a hearty meal. Our conversation flowed effortlessly, covering our mutual love for fitness and adventurous activities like hiking, biking, and even skydiving. Vanessa seemed excited about the idea of a dive vacation, which almost made me wonder if she might like me as more than a friend. But I brushed off the thought, reminding myself she probably just wanted a dive buddy. After dinner, just as we were about to leave for the dance club, Vanessa suddenly looked concerned. I had a hunch about what was bothering her. "Dawn, can I use your bathroom for a minute?" she asked, clearly uncomfortable. "Vanessa, please take your time. No need to hurry after such a big meal," I reassured her, trying to ease her worry. I wanted her to feel good tonight, even if it meant waiting a bit. "Take your time," I said, glancing at my computer. She thanked me with a relieved smile and hurried to the bathroom. While she was in there for longer than expected, I pretended to be busy, though I didn't really need to check anything. Maybe I should have given her a magazine. When she finally came out, I acted engrossed in my computer to avoid making her feel awkward. Vanessa, shy but excited, led me to her sleek white Mustang GT 500. I usually prefer practicality, but her car made me reconsider. As we drove to the club, I confessed I'd rather be chauffeured than drive myself. Vanessa teased me about making a funny noise in her car, a nod to our shared moments of laughter during workouts. At the club, we danced and enjoyed ourselves so much that we stayed until midnight. Vanessa's red dress and dancing skills drew attention, even from the owner, Ava, who treated us to free drinks and VIP perks for being such lively guests. Vanessa was thrilled, saying we danced like Fred Astaire and Ginger Rogers. Though I doubted I was a dancing star, I was proud I hadn't embarrassed myself. Vanessa dropped me off, and as I lay in bed, I felt regretful. I should have asked Don out first for a fun night like this, but my past fears held me back. He had his own issues, but I was too embarrassed for him to discover mine. Vanessa, Kathy, and Freddie were perfect for boosting Don's self-esteem. It should have been me out with Don, and I couldn't help but cry into my pillow, feeling the unfairness of it all. When Vanessa got back to her apartment, she was torn. The night had been nearly perfect, despite her overindulgence. Don had been thoughtful, and she danced around her apartment, imagining she was still in his arms. But then, doubts hit her. Many women at the club were eyeing Dawn, and Eva, the club owner, seemed especially interested. Vanessa had held on to Dawn's VIP card, deciding it was best to avoid temptation. She realized she had hinted at a diving vacation with Dawn, picturing romantic moments together, but she knew Maria deserved the first chance with him. Vanessa wanted to reciprocate Dawn's generous Christmas gifts, and she convinced herself a diving trip was just a friendly gesture. She logged onto travel sites, determined to make plans. That night, Freddie ended up driving instead of Vanessa. I was uneasy about it, but Freddie was a good driver. Vanessa's gaze at Dawn seemed overly affectionate, and I couldn't shake my worries. "Dawn, how was your date with Vanessa?" I asked. He replied it went well, but his vague answers left me frustrated. My daughters, Megan and Robin, pressured Dawn for details, but he only described a dull evening, dinner, a tour of his new car, and dancing at the club. Dawn mentioned the club owner, Eva, gave them VIP cards and said they were lively, almost like Fred Astaire and Ginger Rogers. I couldn't believe that. Dawn was no dancing star, and it wasn't as exciting as he made it sound. I exchanged glances with Megan, who seemed to understand, but Robin looked confused. Eva, the club owner, was tough and shrewd. Seeing Dawn and Vanessa shine on the dance floor was surprising, especially since Dawn was a beginner. I felt a pang of jealousy, remembering I had never received such special treatment from the club. Dawn rescued me from my thoughts by pulling out a Yahtzee game, sparing me from having to sing. Vanessa, Kathy, and Freddie were discussing the evening in Maria's SUV. Vanessa, frustrated and emotional, admitted she was developing strong feelings for Dawn and almost booked a trip for them. She felt guilty about wanting to take Dawn away from Maria, who had supported her in the past. Kathy suggested we had been too focused on Dawn and Maria's relationship and needed to consider our own lives. She encouraged us to start dating again and enjoy ourselves, hinting at potential new connections. Freddie agreed but wanted to continue helping Maria and Dawn, particularly enjoying the practice dates and Dawn's cooking. Vanessa concurred but realized she needed to set aside her feelings for Dawn and start dating again. The group acknowledged that setting up Dawn with other women might have been a mistake. They feared that Dawn felt disheartened, thinking that Maria's kiss had given him false hope. The realization hit hard. If they had approached the situation differently, they could have achieved their goals without causing Dawn unnecessary pain. Vanessa, feeling overwhelmed, nearly asked Freddie to stop the car. The group agreed that while their plan was flawed, it was too late to change course. They needed to continue with their current approach while reconsidering how to handle Dawn's feelings and their own dating lives. I couldn't undo what I'd said about arranging real dates without revealing that Maria likes Dawn but isn't ready to tell him. At Maria's house, everything seemed normal, but the women around me acted oddly. Maria seemed either upset or distant, while Vanessa was either sad or oddly considerate. Freddie was busy bouncing between Maria and Vanessa, offering comfort with warm hugs. Kathy appeared frustrated with herself. I felt out of place and considered leaving, but I stayed and tried to enjoy myself. On the slopes and at the lodge, everyone seemed to focus more on mingling. Vanessa acted strangely, starting to talk to a guy before quickly retreating back to our group. At breakfast, Vanessa made omelets, an unusual gesture for her. When hers fell apart, she looked so upset that I gave her a hug to comfort her. Maria, who seemed surprised and distressed, helped clean up, adding to the morning's oddness. During the meal, the usual chatter was missing. Megan, typically sleepy, was unusually alert. I wondered if she was genuinely awake or just pretending, but she assured me the teasing was fine and she liked the attention. Vanessa finally asked me how I liked the omelet, and I reassured her it was good. I then explained I needed to cancel our Thursday workouts due to personal matters. Vanessa looked sad, but I thanked her for all her help and understanding. Freddie jumped in, saying that Thursday nights would now be extra practice nights. She offered to be my practice date, playfully challenging me. I agreed, with Robin adding a request for no mushy stuff on the first date. Megan looked at Maria and said, "If you promise to be home before midnight and wear clean clothes, you can go." "Thanks, Mom." Freddie, excited, asked, "What do you want to do?" "How about the Art Museum's American Art Show? And for dinner, I'd love a lettuce wrap with fried shrimp and squid, and don't forget the pie. I'll be at your place at 5:30, and we'll head out by 7. "Got it," I replied. And I'll have a Korean special with no pork and some sea monkeys. I was furious about Don's date. I fantasized about taking him away to a secluded cabin, but my friends kept me from acting on it. How could I explain this to them? I knew it was my own doing, but struggled to stay calm. I stepped away to cool down when needed. Vanessa's behavior around Don made me uneasy. Her shy, yearning looks followed by guilt when she glanced at me showed she felt something more. I trusted Vanessa like a sister, but felt a talk was coming. If needed, I might use an old axe handle I found in the garage to make my point, though I hoped it wouldn't come to that. Dinner that night was a challenge, especially finding something Freddie, a vegetarian, would enjoy. I decided on Dungeness crab and made blueberry cheesecakes, perfecting my recipe with Richard's help over the past month. Despite his co-workers avoiding me, Richard's feedback was invaluable. The cheesecakes were a hit, even though Don, sticking to his diet, only eyed the leftovers. Dance lessons that evening were tough. Vanessa initially seemed tense, but eventually relaxed with Don. I realized Eva's special card was well-earned. I felt a pang of sadness and a knot in my stomach. I used my modeling training to mask my discomfort and danced with Don to Moon River, hoping for better practice and a new space in his gym for dancing. After class, while Don watched TV, I took Vanessa aside to my office. She looked distressed, but followed quietly when I asked her to join me. Closing the door behind us, I said, "Vanessa, I care about you like family and saw you enjoyed dancing with Don. I'm feeling a bit jealous and want to know what you're feeling." Vanessa began to cry. I quickly hugged her, offering comfort, though my own heart was heavy. I needed to stay strong for myself, for Vanessa, and for Don. We sat down on the couch, and Vanessa, her voice trembling, began, "Maria, I'm so sorry. I never meant for things to get so complicated. I teased about Don because he's a great guy, but I never intended to pursue him, knowing you liked him. It just happened." She continued, "I've spent so much time with Don, working out, dancing, skiing, that I didn't realize how close we'd become until that dinner at his place. That night felt special to me, even though I know it shouldn't have. Don made me feel like a star, something I hadn't felt in a long time." Her tears flowed more freely. "I'm not trying to steal him from you. I've talked to Kathy and Freddie, and we agree I've been too absorbed in my own feelings and not enough in our friendships. I feel terrible for not considering how this has affected you all." Vanessa sobbed. "I've been selfish and I don't deserve your friendship. I'm so sorry for focusing only on myself and not appreciating what you've done for me and others." I tried to comfort her, but my own heart was heavy. "Don't worry, Maria. We understand. You've always been there for us, helping us rebuild our lives. Now it's our turn to support you." Vanessa continued, "We've decided to start dating again and give Don a bit of space from our intense focus. Kathy and Freddie agree and will also help him feel more confident with practice dates. It's important to give him time and be patient, just like he's been with us." I was hesitant, but Vanessa's words calmed me. She embraced me, her strength comforting. "If you're not ready to tell Don about your past yet, we'll support you. We understand your fears, but if you decide to face them, we'll help with Megan and Robin." I was taken aback by Vanessa's support. I expected a confrontation, but she was there for me. We cleaned up and joined the others in the movie room. Kathy and Freddie looked more relaxed when Vanessa and I walked back together. Megan and Robin eyed us curiously, sensing something was up. I headed to the kitchen for cheesecake and found a large slice missing. Don must have sneaked it up to his room. Should I tell Megan and Robin that he's breaking his diet? I wasn't sure. Everyone enjoyed their cheesecake and a slice of cake Don had brought. The next morning, I was up early to make breakfast for Don, hoping to show him my thoughtful side. But when I entered the kitchen, I saw Vanessa cooking, despite her dislike for it. Freddie pulled me aside and explained, "Vanessa's cooking as a way to say goodbye to Don. She knows you love him and wants closure. It's her way of finding peace." I relaxed a bit, understanding Vanessa's intent. Just then, Don came downstairs, greeted us cheerfully, and went into the kitchen. I was relieved he hadn't overheard us. During breakfast, Vanessa accidentally dropped Don's omelet. He quickly helped her, hugged her, and patted her back, showing his supportive nature. It was clear he was just being a good friend, though Vanessa seemed emotional. I decided not to mention Megan and Robin's observation about Don's dislike for omelets. At breakfast, Vanessa updated Dawn on their workout plan, and Freddie shared practice dates. On the drive home, I suggested dance lessons in Dawn's gym. He was unsure about the floor, so I checked it out. It was a basic plywood floor with some rubber mats. I offered to fix it up, saying, "I know how to improve the floor from my dance lessons. I'll come early on Wednesday to make it suitable." Dawn agreed, and we planned the space. He was grateful, but I insisted on handling it myself. Back at the house, Megan mentioned finishing her homework during our movie nights. She suggested a mini movie night with Maria, Kathy, Freddie, and me. Dawn was hesitant but intrigued when Megan noted our shared interest in Alfred Hitchcock movies. Megan suggested starting with *North by Northwest*, and maybe watching a couple more Hitchcock films. Dawn's interest piqued instantly. I had told Megan I wanted to get to know her dad better, and she was eager to help. I saw it as a game. If I played my cards right, I'd make my move in a month or two. Dawn's question about dinner caught me off guard. I felt a bit overwhelmed by his cooking skills. Dawn planned a simple dinner: grilled cheese sandwiches, French fries, and tomato soup. He also promised blueberry cobbler for dessert. Megan and Robin raved about my cheesecake, comparing it favorably to Dawn's offerings. Dawn, however, seemed embarrassed when Megan mentioned he had taken a third slice. Then, in a bizarre twist, I daydreamed about cows mooing and felt disoriented. Dawn's voice jolted me back to reality. He looked concerned and asked if I was okay. Feeling sheepish, I tried to play it cool. The cheesecake had clearly won the vote, but Dawn's playful mood turned serious when he saw me grab a funny doorstop shaped like a stuffed chicken. Robin assured me there was a brick at the bottom, making it a plausible weapon. Dawn, however, darted outside as soon as I raised the chicken. Megan shouted not to hurt him. He was needed for dinner. I chased him briefly but was too tired to continue. Dawn returned to his apartment, acting subdued for the rest of the night. After dinner, Dawn prepared cobbler while my daughters and I changed into pajamas. I wore a nightgown under a silky robe, feeling stylish and comfy. Megan and Robin admired my outfit, and I promised to buy them similar ones. When Dawn finally came out, we set up for the movie. I cleared my throat to get his attention. Robin chimed in, insisting Dawn wear pajamas for our movie tradition. Dawn hesitated but went to change, and I affectionately named the chicken Roscoe. We arranged the seating. I'd sit at one end with Megan, and Robin and Dawn would be at the other end. Robin recalled how Dawn had turned red during a Christmas gathering, adding a humorous note to our movie night. When Dawn returned, he hesitated, confused about where to sit until Robin patted the couch beside her. I kept my arm draped over the back of the couch, inching closer to Dawn's side. Initially, he kept his arm close to his lap, but eventually he placed it on the back of the couch, close to mine. It felt like a small victory. During *North by Northwest*, I maintained my position until Dawn served dessert. When my arm brushed his, he tensed, but I gently pressed against him, making him visibly flustered. Perhaps I overstepped, or maybe he was just tired. As the third movie started, Dawn opted for bed, suggesting we move to my room. Megan was the first to fall asleep, followed by me. Robin might have stayed up, but I wasn't sure. The next morning, I got Megan out of bed, had breakfast, and dropped my friends at school. I'd been doing this regularly and now planned to add Mondays to my routine. Dawn didn't know it yet, but this would soon become a regular event. I called Carl about the dance floor, and he advised me to buy the flooring immediately so it could acclimate to the room. I visited a home supply store, chose a laminate floor costing around $1,000, and had it delivered. Carl's nephews, Mike and Matt, helped unload the flooring into Dawn's basement. By Wednesday morning, Carl and his team arrived to install the floor. They praised Dawn for his meticulous preparation. Carl assured me the job would be straightforward, fitting the flooring into one corner of the room. I stayed upstairs to avoid the mess and brought lunch for the crew. By 4 p.m., the dance floor was complete, neatly installed with sloped boards for safety. I paid the crew generously for their excellent work. Carl even brought out a cooler from his truck as a gesture of thanks. Carl handed me a 6-pack of his homemade beer. "Give this to Don," he said with a grin. "Tell him if he practices dancing, I might let him lead next time." After he left, I rushed home to prepare dinner. I hoped having a meal ready before Dawn returned would give us more time to relax before my girls' therapy session. Feeling tired, I opted for a quick shrimp cocktail and hamburgers, though cooking was wearing me out. I even looked up new recipes, but my enthusiasm was waning. I reminded myself that if my friends were happy, it was worth it, even if it meant a bit of cooking school or a change in my tech job. I took a deep breath and entered the house. The delicious aroma greeted me, and Maria appeared from the kitchen in a pretty apron. "Welcome home, Dawn." I made spinach salad, stuffed pork chops, mashed potatoes, snow peas, and fried mushrooms. I even got a cheesecake for dessert. Strangely, I thought I heard cows mooing, which made me feel a pang of sadness. I wiped away a few tears and assured Maria I was fine. "It's just so nice to come home to a great meal after a long day," I said. Maria looked puzzled but went back to the kitchen. I quickly splashed water on my face, trying to shake off the sadness. When I returned, the table was set. The spinach salad was delicious, with plenty of bacon, and the pork chops were a hit. Maria looked pleased with my compliments, even though Megan and Robin were less enthusiastic but still appreciative. After dinner, Maria drove us to the gym for dance practice. She surprised me by mentioning a past incident where I'd helped clean up after a tree fell on her house. As we entered the gym, I saw a beautiful hardwood floor installed in the northeast corner. A sign read Maria's Dance Studio, lessons by appointment only. Maria explained, "I saw how worn your old floor was and decided to upgrade. Carl advised me on the cost and installation. It wasn't too expensive, and now we have a great space for practice." I was impressed by her thoughtfulness and the quality of the floor, knowing it was likely worth over $3,000. Maria's generosity was evident, and I appreciated her effort. Maria had a lot of money, but she valued good moments more than cash. She wanted a nice dance floor for herself as much as for us, and though she didn't consult me first, it was clear she was improving her own time rather than just helping me. I asked her if we were good now. She hesitated at my wet hand and stepped back, shivering slightly. I went to wash my hand, and when I returned, Maria was holding her chicken again, giving me a sharp look. We danced for an hour and a half before I headed to bed, too tired for another movie. The next morning, Maria was curious about my date with Freddie. That evening, Freddie arrived with a grocery bag, eager to spice up my cooking. She made a special sauce for lettuce wraps, and we cooked shrimp, squid, garlic, and onions together. During dinner, Freddie shared her past. She had dreamed of becoming a painter but was sidetracked by a modeling career and a disastrous marriage that left her with nothing. Her ex-husband took all her money, and a dishonest lawyer failed to help her. Freddie explained that Maria came to her aid when she was struggling, offering a place to stay and helping her find a new path. Freddie had wanted to be a painter, but lacked confidence. Maria supported her as she trained to become a tattoo artist and eventually opened her own shop in Seattle. Freddie's sister also helped by creating special paints for body art. Despite her financial troubles and past disappointments, Freddie found success thanks to Maria's unwavering support. Maria's generosity had a profound impact, and Freddie was deeply grateful. The art supplies Freddie used were strong and durable, though I wasn't sure if they were officially approved. My sister says they're safe, and so far I haven't had any issues. Freddie and I enjoyed dinner, though the hot sauce she made left my eyes stinging. After dessert, Freddie was determined to take the leftover pie home. As I prepared to leave, she suggested we take her car instead of mine. Her van looked old and unreliable, and Vanessa's driving was known to be wild. Freddie then revealed her new BMW station wagon, perfect for transporting art. I hesitated, concerned about Freddie's driving, but she assured me she'd never been in an accident. We drove to the museum, where I braced myself for what Freddie might say. At the museum, we admired American art as Freddie continued her story. Freddie shared that she had returned to painting after moving back to Seattle, finding some success but struggling with a local art critic named Thomas Harris. Harris, who had disrupted a gallery show, caused disappointment as no paintings sold that night. Freddie and her friends received low offers for their work, leading to financial difficulties. Despite the setbacks, Freddie's art was impressive, and I decided to buy some directly from her website to support her fully. I was also working on multilingual versions of Maria's website, collaborating with Sato-san in Japan. Sato's recent email worried me as he mentioned seeing Freddie's paintings in a gallery, with the cheapest one priced at 2 yen. Freddie's paintings in Japan were priced at 5 million yen, about $25,000 USD, 10 times what they sell for locally. This higher price suggests a better reflection of her art's true value. Sato-san verified the authenticity of Freddie's work through the artist's signature and confirmed their identity by comparing them with photos on Freddie's website. If Sato-san reports any more issues, I'll consider hiring private detectives in Tokyo and back home to investigate further. What struck me most about Freddie's story was that Sato-san saw her paintings at the Harris Art Gallery. I decided not to mention this to Freddie yet to avoid upsetting her. Madeline, the gallery owner, had already banned Harris after his disruptive visit. On April 11th, Madeline is hosting another exhibit for us, having carefully invited new guests. Freddie welcomed me to attend, and I accepted with enthusiasm. Later, during a typical weekend at Maria's mountain house, Megan approached me privately. She encouraged me to consider asking Maria out, believing Maria might have feelings for me. Despite Megan's optimism, I remained doubtful, fearing that pursuing Maria could jeopardize our friendship. I thanked Megan for her advice and decided to let the matter rest. On Monday, I asked Maria to help me pick out a new suit. She took me to Brooks Brothers, where I bought 2 suits for about $1,500. Maria's assistance was much appreciated, though she seemed unusually happy and friendly during the fitting. Maria observed that I might be affected by my ex-wife, as I appeared nervous during our interactions. She noted that while my date with Freddie was friendly, my apprehension about her driving was evident. Now, with another date with Vanessa approaching, Maria is concerned about my feelings and our dynamic. Despite her concern, Maria helped me choose suits that fit well, making me feel both grateful and closer to her. Next Saturday is Freddie's big event, and Vanessa and I had our practice date, where I cooked ribeye steaks at the dance club. Eva, who frequently stopped by, was surprised to learn I worked as a maintenance man, which Vanessa found amusing. Eva asked for my phone number, and though I hesitated, I gave it to her. She handed me her contact details and held on a bit too long, leaving me uneasy. Back at the mountain home, I ensured Don stayed out of the kitchen while Lucille, who had recovered, helped out. Carl was also present, sharing his homemade drinks and discussing hunting. Lucille joined us for movies and seemed to be considering a future with Don. With no plans of my own, I decided to call Barbara. "Hi, Barbara. Can you keep Megan and Robin this weekend?" I asked. Barbara was happy to have the girls and mentioned a possible trip, though she was concerned about their disappointment. I explained I was dealing with a sensitive matter and wanted to keep the kids safe. Barbara agreed, and I asked Megan and Robin to keep the situation confidential. On Friday, I took the day off to meet with the Seattle police, who had enlisted the FBI due to links to Japan. The district attorney was also involved, eager for positive media coverage. I wasn't sure if an actual crime had occurred, but felt confident about pursuing a civil lawsuit. The police planned to monitor Mr. Harris's phone calls, and I would wear a hidden microphone. Saturday afternoon, I suited up in my new Navy suit, feeling like a spy. With the police setting up the microphone, I daydreamed about being a suave secret agent, though my reality was closer to a cheeky Bond. My friends arrived to head to Freddie's art show. I asked Sato-san to translate reports from Japanese and local investigators, wanting everything to look official. Maria came over and asked if I was ready to go. Freddie, grinning mischievously, announced, "He's got something up his sleeve." "What's in the case, Don?" Freddie asked. "Let me explain. Mr. Harris is shady and has a troubling history with my ex-wife. I have a plan to deal with him and keep you safe." I didn't care about Harris's past with Barbara. My focus was on protecting Freddie. If I could stir up enough trouble, Harris might target me instead of her. He's threatened Madeline and wants to sabotage the event. To prevent any backlash against Freddie, you all need to act like you don't know me. Enjoy the show. I'll handle the rest. If I'm wrong, I'll cook and bake for you forever. After some convincing, Freddie and the others agreed. We arrived at the gallery separately. I made a point to connect with Madeline, saying I was there to buy art. As the event started, Harris arrived and began critiquing the top pieces, aiming to devalue them. When he trashed Freddie's best painting, a dramatic depiction of a storm-tossed ship, I jumped in. "Madeline, I'll buy this painting for $5,000. Can you put a sold sign on it? Harris glared, clearly frustrated. I continued buying Freddie's paintings, each time watching Harris's anger grow. My goal was to disrupt his plans and show his tactics. At one point, Harris, furious, confronted me. "What do you think you're doing?" "I'm doing what you always do. You belittle these paintings to drive down their prices, then buy them cheap and sell them for tens of thousands in Japan. I have proof of your scheme." I pulled out 2 reports, one from a Japanese investigator and another from a local private detective. "Do you have any other questions?" I asked, challenging him with the evidence. "Don, what's in the case?" Freddie asked. "Let me explain. Harris is shady and has a troubling past with my ex-wife. I've got evidence to back this up, and I want to make sure you're safe. If he targets me instead of you, I'm okay with that." My priority was Freddie's safety. I hoped stirring up trouble would shift Harris's focus onto me. "You should display these reports," I told Madeline. "I've also posted them online and have business cards with the web address." Madeline seemed taken aback. "Why are you helping me?" "I'm Don Hendricks. 4 years ago, Harris ruined my marriage with my ex-wife. I'm here to expose him." As I confronted Harris, the crowd fell silent. Harris turned pale and quickly left. I felt let down. He didn't even put up a fight. Madeline addressed the audience. "Due to these revelations, we won't be selling any artwork tonight. I need to reassess the prices, as it seems they may have been manipulated. I apologize for any inconvenience. The artists deserve fair compensation." She subtly threatened to sell the art in Japan if necessary. The event continued for another 2 hours, and nearly everyone asked for a business card. A woman approached me wanting to buy Freddie's Windjammer painting, but I declined. As the gallery closed, Freddie, visibly angry, tried to reach me but was held back by her friends. I overheard a conversation between a blonde man and his wife. He was upset about missing out on art due to Harris's manipulations and scolded her for not buying sooner. After everyone left, Madeline locked the doors. To my surprise, she embraced me passionately, kissing me deeply. It was the best kiss I'd ever had. Amidst the excitement, I remembered my hidden microphone was still recording. I needed to find a way to turn it off before Monday. Madeline, Ben, and Alice thanked me profusely. Vanessa and Maria watched from the sidelines while Kathy waved enthusiastically. As Freddie finally let go, I excused myself to use the bathroom, the only one available for everyone to share. I grabbed a glass of ice water from the bar and headed to the bathroom. Once inside, I locked the door, removed the listening device, and tucked it into my suit coat pocket. Maria approached me with a concerned look. "Don's such a great guy," she said. "He really stepped in tonight, dealing with Harris, who's been a troublemaker for years. I felt like his damsel in distress, though I drew the line at a kiss. I wouldn't have done that unless you were there to make sure everything stayed right." Maria's jealousy gnawed at her. She envied Freddie's moment with me and worried about her own fitness. "I need to get back into shape," she thought. "I'll start using my home gym more regularly." Over the weekend, Maria had a blast with her daughters in a seaside house. They enjoyed seafood, movies, and late nights. It was the best time she'd had, surpassing her costly European trips. But her mood soured on Monday when Don's sisters, Diane and Michelle, arrived. "Hi, Barbara," Diane said, trying to sound friendly. "We wanted to check on you." "Things are better, thanks," Maria replied, keeping her tone neutral. Michelle then explained, "Since the divorce, our husbands have been suspicious of us. They think that because we helped you, we were unfaithful. We've been scrutinized and forced to sign an unfair agreement. Now they're planning to hire private detectives to investigate us further." Diane added, "We need your help. We regret our mistakes and want to save our marriages." Maria's anger flared. "You pushed me into cheating, undermining my marriage with Don. You made your bad choices seem okay by dragging me into them. You should have guided me better. Did you ever think about how this affects Don?" Maria's frustration was palpable. She felt betrayed by those who should have been her allies, their choices only deepening her regret. "You became my biggest fans, eagerly asking for details while I was unfaithful to Don. I convinced myself it was fine because Don's sisters, who cared for him, might think it was acceptable. I hoped he wouldn't mind if he found out. Now, don't expect me to cover for you, but I won't speak to any investigators either. What steps are you taking to improve your marriages? Besides stopping your infidelity, I've heard nothing. You claim you can't be open with your counselors because your mistakes are as bad as or worse than mine. Let's be clear. You've been unfaithful at least once a year for 7 years before my divorce. Diane, have you checked if your youngest child is really your husband's? A DNA test could clear things up. I've decided to start therapy myself. Have you considered it? It would show your husbands you're trying to fix things. I had a wonderful weekend with my daughters, but your visit spoiled my mood. Please leave. Diane and Michelle left in tears, with Michelle helping Diane out. On Tuesday, Kathy called to say the ski trails were muddy and the season was over. This worked out for her as she only had Fridays and Saturdays free. She was coming over at 6 p.m. and requested my Korean pork dinner and pie, saying my kids and Maria were welcome too. Kathy had already coordinated with Maria, who agreed to watch the kids that night. At Vanessa's club on Tuesday, Maria joined us for the treadmill workout. Though she didn't say much, she looked good. On Wednesday, after our therapy session, Maria fell asleep in the living room. My daughters followed us to her room to watch a movie. It was nice, but Maria's sleepiness was apparent. I've been trying to get back in shape, though I'm far from fit. At Vanessa's club, she warned me I wouldn't keep up with her and Dawn. She was right. I struggled to keep up with their fast pace and heavy weights. I tried the treadmill at a slower pace, but struggled. Dawn's cool down, which he called gravy time, was much easier. Afterward, I fell asleep during a massage. On Wednesday night, I dozed off while the kids watched a movie. They found it amusing and went to get Dawn, who carried me to my room. Megan and Robin joined us, helped cover me with blankets, and settled in for a movie. It was a lovely moment. The next morning, Megan and Robin tried to pull me into the shower. I almost let them, but was worried they might get hurt. On Saturday night, Kathy arrived for her practice date, punctual and dressed smartly. She brought a briefcase and was greeted with a kiss. My kids showed her around, and Maria helped with dinner, promising to keep Roscoe in his cage. After dinner, I quickly showered to avoid smelling like garlic and onions for the night. Kathy had other plans. "Dawn, can we find a quiet place to talk?" she asked, glancing at my daughters and Maria. I suggested my basement workshop, where I'd installed soundproofing. In the workshop, I cleared 2 chairs by the workbenches. Kathy pulled out a stack of psychology books from her briefcase. "I'm almost done with my doctorate. These are about connecting with others." Seeing the books made me uneasy. I interrupted. "I've been down this road before. I bought similar books early in my marriage. Barbara used them to improve her relationships with others, not us. I found them when packing up after the divorce, and it hurt." "I'm sorry, Kathy," I said, "but I can't look at those books again. I need to clear my head." I exited through a different door, sensing a strange sound as I left. 20 minutes later, I returned to my apartment. Kathy and Maria looked concerned. Kathy reassured me, saying not to worry and that she would take me out tonight. They rummaged through my clothes, eventually finding an old black polo shirt that was too snug and gray pants that were too tight. "Dawn, go shower. We'll lay out your clothes," Maria said. After my shower, I found the polo shirt, the gray pants, and tightly fitting underwear laid out. I felt uncomfortable but put on the outfit. My daughters greeted me with whistles, and Kathy, scrutinizing me, declared, "You're the one!" She hurried me out, leaving me little time to say goodbye. Curious about Kathy's conversation with Dawn, I told Megan and Robin I needed something from my car and sneaked into the basement. I listened outside the door and heard Kathy say, "You could read these," before Dawn cut her off, revealing his pain about finding the books Barbara used to improve her relationships with others. "That thoughtless person," Kathy muttered, expressing her anger. When I heard Dawn tell Kathy he was heading outside for a walk, I quietly slipped out the door and dashed around the building to avoid being seen. I returned to the entrance of Dawn's apartment, hoping my earlier excuse for leaving wouldn't raise suspicion. I ducked into the bathroom to collect myself, splashing cold water on my face and fixing my makeup. When I emerged, only Megan and Robin were in the apartment, watching Dawn from the window. Robin, worried, said, "Daddy always takes long walks when he's upset. Is he okay?" I hugged them both, reassuring them. Kathy arrived shortly after, and we helped Dawn pick out an outfit for the evening. I was stunned by how well he looked in fitted clothes, much better than I had anticipated. I felt an unexpected rush of admiration as Kathy led him out. That night, while my friends and I played Monopoly and watched movies, I was distracted by worry over Dawn and his evening plans. Megan, as usual, excelled at Monopoly, making it easy to get lost in the game. Around 1 a.m., I heard the front door open. Dawn came in carrying a very drunk Kathy. She gave a weak wave and rested her head on his shoulder. Dawn carefully settled her in the main bedroom and prepared to care for her. He fetched a bucket, water, and other essentials, revealing his experience with his partying sisters. Kathy leaned over the toilet for the next 2 hours while Dawn occasionally helped and then left during awkward moments. When Kathy finally fell asleep, Dawn and I had some fun with Halloween makeup, turning her into a bride of Frankenstein. I also changed her into spare pajamas and admired Dawn's small pack of men's underwear. In the morning, I found Dawn already in the master bedroom. My girls had stayed with me, so Dawn had used Megan's bed. I walked in, seeing him there, and felt a mix of relief and curiosity about the night's events. Kathy was slumped in bed, looking worn out with her new haircut. Dawn, sitting beside her and handing her water and bread, winked at me, signaling that Kathy was unaware of her new look. "I'll start breakfast," Dawn said, passing me the tray. "How about some sausage gravy and biscuits?" Kathy, groaning, begged him not to mention food. "I'm sorry, Maria. I drank too much last night. I thought I could handle it, but I ended up getting sick. I owe Dawn an apology." I nodded. "You should. It's tough for him to deal with this at a club. Remember, we've talked about this." Kathy sighed, acknowledging her mistakes. I stayed with her until she fell back to sleep and then chatted with Dawn. He confirmed that Kathy had only gotten sick outside his car. He recounted his boring night and the unwanted attention he received at the club, which angered me. Later, when Megan and Robin woke up, we had them show Kathy her new look in the mirror while I waited with Dawn's camera. Despite Kathy's fatigue, she made some sounds of surprise. In the afternoon, I took Dawn shopping for new clothes and bought my daughters some cozy robes and slippers. Dawn complained about the cost, but I gave him a firm look until he agreed to pay. I had a great time shopping and even started dreaming of buying him a Mustang or convertible. My weekend had its ups and downs. Despite the chaos, Maria treated me to lots of new clothes, and I received an apology call from Kathy. She asked for another chance next Saturday, promising no more alcohol. I agreed, looking forward to a fresh start and more outings with attractive women. On Monday, my therapist wanted to discuss my father. She noted how, at just 10, I had cared for him through his illness and recorded his advice about family life. She empathized with the difficulty of my role and warned that my kindness might sometimes make others take advantage of me. She advised observing how others respond to my behavior and possibly discussing this with close friends. That evening, while dancing with Maria to Moon River, I mentioned my therapist's advice and asked if we were close enough to be good friends. Maria hugged me tightly and assured me she saw me as a dear friend. I shared my therapist's insights about my tendency to be exploited and appreciated her willingness to help me understand and address it. Maria acknowledged that my kindness was part of who I was and promised to be as supportive as she could. We spent the rest of the dance lesson holding each other close to our song, taking a break only when Robin invited us upstairs to watch movies. Maria's support made me feel grateful. On Thursday, I sparred with my tenant, Phil. Our sessions had been less frequent lately, but I had to be careful not to overpower him. He was quick and skilled, but when I landed a hit, it often ended the match quickly. Saturday night, Kathy and I had a special date. I cooked a prime rib dinner and a cake as requested. Maria and Kathy picked out my outfit, and the new pants were comfortable. We visited 2 clubs, enjoyed soda water, and had a pleasant time without the usual loud atmosphere. Kathy even taught me some new dance moves. Afterwards, Kathy asked if I would take her to a secret party club with a bad reputation. Despite my reservations about illegal places, I reluctantly agreed after she promised to stay close. The club was in a crowded old warehouse, and I felt uneasy but determined to ensure Kathy's safety. We paid a $40 entrance fee and entered a chaotic club. The music was deafening, and the crowd was wild. Platforms with cages featured women in revealing outfits, some dancing, others sitting or using toys. I whispered to Kathy that the women must be paid well, but she said they were customers who enjoyed showing off. Large men stood at the platforms, which made me feel a bit better about the situation, though I remained uneasy. The club's atmosphere heightened my anxiety for Kathy, who was already making me nervous. After grabbing sodas, Kathy briefly got surrounded by 3 college guys, heightening my discomfort. We danced for a while, and Kathy later mentioned feeling dizzy and went to the restroom. I waited across the narrow hallway, but when Kathy came out looking unsteady, the 3 college guys grabbed her and headed for the back exit, with the bouncer doing nothing. I rushed toward them, but the bouncer tried to block me. Ignoring him, I pushed him aside and ran out the door, finding a dark alley. There, 2 of the guys were putting Kathy into a car while the 3rd was getting in the driver's seat. I quickly blocked the car in with dumpsters, effectively trapping it. I called 911, providing details about the kidnapping and our location. While on the line, I placed my phone near the wall and ran toward the car. As the driver struggled to move, I climbed onto the car's roof and began hitting the windshield with a block of wood. Kathy's faint shouts from inside drove me to keep going. The car jolted violently, banging against the dumpsters, but I stayed on, focused on rescuing Kathy. The scene felt like a chaotic battle against an angry monster, but I was determined to get her out safely. I kept hitting the windshield until I broke through. The 3 guys inside were in a panic. I was relieved they weren't armed, but they were clearly in over their heads. As I thought about why they didn't just get out and find a weapon, I reached through the hole and hit the driver in the face with a piece of concrete. He yelped, and the car stopped. I smashed the driver's side window with surprising ease, reached inside, and pressed the unlock button. I threw the keys away and yanked open the driver's door, damaging it in the process. I then grabbed the keys from the ignition and tossed them aside. The 2 guys in the back were trying to lock the doors to keep me out. I eventually got the back door open, pulled Kathy out, and shoved one guy against the alley wall. The other tried to use Kathy as a shield, but I grabbed him by the throat and banged his head against the car window until he released her. I carried Kathy to safety. Kathy was shaking and crying, and I worried they might have drugged her. I sat down against the alley wall, holding Kathy close while I called 911. I asked for police and an ambulance, and Kathy kept thanking me between sobs. I was also shaking from fear and concerned about the blood on my hands. Police arrived 5 minutes later, their guns drawn. They let Kathy cling to me and asked questions. I mentioned the bouncer's involvement, which caught their attention. When the ambulance arrived, I rode in it with Kathy in my lap, while the paramedics treated my bleeding hands. I called Freddie, who came to the hospital to support Kathy. Vanessa was already there, and she held Kathy close while the nurses attended to her. They also started treating my hands, which needed 37 stitches in the right and 18 in the left. My hands were swollen and bruised from the struggle. While doctors worked on me, my phone rang. Freddie answered it. It was Maria. Freddie handed me the phone, and I managed a tired, confused hello before asking her to take it back. It was nearly 4:30 a.m., and I was worried why they hadn't returned yet. I decided to call Dawn's cell. "Hello, Dawn? Are you there?" "It's Freddie. Dawn and Kathy are okay, but they had a scary situation. Kathy was drugged and nearly kidnapped, but Dawn stopped them. They're at the hospital now. Dawn hurt his hands and needed stitches. We should be home in about an hour," Freddie explained. "Why didn't Dawn call me earlier?" I asked, frustrated. "He didn't want to stress Megan and Robin. He's really tired and on pain medication," Freddie said. "Dawn called me for help with Kathy. Vanessa came and we've been busy. I'm sorry we didn't call sooner." I was hurt that Dawn didn't reach out, but after a deep breath, I understood why. I spent an anxious hour waiting by the window. When Vanessa and Freddie finally arrived, I saw Dawn needed help getting out of the car, which worried me. "Dawn, Kathy, are you okay?" I called out. Kathy replied, "I'm fine, but Dawn's hands are really hurt and he's dizzy." Dawn, clearly exhausted, said, "I'm okay, just need some sleep." We helped Dawn into the house and settled him in bed. I wanted to ask about what happened, but chose to stay calm. I gathered everyone at the dining room table to discuss the night's events. "I think I need to explain now," Kathy said. "After the second club, we were near a hidden club I'd wanted to visit. I convinced Don to take me, even though he was reluctant. We only had soda water, but someone slipped something into my drink. I got dizzy and went to the bathroom. When I came out, 3 men grabbed me. The guard did nothing, and they tried to take me away. Don arrived and trapped the car with dumpsters. As Kathy spoke, I prepared tea and cake, needing a distraction and hoping to calm everyone down. The table buzzed with nervous chatter as Kathy recounted the night, and it became clear how Dawn's quick thinking had saved her. The car jolted as Dawn leaped onto the back, climbed over the top, and smashed the windshield with his fist. Inside, the kids screamed in terror, pleading for mercy. Dawn roared threats, his hands bleeding as he continued to smash the windshield. In the chaos, blood splattered inside the car as Dawn hit the driver. The men inside, terrified, tried to escape, but couldn't because of the tight space. Dawn ripped off the driver's side door and then the back door, grabbing one guy and tossing him aside like trash. He pulled the other man from the car, slamming his head against the window. Once Dawn rescued me, he calmed down, trying to reassure me as he carried me away from the car. I was shaken but aware enough to realize the drugs they gave me might affect me differently since I hadn't been drinking. Dawn called the police, holding me tightly as they arrived. I felt guilty for not letting go sooner, which might have allowed them to help Dawn faster. Freddie, Vanessa, and I were all stunned by Kathy's story. My thoughts raced about Dawn's past and whether I should be scared or impressed. Kathy's admiration for Dawn was clear, and Vanessa's words reassured me that Dawn's tough demeanor was meant to protect us, not intimidate. Despite the frightening image of Dawn's raw strength, it stirred a complex mix of fear and unexpected excitement in me. Freddie, laughing nervously, seemed less affected by Dawn's charm. Kathy's request to sleep in Dawn's bed that night took us by surprise. She pleaded, explaining she felt safer with Dawn close and needed to cool off. Her puppy dog eyes were irresistible. I agreed, partly because I wanted to be close to Dawn, too. Vanessa and Freddie stayed in the girls' room while Kathy and I slept in Dawn's bed. As morning came, Robin woke up alone, confused about where I had gone, and found the apartment eerily quiet. Daddy usually wakes up much earlier, so when I found the kitchen empty with only dirty plates in the sink, I was puzzled. I went to check his bedroom and was shocked to find him asleep in bed with Maria and Kathy. I dashed back to Maria's room and shook Megan awake, insisting she needed to see this. Megan jolted up. "What? Daddy and Maria are in bed together?" she asked, eyes wide. We rushed to see for ourselves. Peeking through the door, Megan and I saw that they were just sleeping peacefully in their pajamas, with no sign of anything unusual. Confused, we decided to get dressed and find out what had happened. In their room, we discovered Vanessa and Freddie still asleep. When we woke them, Freddie urged us to be quiet. They had a rough night and need rest. We'll talk details over breakfast. We agreed, got ready quickly, and headed out with Vanessa and Freddie. At the restaurant, Vanessa filled us in. Kathy was taken and hurt. Don broke the car window with his bare hands and fought off the guys. He even tossed one out of the car and rescued Kathy. Megan was stunned, exclaiming, "Wow, that's insane!" Robin grinned, planning to buy Don superhero pajamas. "He'll look so cute in them!" Megan high-fived her, excited about showing their dad's heroics to their friends at school. Meanwhile, I woke up next to Don, enjoying his warmth and hoping my breath wasn't too bad. As he struggled to sit up because of his injured hands, I pretended to be asleep but quickly offered help. "Don, do you need help?" I asked. He looked embarrassed, trying to act dignified in his boxers. I reassured him, "Don, I've seen you in your boxers before. Just stay put. I'll get your bathrobe." I rolled my eyes at his modesty and helped him sit up, making sure he was comfortable and covered. I grabbed Don's robe and decided to handle things my way. I kept my eyes open just enough to make sure he was steady on his feet, given how dizzy he had felt the night before. Though he looked awkward in his boxers, my focus was on his well-being. I hoped Kathy hadn't noticed. Feeling a bit awkward myself, I decided to head to the bathroom to relieve some tension. My hands ached from a bad dream, and it was tough to sit up. As I struggled, I heard Maria's voice. "Don, can I help you?" Startled, I realized she must have stayed to check on me. I turned onto my side, trying to cover my embarrassment with the blankets. Maria managed to help me without making things worse. I thought I'd be able to handle everything privately, but Kathy soon joined us, clearly in good spirits. She explained that Don had defended her and made her feel safe, even if things hadn't gone perfectly. Her gratitude made sense, and her mood lightened the room. As Kathy wrapped up her story, Megan, Robin, Vanessa, and Freddie arrived. Freddie suggested we head out for breakfast to avoid interrupting us. Megan and Robin were eager to hear Kathy's story again, though they wanted it in a family-friendly version. They were proud of their dad's bravery. Don emerged in sweatpants and a t-shirt, about all he could manage with his swollen hands. I made pancakes and bacon, and Megan and Robin took charge of feeding him with care. Their sweetness was touching. By early afternoon, Vanessa, Freddie, and Kathy had to leave for various commitments. With them gone, Megan and Robin stayed behind to help Don. I was frustrated that my chance to be alone with Don was gone, but I understood their need to be there for him. Megan called Barbara to explain that they wouldn't be home on Monday. She handed the phone to Don, who took it into his bedroom to speak privately. When Barbara called me, I was shocked to hear that Megan and Robin might stay until Thursday to care for Don. I was deeply worried and wanted to help, but Don declined my offer. After the call, I was devastated. Don's refusal to let me help felt like a blow to everything we had shared. This realization pushed me to keep my appointment with a new therapist, a special couple who worked together, and whom I had heard about but knew little. My first session was scheduled for Tuesday night. Gail and Paul Pone were known for achieving results where others failed. As they introduced themselves, I wasted no time and laid out my situation. I've messed up my marriage, my family, and my life through infidelity. I want to reclaim as much as I can. Paul and Gail exchanged a skeptical glance. Paul spoke first. Barbara, we're not miracle workers, but we'll try our best. Our services aren't cheap. We need to know about your marriage, your infidelity, and your family. Tears streamed down my face as I revealed, I've been divorced from Don for almost 3 years. We have 2 daughters. I was unfaithful for over 3 years with 24 different people. Gail and Paul shared another look. Gail explained, we help people with troubled marriages. Paul and I both faced unfaithfulness in our first marriages, so we use methods others might reject. We seek balance and consequences, but our methods aren't always accepted. She continued, for instance, we might suggest a ratio of 3 times the affair's duration for balance. We also use consequences beyond guilt to address the pain caused. Our approach can involve significant sacrifices and commitments, like giving up personal space and showing loyalty through visible signs. Gail's words struck me hard. I realized I'd sought their help too late. I asked, can you help me with my relationship with my daughters, improve my self-esteem, and maybe reduce my ex-husband's anger towards me? We can help, but it will take months and cost $600 per session with 2 sessions a week, Gail replied. I nodded, willing to pay. I can afford it. Can we start immediately? They agreed, and I began sharing my painful story. Meanwhile, Don's hands were healing, and I hoped to stay close to him. However, the stitches would come out in a week, and with muddy weather at my mountain place, I faced further frustrations. My horses should be back in their mountain stables by late May or early June. This weekend, however, I won't get to visit Don and the kids. I suggested to Don, since we're not going to the mountains, how about I cook the turkey here on Saturday? Megan and Robin would love it, and you can come over. Don looked a bit puzzled but agreed enthusiastically. I'd love to spend the weekend with you, and if you want, bring the cheesecake too. Later, I wondered if I had pushed too far. Don seemed distracted, and I couldn't tell if he was annoyed or just confused. Maria, did you hear cows mooing just now? I asked. She laughed, saying she hadn't noticed, but agreed that it was a strange question. On Tuesday night, I decided to leave Don alone, thinking he would pick up on my hints to stay over. He hadn't, despite his invitation for me to stay any time. By Thursday, I made a mistake telling Freddie about the turkey dinner. Freddie, a vegetarian, didn't mind not eating it, but shared the news with Kathy and Vanessa. They called Dawn, asking if they could join. Dawn agreed and then invited Freddie, offering her Dungeness crab instead. I was relieved Freddie reached out to Kathy, who had been distant since her close call with danger. She came for dinner, and though we didn't discuss the incident, the weekend was enjoyable. We played games, watched movies, and had fun on the new dance floor. Don's hands were healing, and his cooking was a hit. Then, on Sunday afternoon, Don's phone rang. It was Eva from the dance club asking him out on a date. Don, grinning, announced, "Eva asked me out. Looks like I won't need help for my first real date." I struggled to keep smiling. Don seemed genuinely pleased. but it stung to think he might be interested in someone else. Freddie squeezed my hand, signaling me to stay quiet. Eva was pleased with herself. She had carefully vetted Don, thinking he'd be an easy target compared to her ex-husband George, who had lost most of their assets in their divorce. Eva believed she could easily manipulate Don, who was less perceptive than George and unaware of her past deceptions. Eva was thrilled about her time with Don. She saw him as a great partner and believed she could easily manage him. She planned to get rid of his daughters, confident she could convince Don to send them back to their mother, Barbara. I was eager for my friends to tell me about Eva, but they held off until we got to my place. Vanessa even drove my SUV instead of going with Freddie. When we finally gathered around the dining table, I asked, "Can someone please explain what's happening with Don and Ava?" Kathy spoke up. "Don is nice, but a bit clueless about women. Imagine he's calling you a dork and then offering to teach you charm, only to set you up with someone else after. How would that feel?" My stomach sank as they laughed at my confusion. Freddie added, "From the first weekend, it was clear Don liked you. He even watched a DVD of a famous actress who looks like you every day until New Year's Eve. After that, he stopped and threw it away." Vanessa continued, "On New Year's Eve, Don got drunk and sang 'Unchain My Heart' to you. Now he plays it often when you're around and looks at you while singing softly." "Oh, no," I said, standing up. "I need to talk to Don. What should I say?" Kathy stopped me. "Are you ready to stay the night with him?" I hesitated. "No, I can't. Not without telling him about my past first." Freddie and Vanessa comforted me as I cried. Vanessa explained, "Don struggles with self-esteem and might think you're only being kind. He needs genuine support, not just words. Rushing over might make things worse." Kathy's words hit me hard. My friends stayed the night to support me and share what they knew about Eva. They assured me that after one date, Don would see Eva wasn't right for him. On Monday night, Freddie, Kathy, and Vanessa gathered to discuss their plan. Freddie waited in the parking lot, and Kathy and Vanessa arrived shortly after. Kathy said, "We need to keep Eva and other women away from Don. We're here to help. My sister Helga, a tech whiz, has developed some non-lethal weapons that the military and police have bought. She's eager to help us, but her involvement means we'll need to change how we operate." Kathy asked, "What kind of changes?" Freddie responded, "You'll see soon enough. For now, we're sticking to my methods." She led them to her storeroom, which had been transformed into a classic office with a big desk, leather chairs, and a faux window view of Big Ben. Helga, dressed in an ill-fitting suit and tie, greeted them with a British accent. "Hello, I've been waiting to discuss our plan." Kathy and Vanessa were amused by the setup. Vanessa asked, "What name will you have, Moneypenny, Felix Leiter, or Octopussy?" Freddie chose Moneypenny, and Helga's smile widened. M explained their strategy. "Eva cares a lot about her appearance and wears soft, silky dresses. We'll use this spray," showing a can with a long tube, "which makes clothes stick and hair look messy. It's harmless but creates a comical effect." The plan involved Bond 008 bringing her father's phone to Q in the parking lot, where Q would take control of Don's phone. This would force Don to leave the building to find a better signal, leaving Eva alone. Bond would then use the spray on Eva. Q and 008 would keep Don busy, and Moneypenny would call Eva, praising her and mentioning how Don likes being driven by pretty women. This would encourage Eva to leave in her Jaguar, making it easier to get away. M shifted the topic, expressing concern for Kathy, who had been withdrawn since her recent trouble. She assured Kathy that they were there for her and wanted to help. Kathy, moved by their support, glanced at Vanessa and Helga, acknowledging their care and concern. Kathy began to share her recent troubles. Things had escalated quickly after Don's altercation with some other parents. The injuries were severe. Broken bones, concussions, and a lot of pain. The involved men and their families were facing legal threats, with parents scrambling to protect their children. Kathy revealed that 2 girls, targeted before, were seriously hurt. The first was still hospitalized, unable to remember much due to her injuries. The second girl, ashamed of being drugged and then harmed, had tried to hide her trauma. Both girls had lawyers and were pursuing legal action against their attackers and their families. The parents had dropped their threats against Kathy and Don, likely fearing the consequences of a trial. The district attorney expected a quiet settlement and a plea deal, avoiding a lengthy trial and saving resources. Kathy struggled with her feelings, haunted by the possibility that she could have been hurt if not for Don's bravery. She had kept her pain to herself, avoiding her friends despite their repeated attempts to reach out. Freddie, Vanessa, and Helga expressed concern, urging Kathy to share her feelings and accept support. Freddie reassured Kathy that they were like family and offered her a place to stay if she needed it. Vanessa, with a touch of humor, suggested they do their special handshake, a nod to their close bond. Despite the support, Kathy felt conflicted as Dawn was about to go on a date with someone else, which deepened her sadness. As she prepared dinner in Dawn's apartment, she couldn't shake the feeling of being left out. Eva sensed that Dawn might have feelings for her, but she thought it was just a fleeting impression. Determined to find evidence of her friend's claims, she searched his house and discovered a CD with 2 versions of Unchain My Heart. This revelation made her reconsider her doubts. At the jazz club, Eva decided to surprise Don by lightly touching his thigh. Don's reaction, his face reddening and his pants tightening, made her wonder if it was too soon to spend the night with him. She decided to wait and see how the evening unfolded. Compliments and small talk about jazz followed, but Dawn seemed unsettled when Eva mentioned her children. As Don stepped outside to take a call from his daughter, Kathy, equipped with a small spray device, began her covert mission. She discreetly sprayed Eva with a mist that caused her dress to cling and her hair to become a frizzy mess. Eva, noticing her outfit becoming uncomfortably tight and her hair going awry, was horrified when she saw her reflection in the restroom mirror. Desperate to fix her appearance, she tried dryer sheets and water, but nothing worked. Realizing she was attracting unwanted attention and not wanting Don to see her like this, she decided to leave quietly. Meanwhile, Don, who had been helping Megan with a computer issue, returned to the club only to find Eva missing. He called her cell, hoping to find her, but she had already slipped away. Don's phone finally had a signal, but Eva didn't answer. He asked some women if they'd seen her, checked the parking lot for her car, and even considered calling the police before deciding to head to Eva's club by taxi. As he tried to reach her repeatedly, he didn't notice a car with a strikingly noticeable driver following him. When Don arrived at Eva's club, no one had seen her. He called her once more, expressing his concern. Eva explained that her clothes were clinging uncomfortably and her hair was a mess, causing her embarrassment. Don misunderstood, thinking she had just spilled something on herself. Feeling frustrated by Eva's disregard for his calls and her odd excuse, Don decided that their values were too different. He politely told Eva that they weren't a match and wished her well, while suggesting she should find someone better suited to her. Eva, disheartened, agreed that their personalities didn't align and promised to keep things professional if he visited her club. After ending the call, Don felt a mix of relief and regret. Meanwhile, Eva reflected on how awkward the evening had been. Back home, Don vented to Maria about the disastrous date, expressing his disappointment with Eva's focus on herself and lack of attentiveness to her children. Maria sympathized with Don, agreeing that such behavior was unacceptable for someone who would be around his daughters. Despite some positives in the evening, such as Eva's dress and the jazz club, Don concluded he would never date her again and preferred to avoid further encounters. I noted Don's preference for green, but he also liked other colors. Our 40-minute chat made me happy, and I slept well that night. We discussed Robin's upcoming birthday and planned a pre-celebration for the weekend before. We'll do something similar for Megan's birthday next month. This weekend, they're coming to my condo to enjoy the newly decorated pool area, designed like a tropical paradise. Though I felt a bit uneasy about the change from Maria's mountain place, Megan and Robin were excited. Maria had set up the pool area beautifully with tropical decorations and a buffet. There was a bar, a grill, and cheerful calypso music playing. As we arrived and changed into swimsuits, I was surprised by Maria's appearance, feeling a rush of attraction. Her sudden, worried departure to the bathroom left me feeling guilty. I knew I needed to get my emotions in check. I quickly composed myself in the restroom and re-emerged with a smile. Don looked concerned and apologized for his reaction. I assured him it wasn't his fault and explained that I was stressed and had stomach issues, not upset by his attention. Don offered to leave to make me feel better, but I reassured him I wanted him to stay. I touched his cheek to show I wasn't angry and appreciated his support. We spent the weekend enjoying the pool and the company. Don looked great in his swimsuit, attracting attention from other women, so I kept close. I kept meals simple, cooking breakfast and dining out for dinner. We dressed up for our restaurant outings, making the weekend special despite the initial awkwardness. Megan and Robin were thrilled in their new outfits, looking like princesses, and Don looked fantastic in the suits I chose for him. To make the evening special, I arranged limousines for both nights, impressing Megan and Robin. At the restaurants, the hosts and managers welcomed us warmly. Marilyn, a friendly hostess, commented on Don's cooking skills, which made me think about our future visits. Maria's weekend at her condo was wonderful despite the gray weather. Her tropical-themed pool area was a great escape. We discussed Robin's birthday party, and Maria eagerly offered to handle the planning, asking me to bring some game supplies. On Tuesday at Vanessa's gym, Gwen approached me, hinting at a possible date. I was surprised when she gave me her address and number, saying she'd love to go out with me on Friday night. Vanessa, upon hearing about the date, seemed supportive but changed my workout to be more challenging. Later, Maria called to suggest another weekend at her condo for Robin's party, and I asked if she could watch Megan and Robin early on Friday because of my plans. Maria agreed and offered to babysit, making me appreciate her support even more. Meanwhile, at MI5, Moneypenny reported that Gwen had secured a date with me. M noted that Gwen was being manipulated by the evil twins, Joanne and Anna, who were jealous of Maria's success. They had a history of sabotaging Maria and had managed to use Gwen as their pawn, despite efforts to reveal their true nature. Joanne and Anna, feeling frustrated by their failed modeling careers, blame Maria for their lack of success. They've never been directly rude to me, but their actions against Maria make me view them as enemies too. Gwen, however, is kind and sees the best in everyone. Unfortunately, her association with Joanne and Anna means she's easily influenced by them. They likely pressured her into asking Don out. To help Gwen, Q suggested a discreet method. She provided a device that dispenses herbal pellets causing severe gas. If added to Gwen's meal, it would make her too uncomfortable to go out. Moneypenny and I were tasked with the operation, planning to use the pellets during a lunch Gwen and I were scheduled to have. On Friday, Gwen, Vanessa, and Kathy met at a restaurant. Vanessa and Kathy executed the plan while Gwen was in the restroom. The pellets took effect later that evening, leaving Gwen embarrassed and desperate to cancel her date with Don. He, noticing her distress as she ran past his car, was puzzled by her sudden illness. Despite the setback, Don remained hopeful, and Maria offered comfort, suggesting a relaxed evening with pizza and beer. Later, we celebrated Robin's birthday at a top restaurant, where everyone enjoyed the party, and Robin's birthday cake was met with applause. Robin was overjoyed with her birthday surprises. I felt a mix of happiness and anxiety, worried that someone at the restaurant might recognize me or bring up my past. After cake, we returned to my apartment where Robin opened her gifts. Among the usual presents were two from me, a platinum locket with a photo of Robin, Megan, and me, and a Nerf gun with a 100-dart drum, a gift from Freddie's sister Helga. Don and Megan joined us for a Nerf gun battle that quickly got out of hand, leading to a noise complaint from my neighbors. On Sunday, I cooked lasagna and cheesecake, enjoying a quieter celebration. Monday morning began early with a birthday breakfast before I drove the girls to school. Later, Don received a call from Anna Wainwright, an interior designer interested in a trade, her design services for his web development skills. They agreed to meet that evening. Anna had a hidden agenda. She wanted to use Don's skills to get back at Maria, who had always been the center of attention and had recently been seen with Don. Anna's bitterness about Maria's past success fueled her desire for revenge. At their meeting, Anna showed Don her design plans and they discussed the project over coffee. Anna grew increasingly frustrated as Don admired her work and praised her ideas, furthering her scheme to sabotage Maria's happiness. Anna pretended to slip, splashing hot water onto Don and soaking him. "I'm so sorry, Don," she said, offering to dry his clothes and showing him to the guest bedroom to change. Don, unfazed, said he'd use his workout clothes from his SUV. Anna, eager to help, offered to fetch his clothes and left him alone to change. When Don emerged in his new clothes, he suggested they continue discussing the website by email and phone, and meet again the following Monday. Anna was disappointed, but agreed. As Don was leaving, Anna gave him a quick kiss on the cheek, her breath brushing his face, an intentional move to leave a lingering impression. Anna planned a dinner for Don, considering his love for meat. She decided on baked salmon, stuffed potatoes, asparagus, and cheesecake. Meanwhile, Maria was preparing for their weekend trip to the mountains, excited for horseback riding lessons. Freddie was the only one joining the trip, and they all packed into Maria's SUV. At the ski shop, Maria criticized Don's work boots and planned to get him proper riding boots. She also hinted at buying saddles for Megan and Robin. Despite the expense, Don was willing to cover it if necessary. During the trip, Don was amused by Megan's enthusiasm and a bit embarrassed by his daughter's advice. Nancy, who appreciated Don's New Year's Eve feast, thanked him and promised to be kind. Maria, trying to get Don out more, arranged for Henry to prepare a horse for him. Maria looked upset while Megan and Robin giggled at the idea of riding Joe, a big, calm horse. Nancy introduced Joe as a gentle, sleepy horse. Don, who liked the idea of a relaxed horse, fed Joe an apple to win his favor, despite feeling awkward about carrying gym clothes in his bag. Nancy left briefly to chat with Maria about a planned trick involving rocket engines for the horses. Don used the opportunity to feed Joe more apples, not knowing if it was the right thing. When Nancy returned, she was curious about Joe's newfound energy and discovered Don's stash of apples and sugar cubes. Nancy, amused but strict, advised Don to limit the treats to half an apple or 2 sugar cubes per day. She appreciated the cookies Don brought and decided not to report his treat overload to Maria and the girls. After the riding lesson, Don enjoyed a delicious Philly cheese steak at a local restaurant. Later at home, Carl and Lucille surprised Don by cooking a wonderful dinner of grilled salmon, red potatoes, spinach, and cherry cobbler. They joined the family for dance lessons, where Carl excelled, and then Carl and Don had a fun evening of beer and gin while Lucille and the girls watched a movie. After finishing their movie, Don changed into pajamas and joined Megan and Robin for more romantic comedies. He realized this might become their summer routine, though he was sure he'd have to sit through at least one romantic comedy with them over the weekend. Don and Freddie briefly discussed Anna, revealing that they weren't close friends. On Monday night, Don visited Anna again. He was surprised to find her dressed up as if for a night out, short skirt, snug blouse, and high heels. Anna explained she had been meeting a client and used light flirting as part of her strategy. She hoped her efforts hadn't diminished Don's respect for her. Don reassured Anna that he understood and didn't think less of her. They then spent the next 2 hours working on her website. Despite Anna's appreciative feedback, Don struggled to concentrate due to Anna's proximity and perfume. Anna, noticing Don's distraction, playfully wrapped her arm around him and kissed his cheek. Don was confused, wondering if Anna was genuinely interested or if her outfit and behavior were just tactics. Before he could decide, his phone rang. Megan's homework files had vanished, and she needed his help. Don promised to be home in 30 minutes to assist. Anna, frustrated by the interruption, watched as Don gathered his things and left abruptly. After resolving Megan's issue remotely, Don took a long shower and fell asleep to soothing music, while Anna fumed over her failed evening plans. Don, set to unwind with his favorite CD on repeat, was deep in sleep by Tuesday afternoon when his phone rang. It was Anna, apologizing for coming on too strong the other night. Don admitted her approach had made him nervous but was open to a casual evening. They agreed to meet on Thursday for a movie and coffee. Meanwhile, at the MI5 office in Seattle, Bond, Moneypenny, and Q were busy planning. They had intercepted Don and Anna's plans and needed to stop the date. Q introduced a device called the skunk gun, designed to spray a potent skunk-like gel. M, with biathlon experience, would handle the shooting. They discussed logistics, securing a shooting spot across the street and ensuring Anna and Don's seating at the bistro. Vanessa suggested renting an old office building nearby, while Kathy proposed arranging for tables to be freed up at the bistro during Don and Anna's visit. Helga offered $2,000 for the operation, with the possibility of more if needed. Vanessa was tasked with setting up the room and recruiting a team for the mission. They planned to have enough people to handle the situation discreetly and ensure Anna left without causing a scene. The team was ready to execute their plan, aiming to protect Maria and ensure Don's evening went as intended. Don planned to practice with the skunk gun and bring in customers for the bistro. He was surprised to learn that Barbara had bought Megan and Robin quality riding boots, but they seemed too tight now. Not wanting to waste money on new boots they might quickly outgrow, he decided to look for used options. After discussing this with Megan and Robin, they agreed to check out the saddle shop with Maria after therapy. Maria assured Don that she could extend the store hours for their visit, and she even brought Roscoe to help with the shopping. At the store, Megan and Robin impressed everyone by inquiring about used boots and saddles, which earned them respect. Maria, seeing Don's interest in less expensive options, discreetly arranged for him to try on several pairs. Although Don's boots were over $300, Maria spent more than $1,500 on the girls' gear. Maria was thrilled with the bargains on the saddles and used boots. Don was pleased with the outcome, especially how his kids learned that new isn't always better. On Thursday evening, Don met Anna at the bistro. Although the place was crowded, a quiet table became available. Don noticed many patrons had military-style haircuts and felt uneasy about the date. Anna, thinking about old times, considered making secret videos for Maria. Anna apologized for Monday's awkwardness, and Don, still unsure about dating, felt out of his element. Just then, his phone rang. Megan had a problem. Don quickly left, leaving Anna with a small envelope, unsure if she would use it. Inside the envelope was a crushed pill Anna and Joanne hoped would make Don more affectionate. But as Anna noticed Don's baklava and no sign of him, Freddie took aim with the skunk gun. The gun's stink gel had 3 modes: direct hit below 64 degrees Fahrenheit, splash down from above, or mist at temperatures above 70 degrees Fahrenheit and distances of 120 feet. Freddie aimed for the mist mode, angered by Anna's attempts to steal Don. He fired 3 quick shots. The first hit the back of Anna's head, causing her to wrinkle her nose in disgust. The second shot hit her back, making her vomit on the table. The third shot added to her shock and repulsion. The surrounding customers, repulsed by the stench, fled and criticized Anna loudly. Anna, mortified and smelling foul, tried to escape. She ran to her car, stripping off her dress and attracting unwelcome attention from onlookers. A group of high school troublemakers mocked her as she fell into a pile of trash, further soiling her clothes. Limping to her Porsche, Anna slammed the door shut, only to find the stench inside even worse. Overwhelmed, she threw up on her dashboard and sped away, vowing never to see Don again. Freddie, satisfied with the outcome, cleaned the gun and packed it away while her friends laughed at the chaos. Hidden cameras recorded Anna's humiliation, and the bistro staff began cleaning up as Don returned to find his date missing and the table tidy. Anna's departure from the bistro was abrupt and silent, while the other customers followed Freddie and Helga's script to distract Don. The cafe was bustling, and Don was disheartened by another failed date, feeling doomed to be single. He decided not to call Anna, blocking her number from his phone. Meanwhile, Vanessa joined Don and the girls for a mountain trip, where they enjoyed their new saddles and a wild Nerf gun battle. Despite the fun, Don was preoccupied with his recent bad date, feeling uneasy about how it reminded him of past rejections. He confided in Vanessa about his discomfort, noting that the date had not gone well, and he felt somewhat relieved it hadn't worked out. On Wednesday, Don and I planned Megan's birthday party, keeping it a secret from Robin, who always shared everything with her sister. Don proposed a small party on Wednesday night, which disappointed Megan, who had hoped for a surprise. The next weekend, despite Don's efforts to avoid chaos by leaving the Nerf guns at home, Megan seemed disheartened. At breakfast, Megan and Robin were visibly upset, and I felt guilty for their disappointment. Don, however, remained upbeat, winking at me. I hoped his playful nature would persist into marriage. When we reached the mountain house, I accidentally turned on the garage light instead of opening the door, revealing a surprise party with friends and a table full of Nerf toys. Surprise! Happy birthday, Megan! Everyone shouted as I revealed a new Nerf gun. Megan's spirits lifted, and Robin looked thrilled. The garage was filled with excitement, with tables full of Nerf guns and gifts, including a big box wrapped for Megan. "We'll open the rest of your gifts later, but we thought you'd like this one today," I said as Megan rushed to unwrap her present. Her initial excitement faded when she saw the gun didn't look as sleek as Robin's. "Megan, let me explain," I began. "This gun, like Robin's, was made by Freddie's sister Helga. It's called the Nerf Storm and was inspired by a real gun system called Metal Storm. Instead of a magazine, you swap out the barrel, which holds 7 smaller barrels. Each shot fires 7 darts, and with 6 barrels, that's 42 darts in total." I demonstrated by aiming at Don and firing a shot with 7 darts, making him fall dramatically. Then I cranked it up to shoot all 42 darts quickly. Megan's eyes lit up, and she eagerly unwrapped her gun. "Helga also included 4 extra barrels that you can switch out," I said, showing her how it works. The game began, with Carl making sure Lucille had a Nerf gun she enjoyed. We skipped horseback riding to play Nerf, then took a break for lunch. Don and Carl prepared lunch, and after eating, we continued playing but eventually lost too many darts and went back inside. Dinner was a favorite: crab and a cake Don baked. Megan received her usual shiny locket, and I was relieved to see her excitement despite it being similar to Robin's. Later, during movie night, Don and Carl stayed up baking pies and playing cards until early morning. The next day, we went horseback riding before heading home for dinner, where Don made his special burgers and fries and cheesecake for dessert. Lucille later confided in me that Don had shared his dating struggles after drinking too much. She advised me to be more open about my feelings and act boldly if I wanted to be with Don. This advice made me reflect on my own situation, considering options like finding a bride from another country to avoid loneliness as I age. On Wednesday evening, I prepared for Megan's 2nd birthday celebration with lasagna and all the sides. Don arrived home, and I encouraged him to put on a happy face for the party. I was ready to start the plan to get Don married. I greeted him, mentioning the delicious smells and my new outfit, which I had chosen to impress him. Despite the distractions from Megan and Robin, I was determined to make the evening special and to move forward with my plans. Dinner went well, and we surprised Megan with a few small gifts. I gave her earrings, and Don gave her mall gift cards. Afterward, we moved downstairs for dance lessons. As planned, the girls got bored and went back upstairs. I played Moon River on repeat and asked Don if he'd like to go dancing with me on Thursday. He hesitated, feeling uncertain after previous failed dates. I reassured him, saying I was sure there was someone special out there for him and offered to help lift his spirits. Don laughed at my insistence, finding the situation amusing, though I didn't see the humor. I had hoped for a perfect practice date, arriving at his place looking my best, a sweet kiss, and a night out in my shiny new car. I showed up right at 6 o'clock in a sparkly green dress and the earrings Don had given me. Don answered the door in a sharp white dress shirt and gray suit, looking impressive. I leaned in for a gentle kiss, lingering just enough to make it clear it wasn't a friendly peck. "Wow," Don said, clearly impressed, though a bit distracted by work thoughts. I smiled, excited for the evening ahead and eager to make a memorable impression. "Are you going to invite me in?" I asked with a friendly smile. "Oh, sure, come in," Don said, snapping out of his thoughts. Inside, I asked if dinner was ready. Don said it would be in 10 minutes. I put on an Eurythmics CD, setting the mood for the night. Dinner was healthy and delicious: baked salmon, potatoes, asparagus, and a special pie Don had baked the night before. After dinner, we brushed our teeth, and I showed Don my new car, a shiny silver Lexus ISF. He seemed surprised. "What happened to your SUV?" he asked. "Oh, I still have it, but this drives better," I explained. I had considered a Mercedes, but opted for the Lexus since it was more practical. Don opened the car door for me, and as I sat down, I accidentally revealed a bit more than intended. I could feel his intense gaze. "I'm going absolutely crazy," he sighed, clearly affected. I was ready for a fantastic evening and determined to make it memorable. I knew this was just a practice date and that Maria probably wasn't interested in me, but the pressure was overwhelming. It felt like Bluto getting a punch from Popeye. How much more could I take? Nervous, I climbed into the passenger seat of Maria's car. She looked at me, bemused by my hesitation. I needed a moment to gather myself, but the interior of the car was stunning, so I settled in and tried to relax. I noticed the shiny paddle shifters on the steering wheel. Maria explained, "These make it easier to change gears while driving fast. Freddie's been giving me driving lessons, too." Her smile was reassuring. For the first 10 minutes, I kept my eyes shut, overwhelmed by the new experience. When we arrived at the club, I regretted that Vanessa had thrown out Don's special card. Finding a parking spot was tricky. Inside, we were shown to a table before hitting the dance floor. We danced and took breaks every 6 songs. Ava stopped by briefly, but her visit was a blur. Unlike when Vanessa was with Don, no one approached us, which was fine. We enjoyed ourselves thoroughly. We got a bit wild with our dancing, and Moon River played repeatedly throughout the night. Eva reappeared late, announcing, "Maria and Don, we're closing, so it's time to go. Here's a special card for your next visit, and don't worry about the drinks or tip, it's all taken care of." We glanced around, realizing the club was empty and it was 40 minutes past closing time. "Sorry if we caused any trouble," Don said, echoing my sentiment. Ava reassured us, "You've been no trouble at all. I think this place will be full for weeks with women wanting to see you two. Come back anytime." With that, she left, leaving us in stunned silence. Eva, watching from afar, noted how enchanted Don and Maria were with each other. She admired their connection and the magical dance they performed. The band played Moon River at least 10 times, and each time they danced closely, holding hands. Eva, moved by their deep affection, wondered if they even realized how much they meant to each other. She thought about capturing their love for profit and, surprisingly, reflected fondly on her ex-husband, realizing he had been a good man. Thanks for listening to One Infidelity Hit. If you liked what you heard, don't forget to hit that subscribe button and drop us a like.